is arriving at its conclusion this weekend, and we'll wrap up with our standard dual 8-hour endurance race weekend, as we always do. The field is a healthy one, a robust one, if you will. In this case, featuring 90 cars spread across 4 classes: GTO, our Grand Touring Overclass, General Production 1, 2, and 3 featuring this weekend as well. National championships to be awarded across all 4 of these classes, never mind the regional championships, which were settled at our last 2 events. Cars rolling off at this time, a 45-car, roughly, GTO field heads out through the S's that open up the lap here at Circuit of the Americas, the 3.4-mile loop here just outside of Austin, Texas. And the production classes will feature a split start waiting to roll off the grid here in just a few moments' time up the hill at Phil Hill at turn number 1. Scott, I'll start with you, as we tend to do. Circuit of the Americas is not a new one to many American racing fans. Up until this year, it was the only home of Formula One racing here in the United States. One of the newest facilities in the country, one of the prettiest facilities in the country, and despite now being a decade old and in some ways showing its age, still, I think, what some would consider to be an iconic American racing circuit.
Yeah, you may say showing its age, perhaps compared to other Formula One style venues, but this is very much has the feel of a Formula One venue, which is uncommon for sure for WRL. So yeah, this race always has a special feel to it, especially being end of season. Only the national championship points matter at this point, along with it being a Formula One design track with nice wide Tilke style open hairpins, which allows a certain type of racing you don't really get anywhere else. Long straights, plenty of space to play with, and then also the runoffs as well. I'll ask the question to you guys, because it's probably going to shape the race. Do we have hot pulls? Do we have Code 60s this weekend?
Nope. Yep, hot pulls are a feature.
Okay, so with plenty of space and nice international standard safety facilities here, we might get a solid amount of green flag running, which, along with the width of the track, the amount of space available to the drivers, should make for, well, I mean, it's got every opportunity to make for one of our best races, one of those proper classic WRL endurance races. So yeah, really looking forward to it. The slightly damp track at the start is also going to make things interesting with some really long braking zones, and with that enormous amount of space into some of these hairpins, it can give amateur drivers maybe too many decisions to make or too many options to choose between. So we can see some strange things happening there. It's just, yeah, it's quite a unique track as far as WRL goes. Very much none of the club feel that we get at a lot of the other tracks, and very Formula One style instead.
Yeah, it has all the feel of a national championship weekend, doesn't it? If you're going to come, spend your final race weekend of the year, in many cases, out anywhere, it would be at a place like Circuit of the Americas, one of their final weekends for the year as well. And plenty of buy-in from the teams that regularly participate in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty as well. As we mentioned, it is the national championships that are being awarded this weekend. Those that have taken part in the shorter regional championships have already had their titles and their trophies awarded, and this one is for it involves a little bit more participation across the course of the season. Points are points in this case, and everything you can haul in this weekend is going to add to your total and make you a contender for these national titles across all 4 of the classes as well. So we complete the first of our 2 pace laps here this morning. I can tell you the front row is adorned by our dual race winners from last year, Austin Dillon Motorsports, featuring a slightly amended driver lineup this weekend as compared to last year. That car will feature Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch, and Sheldon Creed. Starting on the pole position next to the old-fashioned Motorsports number 505 Ginetta, which was extremely quick last time out at Sebring at the hand of Christopher Pies. Set the, I believe, a front row time, and then led the race for significant portions over the course of the weekend. And we'll have the chance to take it to that Chevy Camaro stock car of Austin Dillon Motorsports, which I did learn this weekend, gentlemen, is carrying a non-production chassis modifier. So that'll be an interesting little twist to the way the power-to-weight ratio formula is calculated up in GTO. Of course, 9-to-1 power, weight divided by power. And then the 43 or so cars to follow in behind that front row. Choice Racing is up there in the BMW M4. JT and Joseph will have noted yesterday the return of the Hammer Motorsports Audi TCR at number 02, back for the first time in a year and immediately stuck on the second row of the grid.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a question of what could have been if they'd stuck to that platform. You see them going through the shot there now, the white and red TCR. But remember, that car's also had, when it was regularly running, had a lot of mechanical reliability issues. So we haven't really seen that with the BMWs. We've seen other issues with those M4s, but we really haven't seen those cars break down. So, you know, you could make a case in either direction, I think.
Yeah, that car will have been in sprint spec most of the season. DriversEye Live friend Alex Mayer ran that car in some sprint racing over the course of the season, was put back into something like an endurance spec for this year. Daniel Suarez will be at the wheel of that car, almost certainly set the qualifying time yesterday, and will be a feature throughout the day in that number 02 Audi. The general production car is coming across the start-finish line, a smoker down the front straightaway, the number 469 from Murr. Trailing smoke as it heads up the hill into turn 1 and is being passed by the balance of the production field. I'm not sure that car is going to make it back around to the pit lane.
Yeah, it actually been noted for a spinning continue on the pace lap at turn 4, so I kind of wonder if that's maybe, you'd be afraid that that might be spinning on its own oil, and that might be cause for concern when we go green, because if they're spinning on their own oil, there's nothing to stop their competitors from spinning on that oil also.
Yeah, I'm happy to say the track itself looks clear, at least here on the start-finish straight, just at the exit of turn number 20 where we sit at the moment. But elsewhere on the track, it would either be, as you mentioned, Joseph, some fluid burn. Oh, that is getting substantially worse. I was going to say, if they were off at turn 4, did they back into something, and is that a tire rub? But that is much, much worse than it was even just a couple of corners ago. Oh, and now it's being chased.
Yeah, I mean, it's still
no fluid being put down as far as we can tell, but it is burning quite a bit.
And still at a decent clip.
Yeah, burning quite a bit of something, whether it's rubber or oil. Now, the lights are still on the pace car. I can tell you that the starter here, just across from us, has put down the second yellow flag, has one in hand, now discards the second one, and I assume will reach for a green flag here momentarily. So with assurance that the track is clear, and despite the smoke trailing out of that number 469, I think we're going to get a green flag this time by and begin our 8-hour season finale weekend enduro, the Saturday race to come from Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty, here on DriversEye Live, as it has been all season long. Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrock, Scott Michaels, JT Tammy with you this morning for 170 or so laps around one of the top venues in American motorsports at this time, and we are not going to go green this time by. A late call there to keep the safety car out on circuit. Now the timer has started on racehero.io, which is going to be your source for live timing this morning. So we are going to get at least one additional pace lap here. The cars down the front straightaway stay in a 2x2 formation. By the way, gentlemen, had we noted that the automatic Aston and the GTR 99 were at the very, very back of this grid?
So we noted that there were 2 automatic Astons this weekend.
Yep, the 908 is probably about row 5 or 6 as I look up the hill, but the 909 and the 99 from GTR are absolutely
at the back.
Second and third from last. Yeah, back there in GTO. Now, not that this seemed to matter for the boys at GTR. As we mentioned time and time again, they are the type to let the race kind of play out in front of them for the first 3 to 4 hours, and then you look up and there they are in the top 5 or 10.
So would that be from not getting dynoed yesterday before going out on track, or just not going out on track at all?
I think there's a couple of things that could have happened yesterday. I did see them yesterday, and I'm fairly certain they were out on track, but remember that we are enforcing track limits here this weekend, so it's possible that either they had a dyno issue, or they fell afoul of some track limits violations on their timed laps. So Not really sure what the story is there. Didn't quite notice it till this morning that they had ended up all the way at the back of the grid. But like we said, it tends to matter a little bit less for the boys down at GTR 99.
Yeah, it's just going to give them an interesting opening stint.
Certainly make things exciting for us here. Joseph.
Brendan.
Do we have some changes to our timing and scoring tower this weekend, or is it business as usual there?
I think we'll we'll let the viewers decide.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if we had some color coding changes or anything like that, or if what you will see on the left-hand side of your screen today and tomorrow is our standard position changes, class notations, and all of the fun features that you've built into.
Yeah, I mean it's not on screen yet, but as you know, Brendan, having been on site, there's a lot of lights around the track, and there's going to be a decent amount more color on the timing overlay as well.
Yes, the lights of the Peppermint Parkway here at Circuit of the Americas, supplemented by the lights and the colors of the DriverSeye Live timing tower as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Nicely done. Yeah, very festive of you.
I'm working on my Martin Brundle, but just with an American accent.
We'll talk some weather this morning just briefly now that we've got a little bit of extra time on our hands. Cloudy and overcast this morning. We did have some breaks in the cloud when we first got to the circuit this morning, but it has become now a pretty solid overcast layer again. Breezy today, 10 to 15 mile an hour winds through the balance of the day, I think is going to be the norm, and a high of 64. We're already there. So the temperature is only going to stagnate or drop over the course of the day.
It's going to drop because it's the same thing up here in Ohio. Basically, we've got, at least up here, we've got a nasty cold front that's about to come through.
Yeah,
and the lights are off on the pace car.
No meaningful precipitation expected today, just some spitting showers as we've already seen. You mentioned the lights off on the pace car. The field heads through turn 19 and turn number 20. This would be a phenomenal field on its own, gents. This 40-plus car GTO field heads into the final corner for the last time under double yellow before we get a green flag. They will head up the hill past the finish line to the start line across the Formula One grid markings on the front straightaway, and the starter at the far end of the front straightaway waves the green flag, and we go racing at Circuit of the Americas for the final weekend of the 2022 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season. It's a Ginetta and a stock car on the front row. Austin Dillon Motorsports up the inside into turn number 1, leads the old-fashioned Motorsports Ginetta 2x2 and 3x3 behind them. Everybody swings out wide and leaves each other some decent room. Keen eyes on the Marshall posts at turn 1, lap 1, as it always is, but it looks like everybody's made it through the hairpin at turn number 1 just fine this morning. Into the S's.
Talk about using all the track. That was all of the track being used by about 45 cars coming through at the same time. No contact, although, who was that? Was that a Thunder Bunny car getting very loose through the S's at the bottom of the hill?
Yeah, purple will to win, maybe?
Yeah, it could be.
The general production field now is set to repeat the feat, or tempt fate, as the case might be, of the GTO cars that just took the green flag. It's a slightly messier order headed down the front straightaway, but we've already gone green, so this will be how we start the production cars. Plenty to talk about in this one a little bit later on. The green flag waves. Moorhead gets a jump from the back of the GP1 field. 2 wheels off the track to driver's right to try and pick up some spots. They've got work to do to catch the cars at the front of the GP1 field. That class is going to be a dogfight all day long. Really excited to see what that has in store for us later today, but they're going to do the same thing as the Grand Touring cars. Moorhead way out wide again at the exit of turn number 1, just trying to stay clear of the chaos to their left, 4 wide on the exit of turn 1 at the back of the field. And I think we've done it. We've gone 2 for 2. Fairly clean starts down there at turn number 1. Back to the GTO field. Turn 15 and 16. This little complex here, the slowest portion of the track. It is Austin Dillon Motorsports just about leading that old-fashioned Ginetta as it was at the very start of the at the start of the race 2.5 minutes or so ago. And as they exit the long right-hander at 16, 17, and 18, man, that Ginetta is quick. Hammer Audi back there in third, the number 02, and then a big gap back to what I think is the Evoque Motorsports number 61, who we last saw out at High Plains. 401 from round 3, slides wide at the apex at 20, lets through the Screaming Goat BMW with the LS engine in the front of it. They'll go side by side with JTR Motorsports Engineering, featuring the 2022 MX-5 Cup champion, mired back in the middle of the top 10, which is not where I think we'd normally expect to find that car. We can take a breath.
Yeah, can we? There's still cars to move on to. It's the new Hitman Supra that's going around the outside of, I think, a Thunder Bunny, maybe the 111 at turn 1.
It is the Hitman Supra. Yeah, on board with that number 34 car making its debut. Now, we have seen Supras here before. The good folks at TAPG having brought a road-going Supra that was eventually destined for the racetrack, but this is a proper GT4 car in WRL GTO spec for the first time. Toyota is here. The IMSA support trailer is at the back of the paddock. Hitman has brought this car into WRL for the first time. I'm told this car is really, really quick, and I'm really excited to see what this car is going to bring us through the balance of the day. GP1 being led by the number 44 from PC Racing. 555 is stuck in there. I'm not sure it's a GP1 car, actually. Are they? They are not. So we've lost the GTO car to sort of the mid-pack of the the top of the GP1 pack, excuse me. 701 is going to slot there into second, and then the second of the PC Racing cars, the number 4, sitting there in third. So a good start for PC Racing. Moorhead has made up a ton of spots. 15 spots on lap 1?
That sounds about right. They're definitely one of the quicker cars in GP1, as long as, you know, they have that mechanical reliability going. But yeah, starting 19th in class, we expect to see them moving up in the early stages.
There's a more impressive, if it's correct, move on the first lap. Apparently Fawn Group Motorsports has gone up 41 positions and lead GP2 now, but I'm not sure I believe that.
That may be correct.
They're running 37.
Yeah.
And they would also be leading GP1 if they were in that class.
Oh, so that may not be correct, Scott. You might be right. Their last lap was 6 seconds slower than the other GP2 class-leading car.
It seems suspicious. We'll have to wait for the second finish, and see the third lap's finish, and see what happens. But also a team I've not heard of with a Volkswagen Jetta. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That car, I think, is actually up in GTO, Scott.
Right,
I think it may just be class wrong there in Race Hero, but I'm fairly sure that car started in the back of GTO.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just come by me here. A trio of Canadians in that car.
Slow Boxster into the lane at turn 20.
You'll be pleased to know that's a Civics, Joseph.
Ah, okay.
It's the Deep Eddy Civic, number 79.
I saw that car from some of the onboards getting mapped. It had its hazards lights on. It was obviously getting mapped very, very early. So yeah, some issues probably on the pace lap for that car.
Yeah. Which car was that?
The Civic.
Yeah, what number?
I don't
79.
Oh, okay. That's actually not one of the cars that's called out in the race control log. 2 events that we have seen in race control. Hood up on the number 44, which should be the PC Racing car.
Oh, that's a class-leading GP1 car.
Yeah, and contact being noted at turn 1 between the number 410, which is a number I don't remember.
Eyes on the onboard here. The 701 is about to have a move put up the inside of it by the number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks. This camera is not far behind, but thanks to some technological advancements from friends at Candelaria Racing Products this weekend. But I did see it out the window here at turn number 20. They are defending heavily from that 147, as you see in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. And they do go single file down into turn 1, but whoever has started the Moorhead Speedworks BMW 330 CI is really taking it to the 701 Boxster here from Round 3 Racing.
Yeah, the 44 has come into the pits to, you would assume, get that hood nailed down.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to wonder why that would have happened, right? I don't whether somebody missed a pin down in the pit lane this morning, or there was a little bump at some point working through traffic.
I tend to assume it's contact.
Yeah, it would have been a little early for that. Although that GTO car has been stuck in with the GP1 leaders, so there may have been a little tap that loosened something up there. Move done on the 701. The Moorhead Speedworks BMW has gone through and into what has become the GP1 class lead. So is that 19th to 1st from Moorhead in 3 laps?
Well done.
Yeah,
impressive stuff.
This car looks off pace.
Slow, yeah, for sure. That's the V8 BMW, which is a shame because I think that's one of the best sounding cars on the grid. Yes, BMW V8s tend to be. The car's been quick too. Maybe a little too quick to get things started here.
Yeah, no note of that on race control either. Although I'm sure they have other things that they need to address.
Yeah. Just a note at the top of the field here. Austin Dillon Motorsports, no surprise that they're leading the field away at the moment. You've got the trio of NASCAR drivers on board that car, obviously, as we've mentioned, fans of Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon, to say nothing of Sheldon Creed, will follow that car through the day.
Stadium Super Trucks champion.
That is a fair point, Joseph. But if you're in that 505 old-fashioned motorsports Ginetta, and we are going to assume that that's Chris Pies, just because of how rapid he was back at the weekend at Sebring about 4 weeks ago. What a thrill, man. There you are in your Ginetta GT4 car. You've started alongside a NASCAR Cup Series champion, a Daytona 500 winner, and a Truck Series driver. And you are going absolutely toe-to-toe in the opening stanza of this race with those guys. That is phenomenal.
Yeah, car coming into the lane on smoking, as Scott wants to point out.
009 is the number on that car. The other Mur car.
Yeah. Yeah, not a DBR9 as it turns out.
No, indeed.
Did they ever use that number? Or was it 7 and 8?
I thought it was
007, 009.
Okay.
And then the 006, 008 were the customer cars.
The race leaders are working through traffic for the first time.
And how, Scott?
Yeah, I was going to say, so Austin Dillon Motorsports and the drivers in that car will be very familiar with COTA at this point. The thing that they won't be familiar with is coming up against slower traffic in the guise of Boxsters and Miatas. That's something that you don't typically see on a Cup weekend.
No, although I think Austin is the only one of those drivers that ran that car last year. From memory, as into the pits comes the 909.
Yeah, I think that's right. It was Kaz Gralla and the RCR driver who will no longer be an RCR driver at the end of this year.
I don't remember who that was.
Oh, for God's sake!
I don't pay attention to NASCAR.
The number 8.
Oh, right. Yeah, disregard.
Move along.
I don't care. This is the World Racing League, not NASCAR.
I mean, one thing that is worth noting, real quick, is that hi there, by the way, I'm Ryan.
To lunch.
Ryan West joins us.
That was canceled, of course. So the one thing to note, though, is that Kyle Busch is at least aware of multi-class racing because with his previous employer, he ran the Daytona 24 in a GTD car, so he at least knows what it's like to be dive bombed from way back.
He also ran Grand Am races in Daytona Prototype with
Yeah, so he's familiar. He's
that number 3 car probably about as quick as a Gen 1 Daytona Prototype anyway, so
that's true.
More of a
Which manufacturer, though?
It doesn't matter. They were all dog slow. The margin that the 2 leaders have opened up over the number 02 from Hammer Motorsports, now 8.8 seconds, and they have pretty comprehensively gapped the rest of the GTO field, doing battle back there. The 02, the number 29 from Screaming Goat Racing, a couple of seconds adrift of the Audi TCR. The number 61 from Evoque Motorsports, holding its own at the back end of the top 5. Then Choice Racing, the number 511, the JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW 696, 401 from Round 3 Racing, the Hitman Supra, making its debut in World Racing League competition back there in 9th, and the number 126 from Fast Track Racing in 10th. Now that 126, gents, is... I don't know if you did any research on the name Fast Track Racing, but they've got a 2-car effort here this weekend and do run in semi-professional series here in the U.S. So no strangers to endurance racing, having to adapt their BMW M4s, GT4s a little bit to get into GTO spec, but a team that runs regularly in other series with equally high levels of competition, finding themselves just kind of hanging on to the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, it's good to see that crossover.
Yeah, you like to see it.
And Joseph and I did discuss last night that they did race here last year in the M2s.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Sensible.
Yeah, this is a only permanent Grade 1 circuit in the United States. So it's a. I think that's true, right? I don't think the Indy Road Course is Grade 1.
I think it is. I think they
it would certainly be
FIM.
FIM Grade 1 for sure.
Yes. So maybe we'll go to Indy in a couple years' time. But yeah, this is one of those tracks where, you know, if you're going to check out a series like this, you're going to check it out at, you know, one of the biggest, safest tracks in the country. So no surprise that you see a few one-off teams just popping in here and you know, maybe Daytona, for example.
Sure, and I think there is something to be said for what this weekend represents. It has for some years now in American endurance racing circles been sort of the closing stanza of whatever your season might be. We've seen at other endurance races around the country, professional sports car and stock car drivers coming to play, teams coming to play a little bit, and do something fun to kind of close out their season, take the pressure off, and just go racing. And I think the National Championship weekend here at Circuit of the Americas has taken up that role extremely well. You know, you may not have the sheer numbers, but still the clout of some of these names and the teams that you get, the team names that you get, and the crossover that you get, combined with the regulars in the World Racing League is representative of just what this first weekend in December has meant around the country for some time.
Yes, and it's very interesting that this now has become basically the focal point of racing on the first weekend in December.
Yeah, both in terms of the drivers themselves, the teams and the team managers and the driver coaches that are present this weekend, and also by our viewership. Some 300 plus of you joining us first thing this morning for racing it here at Circuit of the Americas, which is phenomenal. And thank you all for being here and joining us here on DriverSeye Live. I called it on Facebook a couple of days ago, the first weekend in December tradition, and it truly has become that. This is a really special weekend of racing. And yeah, just happy to have all of you, all of the drivers down in the pit lane, and we are going to try and talk to as many of them as we can throughout the course of the day once we get some racing under our belt here this morning.
So let's take a moment then to talk about the color scheme here, because it's going to be slightly confusing if you're not familiar with it. So classes are color-coded, so it'll be red for GTO, and then I think it's, blue for GP1, green for GP2, and then it'll be yellow for GP3.
Yes, that'll be the...
Slightly. We've had a change for the overall lead by the looks of things. I think I just caught it on the main camera. I think the Ginetta is ahead of the stock car.
That would be very interesting, because that margin was a second and a half.
And here they are. Yeah, he's gone through.
Traffic most likely playing a role here?
You would think so, JT.
Yeah, and you can't fault someone for being cautious in traffic here, because the penalties for contact are so draconian, right? It's 2 laps for avoidable contact, 1 lap for incidental contact. So you do want to stay clear of slower cars, especially if you've got a car that's that pacey. There's no point in putting yourself on the back foot this early on in the race.
Yeah, for our new viewers joining us, WRL is a no-contact racing sport here. Yes. So any sort of incident can definitely really hurt your race. So it's always beneficial to be a bit more cautious when passing lap traffic, making sure to keep an eye out for any yellow flags.
Yeah, when you walk back through the season and you think about all the penalties that have been handed out for passing under yellows, pit lane errors, the unforced errors, let's say, how many races have been won or lost on those sorts of penalties? Right, that's a not insignificant number. And so if you're going to come in and try and make a run for a win today or tomorrow, it does pay off to be cautious, especially in these early tentative moments where you still have 85, 90 cars on track around you, right? Same thing will go for our first round of pit stops. Take it easy. Be slow, be conservative, and deliberate in what you do. Follow the rules, and no need to rush any of these things at this stand. Right? A long, long way to go here.
Incident under investigation between the number 43 of Pro Sport, it's an Aston Martin, and the number 2 for ACP in the BMW M4. Down at turn 11, so that'll be the hairpin at the east point of the track. Anyway, to continue the discussion about color scheme, so yeah, the classes themselves are color-coded here. You see them change in a couple pages time. Oh, here we go, in the overall. So a GP2 that we're not sure is a GP2 in 35th position. And then we have on the left-hand column, those will light up as cars change positions. Lighter if they're an overall position change, deeper colored if it's going to be a class position change. On the right-hand side, blue names and information indicate that they've just done a personal fast lap. Purple means a class best lap. And those tags on the right, orange for pit stops, red for stopped, either out in the garage or out on the circuit.
Thanks.
Joseph taking a moment to describe his life's work there. Got roughly a decade invested at this point.
My magnum opus.
Yes, exactly.
Something really cool I've noted this weekend, we had 2 TCS Motorsports cars, one in GP2 and one in GP3, both doing very well so far at the start.
By chance, JT, did you note the number 33 on track? Have you found that car yet?
I have not.
Do you recall the GP2 Chill Out Miata, the MX-5?
Okay, so I was wondering if Chill Out was running because it looked like a shot a moment ago. It was right behind the Hammer car. It's like, wait, what? I don't have that on my time.
It's not on the entry list, but it looks very, very similar to the way that car looked at the end of last season.
So is that the X-GP2 Chill Out car?
It's the X Chill Out car that ran in GP2, yes.
Okay.
So that was the NC paddle shift.
Awesomeness.
Build the NC out as far as you can and still run it fundamentally as an MX-5 rather than the GTO LS swap that we saw the earlier part of this season. So it's nice to see that car's found a home, actually. I wondered where that car ended up, and it is good to see that somebody thought that car was worth picking up, because it was going to be an awfully tempting buy for just about anybody, the way that car had been run last year.
Yeah, and that's one of those cars that really makes this series a bit more unique, is the fact that, because of the power to weight ratio, you can run different stuff you wouldn't normally see, more spec stuff. So like throwing in, craziness into these cars, really developing them.
You have the freedom to make bad decisions.
Yes, absolutely.
Isn't that what racing engineering is really all about?
Yes.
Right? When you look at the creativity that's crept into the series, never mind the numbers of GT4 cars that we see at the top of the field, right? The little unique takes that we get on that, right? Look at GTR. That was a BMW M4 GT4, and they've reworked the aero on that, right? It's become a different car, and it's because they have the freedom to make bad decisions.
Yes.
Which I think we all very much appreciate.
Yeah.
As fans of both racing and racing development.
Yeah, the sort of progression of modern professional racing has turned into very much, risk mitigation towards the competitors, and that's we prefer to do that with a sort of reasonable classing strategy, and also draconian penalties if you make bad decisions on track. That's not the place where you're supposed to make. You're supposed to make bad decisions in the garage, not on track.
Right. And then you pay for them out on track.
That's right.
Yes,
That's right.
yes.
Yeah.
Early pit caller here from, I believe this is an AOA car. Yep, number 55.
Yes,
So
that is the 55.
Yeah, I think they are struggling because they were running at the back of the GP3 pack there.
Very deep send for the 401 down into turn 1. Who have they got behind them here? Is that the 126 for fast track that's on their tail?
That's what timing and scoring says, Joseph, yes.
Okay, and then the automatic car, how far is the automatic 908 behind them? I don't think we've seen that car in the 908.
First timer.
So that's that
Bright
bright
yellow.
yellow. Yeah,
Okay.
it definitely sticks out on camera.
It's a good looking car, actually.
On board now with the number 1, so the return of the Hammer Motorsports BMWs. Sitting now,
both of them back as well. One of them was obviously pretty heavily damaged in an incident back at Road Atlanta in very, very difficult conditions. This is the first time that car's been back, and just as a matter of what it makes sense to bring to the track, I think they waited until they had both BMWs available to them, and they've added the Audi for good measure.
looking at the race control log, we've got a lot of notifications of track limits violations. So, in particular, turns 2, 20, and back at the head of the pack, or at the head of the track rather, at turn 1. Those are hot spots for investigation. I don't know if it's a coincidence that those are all very close to the paddock area.
Yeah, interesting thought there. I do think that's where you don't have any natural enforcement or outside enforcement. Right through the S's, they've got the turtles, the bright orange turtles, for lack of a better word, that have been set up at the apex to each of those corners, right? So what you see here on the front straightaways, especially at the exit of 20, is people coming onto the throttle at the apex and pushing it as wide as things will allow, and not leaving much of a margin for error. If you slide wide, you're going to be 4 wheels off the track, just because there's nothing on the other side to deter you from running wide. It's just pavement.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I kind of prefer the NASCAR approach to track limits, where it's, you know, if you're going to design the track so that anything can be run on, go run on it. I appreciate the F1 and IndyCar style of keep it between the lines, but
yeah. I also appreciate you choosing the last possible seconds of the opening half hour to tick that one off the bingo card. So we're 30 minutes in. We've already got a good track limits discussion underway.
absolutely.
I'm a big fan of that. I do agree with you. I as silly as I think as it can look, I think it's more fun. And, you know, I don't think it really hampers safety, really, very much at all. But that is not the rule package chosen this weekend by the World Racing League, and they are pretty heavily enforcing it here at turn 20 and at turn number 2. The word yesterday was that repeated and flagrant track limits violations will result in a mandatory driver change.
Yeah, and credit to them for going that route, because it would be very easy for an amateur series not with the, say, the revenues of an Indy car, say, to decide, you know what, we'll let them go. We'll focus our attention in other places. It's good to see that they've again, keep your mistakes in the garage.
Yeah, and see, my thing is, you know, if you're gonna have rules, enforce them. So you don't have a lot of, you know, like, well, this guy got away with this and whatever. So yeah, just keep, even if it is strict, just, you know, enforce things.
Yeah, I agree entirely.
Spreading out at the top of the GTO field here at the moment, other than the 2 leaders within a second, as they have been since the lead changed hands a couple of laps ago, the 505 Janetta and the number 3 Austin Dillon Motorsports Camaro, in air quotes.
Yeah, that battle's still within about a second.
Yeah, and still doing laps in the 22s. Right? It's not like they've just decided to relax the pace and just chill there. I get the sense that both those cars are pushing to whatever a qualifying lap would look like for each of them. The cool temperatures will no doubt be helping. The overcast skies will be helping there as well, at least in terms of whatever their tire concerns would be. But whereas the rest of the field is in the 25s and 26s, they're pressing on, and they've built up almost half a minute for themselves now. Behind them, though, gaps are 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, and then you get to a little group with the number 34 from Hitman Racing and the 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering. All of those cars have just set their personal best of the race on lap number 12 in the 25s and the 27s. Back in GP1, those class leaders having just gone a lap down for the first time. The number 147 from Moorhead Speedworks leads the 701 from Round 3 Racing by just about 9 seconds. The 567 from Big Mission Motorsports in third. The number 4 from PC Racing in fourth. And the Edge Autosports number 26 there in fifth. Nice to see Edge Autosports back on the World Racing League grid. They put on a heck of a show back at Road Atlanta over the summer with some of the other GP1 competitors. And it's nice to see the gang kind of all collected here at Circuit of the Americas to send this season off with a bang. That GP1 battle tends to rage throughout the course of the day, and excited to see what we get there. Did we have a change? We don't have a change for the lead, but they are nose to tail again in GTO out of turn number 20.
Yeah, good pickup on the trackside cameras.
Back to GP2, just to complete a little rundown here of the production classes. Fawn, nope, that is not a GP2 car. TCS Motorsports leads GP2 in the shining example of an MX-5 up there, the number 33. North Loop Motorsport, the number 21 in second in class. Quality Time Racing, the number 410 in third. Choice Racing, the number 51 has been returned. I need to go do a little more digging and find out if that was the car that was sent to PC Racing earlier on in the season, or if that is a new number 51. I'm going to assume it's the former, but I don't know.
Well, but PC's still running a 4 and a 44 here, so I kind of assume it's not that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that 4 stayed the 4, though.
Yeah, I know you guys were speculating if you thought it had a different wrap, at least, at a minimum.
Yeah, well, so now it has a very, very nice
turquoise
green color.
As our leaders are going into turn 11 there, and the old-fashioned car is going to keep a tighter line into the corner. Let's see. In about 20 seconds time, we'll see how they manage here. Is this the pair of them here? No, that is one car.
No, a bit further back.
With one headlight.
Looks like an overnight Boxster.
Yes. Oh, here they are. They've just appeared here in the braking zone. Man, that Jannetta is good on the brakes, guys.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you wonder if that power to weight modifier is keeping that free back there, because you would tend to think that kind of car would have enough power to kind of just push its way past the 505, but no doing so far.
Yeah, but also think how the 505 is going to be exiting that hairpin.
Yeah, it's a good point. Pit caller here, the number 24 from Montgomery Motorsports. Now, I didn't have a chance to mention this car. Recall last year, I think the last time we saw them, actually, that car had thrown a rod through the engine block, but it was meant to be kind of a rejuvenation of that car. It didn't make it more than a few hours of on-track action through the course of the weekend. They're back, the Montgomery boys, with a BMW M235, or I'm sorry, it's a 235.
235. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But it's not an M2 Club Sport or anything like that. It's just a production-built 235, which is, I think, the first time I've seen one of those in WRL competition.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It's a nice-looking car, and it was... it didn't have a great start yesterday. That car was backwards in the gravel trap at turn 3 the first time I saw it, and up against the Tech Pro barriers. Not sure if it made contact, but they made it into the pits, an early pit caller this morning. 36 minutes in, 14 laps complete. And it's come to the attention of the crew here just about mid-pit, headed up the hill. So that GP2, just to round that out, the top 5 finished up by BSI Racing, the number 167. I think Connor Zilish of MX5 Cup fame was meant to start that car this morning. GP3 led by the other TCS car, the number 22. Overnight Motorsports, the number 197 there in second, about 2.5 seconds in arrears. YAOA Racing, number 175 in third. 3 Fast Guys and Denny in fourth. I think we were meant to have an onboard from them.
They were working on it, I believe.
Okay. And then the number 605 from Round 3 Racing back there in 5th. Apex V2R, I'm going to extend that to 6th and 7th. Those guys, I say guys, guys and girls, presumably, down here from the Great White North, the number 880 and the 881, I learned yesterday V2R stands for Virtual to Reality. It's a Canadian team that started as a sim racing organization up in the Toronto area, and they've had some success up there bringing their sim racing drivers into the real world with opportunities like this. They brought the 2 cars down to the World Racing League, and by all means, off to a pretty good start there in GP3, just off the back end of the top 5.
So like a Canadian version of satellite racing.
In a way, yes.
Now, the 505 is going to get held up here on the way into turn 20, and that might give 3 an opportunity, but no sail.
I need to be paying a little bit more attention to the trackside cameras here, because Zach is doing a fantastic job
he is.
keeping up with the trackside battles.
Yes.
Really, really good.
Yes, you are a heathen.
Well, it's easy sometimes to get caught into a rhythm where you're just cycling through tracksides, right? Providing a little bit of ambiance, mixing in the onboards and whatever might be interesting. But we've got 15 laps in here, at 2.5-minute laps. We're settled in and have a really nice under 1 second battle for the overall race lead, and track cameras that are of a good enough quality this weekend to actually be able to follow it around, and an excellent producer to pick up the battle all the way around the lap, working through some heavy traffic through turns 5 and 6 at the end of the S's there. We'll be able to pick it up at the exit of turn number 10 before they sail off into the braking zone at the north end of the circuit.
Yeah, I do wonder if by the time we get to turns 10 and 11, if no, it will not have changed hands. If anything, the gap's actually grown just a little bit.
Yes.
I do wonder, I get the inkling that there might be a pace advantage in the 3, but they've just chosen to hang back and conserve their stuff.
Maybe, but they're running to the qualifying times that they set yesterday, both of them. Right, which is why I kind of suspected that after spending most of yesterday's sessions in the 24s and the 25s, that's their more relaxed pace, and their actual, push the car and get on it pace is down in the 22s and 23s. Now, I wouldn't force any moves or anything like that, because I don't think you're going to pull away from the Ginetta, but I don't think the Ginetta is really holding that 3 much up, if at all.
I want to make the point really quickly. The advantage that the 505 has, right, is that they are, relatively speaking, series regulars. They don't do every race, but they do a lot of them. Austin Dillon Motorsports does not do a lot of races here. They won't necessarily have a feel for the characteristics of the other competitors on track. So the 505 has a little bit of a familiarity advantage. That they'll have a little better sense of what cars they'll have an advantage of, say, in the straightaways, coming into certain corners. And that makes a huge difference, especially as we said early on in this race. You don't want to put yourself on the back foot by making a mistake early.
Oh, three's into the pits.
Three's into the pits.
They actually took the lead. That's very interesting.
That is going to, if that's their fuel run, that's like a GTU style fuel run, right? In terms of how far they're able to go on a tank. If their stints are 40 minutes long, that is going to be a huge factor in the development of this race.
Guys, I don't think they were expecting this. The first pit crew member over the wall got the relief valve can in the back of the car. The fuel can didn't come over the wall until 3 or 4 seconds later. They get one can in. Second can goes in now, but there is. Are they going to do a driver change? I think they are.
Who's out, Brendan?
Somebody with an R on their driver's suit.
That'll be Kyle Busch. That'll be the Rowdy Energy logo.
Oh, sure, good call. And I'm not sure who's gone in.
Okay, not Kyle Busch.
Yeah, that is correct. Yep. So we can take a guess and be 50-50 on whether it's correct or not. But Joseph, I think your point about this potentially defining stint lengths is an important one. It feels extremely early, but remember, our fuel rules have changed this year compared to last year, so we won't really have a feel for where that car is at. They've already put 2 full tanks into that car. They're putting a third one in the fuel port here at the left rear corner of the car. The brake lights flash a couple of times, and it's not dumping more fuel in.
So Brad McCall on YouTube says Austin was scheduled to go in second.
Okay, I'll buy that. Now, what would the McCalls know about stock car racing?
I'm wondering if the slow initial part of the stop was due to maybe perhaps not having the fire extinguisher ready.
No. Well, so that was another point that needs to be made. Because they're not series regulars, they have got to acclimate to the pit stop rules. They've just caught their first warning of the day for having a visor up during the pit stop.
Well, that is their only warning of the day, Joseph. That is their joker.
It can be, yes. We've got a slow car coming out of the pits. I don't know if that's just... Okay, they're fine. They're just taking a very tight line to get out of the pits.
So 2 points here. I think this stop is unscheduled. I don't think they were expecting this car in, and they can't get fuel in it. They got about 2 cans worth in. They keep trying to plug in an additional can, and it's not dumping more fuel in.
I mean, that'd just be because they're at capacity.
Yeah, but they keep putting more fuel in. So either they're burning less fuel than they thought, but they've gone a lap down. I mean, that pit stop exchange cost them probably 3 minutes.
We're about to find the true pace of this car, I think.
Yeah, they are about to go a lap down to the Hammer car. So never mind the Ginetta that they were doing battle with. They are now going a lap down to the second place car that was half a minute behind them as well. So I think you're right, Joseph. I think we're going to find out how quick that 3 car can be. Now, they don't need to push because we haven't made this point just yet. They've got 3 pros in that car, right? The Ginetta is not going to do 22s all day. Right, Chris Pies is as quick as it gets in that car, and we're going to see a little drop-off in pace and a regression to the mean over the next couple of hours. That 3 car may not have the same drop-off in pace. Now, I don't know how quick Sheldon Creed is, but I don't suspect he's all that much slower than Kyle Busch or Austin Dillon when it comes to driving a stock car in an amateur endurance race around a road course. So keep an eye on that, the lap times for that car, and exactly where they cycle through here, because as I look down the timing order, they've already tumbled outside to the bottom of the top 20, and it's only going to fall further.
Yeah,
I think it's actually going to be behind the GP1 leader now.
Have they left the pits? I haven't figured out.
Yeah, they're headed down into turn 11. Zach's caught him on the trackside.
Got it. Okay.
A reminder this weekend, if you're following along from trackside especially, or you're down in the pits, if you'd like to come and have a chat at any point today, come find us in Timing and Scoring, second floor of the main paddock building here on the far corner, closest to turn number 20. So you come in the building, go up to the second floor, and come find us here in the corner. I'll be down in the paddock a little bit later on today, as time allows, and if you'd like, you can also send us messages to the DriversEye Live phone number that's been the same all over the season, and find us on Instagram at DriversEye Live as well.
Yeah,
plenty of opportunities to engage with us.
You'll remember from last season that Brendan nearly had a coronary when Austin Dillon spoke to him. So if anyone would like to get Kyle Busch up into the booth, I
don't even like Austin Dillon.
If anyone would like to get Kyle Busch into the booth and just watch Brendan stammer, I think that would be a lot of fun for everybody involved.
Second Busch brother to appear on DriversEye Live or variants thereof.
Okay, yeah, that's sure. It's a little bit of a callback, but all right.
Yeah, our boy Tim got Kurt a few years ago.
Yeah. clearly.
And I think he did very much the same. Just stood there holding a microphone, shaking violently, trying to get words out of Kurt Busch.
Never change.
No, and believe me, he hasn't.
I meant you.
Oh, sorry. That's not going anywhere either, don't you worry.
Uh-huh.
So losing the number 3 has meant that the margin between the 505 and the 02 has gone out to 36 seconds. That's first to second. And it's also taken a little bit of the pressure off the 505. Either it was a slow lap in traffic or he's just ducked into the 26s because
they've been running qualifying laps for the first 45 minutes of this race, and now you don't have to do that anymore. You can actually breathe for a second.
I mean, again, I don't know that that's going to be the case. Unless the 3 has lap-long pit stops every 40 minutes, that car is by no means out of contention yet. It's going to be quick for a long time.
I agree, but you don't have to keep pushing yourself in the equipment so acutely right now anymore. It's not a battle to stay at the head of the field. When you have a 30-second gap, you're racing the clock now, and that's a different game.
That's a good point, and wherever you might find pressure is not an immediate threat. Right? You'd love to see this race go green, but if you're not trying to build up a lap advantage, this 35-second margin back to second is not, something that needs to be built up. You can just kind of cruise here and see what the race hands you, because in particular that number 3 may not be able to mount a threat if these pit stop issues are going to continue.
And I have to say, for the race, we were concerned a little bit that it might be a little bit of a runaway for the 3 as it was last year. But I think the non-production, if you want to call it BOP factor, and all this stuff is published publicly, so you don't have to you don't have to guess and see who's been affected by what. The fact that they've been reined in just a little bit, and also that the 505 was so rapid and kept them on their toes, I think has really livened this race up from what it could have been, which is a little bit of a rout.
Yeah, I mean, last year they were rock solid and consistent, right? Both days. I don't recall there being any penalties or anything of the sort that would have caused any issues. And even if there were, they were quick enough that it didn't really matter. But they're being pushed this morning, and I can't speak to whether or not the pace of the 505 was a factor in what happened on this pit stop exchange. And you know what? Maybe they're not pushing for a win. Maybe they're not trying to be perfect down there. But I guarantee you they're going to get sucked into this at some point, and they're going to want to fight. And the little mistake in the pit stop, the fueling issues that they appear to have had, the slow driver change, whatever the issues are in stop number 1 here, I think they're going to want to find a way out of as the race goes on and claw their way back into contention. They are, after all, racing drivers.
Yeah, it's they're still running the biofuel that they were running last year. So there's still there's still that angle. I think they still want to prove that product, and I think that'll be part of the reason why I'm expecting them to kind of put the hammer down.
Interesting note in a GTO, the 919 GTR up to 22nd, currently a half second behind the number 2 ACP Tangerine Associates BMW. So that was the car that started, I believe, 41st.
Sorry, which number, ACP?
The number 2.
Okay.
Also in GTO, the number 222 from Will to Win has come on pit lane twice now, and both times over the speed limit.
Oh.
So first time was a warning, second time has been a penalty.
I think that's the first time we've seen the 222 this season, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah. They have 4 cars here today.
Yeah.
We've got a car stopped, according to the race control log, we've got a car stopped at turn 12, or maybe a little bit after turn 12. Called it turn 12
our
post.
14-15 camera might have that
That
tucked
might
away in the corner.
I don't think that it does.
Okay.
I'm looking at the multi-view, and yeah, I don't see anything here. It's being identified as the 158.
the
Which would
asphalt
be
Einsteins.
exactly. Car stop driver's left coming out of turn 12, so that'll be just out of shot obviously to our left-hand side here. That shouldn't bring out a full course yellow, but it might cause a scramble of a couple of recovery vehicles, a flatbed, to bring that car back. And that will obviously generate a local yellow in that part of the track.
About 15 cars headed up to turn 1 in a bunch here. The Hammer BMW, the Liquid Molly Hammer BMW, in amongst them.
Oh yeah, that's a gaggle if you can switch over to turn 1.
So yeah, if you look at timing, it all starts with the Rooster Hall number 800 for 15th in GTO, and that battle goes all the way back to the Pinnacle Motorsports in 20th. So they're all, tense off of each other, fighting for these positions.
That's, I mean, a product of having 90 cars, right? Almost everybody is going to have somebody to race. It is very, very rare that, except for maybe the top 1 or 2 cars in the class, that you have a massive string, or a massively strung out mid-pack, right? The closer you are to whatever that average pace in your class is, the more you're going to find people to race with. And kind of a neat feature of having as many cars as we get at this particular weekend.
I don't see a yellow flag being waved in the turn 12 area on our feeds, so I wonder if that's been moved. Either been moved or has moved under its own power.
Yeah.
A lot more track limits and shortcutting being noted by race control. Some of that actually at turn 12. So if it's turn 12, I think that's probably a car going wide. One of the cars that was cited over at turn 12 is our GP2 leader, I believe.
Is that the TCS, the
Yes.
33?
The 22.
GP3.
GP3 leader,
Yes.
You're right. And they've got just under a second lead over the Overnight Motorsports number 197. That 197 is relevant because that car is fighting for to retain its lead. And that can be by, I think, only the 190 of that car. The 605, is the 605 here this weekend? Yeah, so the 605 has no drop scores in the championship, and so they are a serious threat to overhaul the 197. And then I want to do and Tim.
Yeah, chat.
Sure.
Sure. No Vince Welch this weekend, from what I've gathered.
I see the number 66 NRG is in the pits. Subaru BRZ.
By the way, having swapped out drivers in that number 3 car, the pace has gone out from being 23, 22s, 25s to being 26s and 29s. Now, a lot of that will be traffic, right? You're not tucked up with the leaders anymore. You're also not pushing because you haven't got any rabbit in front of you to go and chase. So I think they'll have settled into something here as well, but it does mean that as they try and build or close back up to the back of the race leaders and try and get themselves back into contention, they're not doing it 2 and 3 seconds at a time. You know, this may only come tenths at a time here for the next little while. Also, it'll take a new driver a couple of laps to get accustomed to the traffic situation, and now that things are a little bit more strung out, you get a chance to pick apart what the GP3 cars are doing, the GP2 cars are doing, and the GP1 cars as well. 147 here at the back of another gaggle of traffic. The 696 coming with them, as is the Evoque Motorsports number 61. I think that position has just changed back there in 6th with the BMW M4 getting past the number 61 BMW. So change there at the just outside the top 5. As into the pits comes your 3rd place number 511. Yeah. That'll be on schedule here, I think. 22 laps, just under an hour complete. It's pretty much on target with the full throttle time you've got down these long straightaways here at COTA.
Yeah, it's not ideal because obviously if you can't make it a full hour and we don't end up getting a full course yellow because we go too wide into turn 19, that puts you in a position where you might end up having to take a splash and go at the end, and that could be damaging to your chances. 511 not in contention for a championship, but every race you want to get out there and try to win it if you can.
Yeah, that also might be a bit conservative just because, they did have the 2 pace laps.
Sure. Have we mentioned in the race control log, 291 dinged for passing under yellow at turn 13. Passing under yellow is an automatic 1-lap penalty, and so they will lose one of their laps as a result.
One of the other cars I'd like to keep an eye on in this opening stanza here is the number 29 from Scream and Go Racing. And those who have followed our coverage on DriversEye Live and followed that number 29 in particular will recall that one of their strengths, really their biggest strength, was their ability to run longer than just about anybody in GTO on fuel. And that was when it was still a 6-cylinder BMW engine in the front of that car. It is now an 8-cylinder LS engine. And while it ought to be a quicker car, we think that will come at the cost of fuel economy. But we don't really know because that car hasn't had a ton of reliability over the early parts of its time in the World Racing League this season. It's only run a handful of events. It put a rod through the block back at Daytona. I'm trying to recall where else we saw that car. But it didn't run great there either. It is up to pace very much at the moment. Back there in 4th, but it does remain to be seen exactly how that car is going to handle its first and subsequent fuel runs throughout the day, because I think that will make a difference as to how they play this race out. Certainly from what we're used to from that car, it'll be a difference.
Interestingly, the 43 for Pro Sport has been moved into a GTO Asterisk class, which suggests to me that it might not be there might be concerns about classification for that car. You'll see that on racer.io if you're following the race. You'll also see it on our timing monitor when we cycle through to basically what is a kind of unclassified, there it is, unclassified GTO. I guess you call it an entry list.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as to what the situation is with that car.
Yeah, because it was GTO proper earlier, so yeah, that is curious.
I may be able to get an answer on that.
Okay.
Timing also shows Fawn Group Motorsports Jetta has been moved to GTO as well.
Sorry, which car is this, JT?
That was the Jetta that was quote-unquote leading GP2.
Sure, okay. Good update. Yeah, the number 218. Okay.
Race leader is in.
Yeah, right
Top
at the hour mark.
Yeah. 24, at the completion of its 24th lap, anyway. So, having gone toe-to-toe with Austin Dillon Motorsports for the opening portion of the race, let's keep an eye on how long this stop is. They've already got fuel going in the car, so it's already started off a fair bit better than that number 3's pit stop did. I don't see any frantic action at the front of the car, which suggests to me no driver change at the moment. Have to assume it's Chris Pies on board the car, and it looks like it'll stay that way for at least another stint. The 3 has just gone past, so that will be to unlap itself.
Yes, wow, what a collection of vehicles in turn 19.
All this traffic, I'm watching it, it's just like, oh god.
Well, and it's all a mixed bag of traffic too. You've got a bunch of GTO cars. I think every class of car is represented in that group, and so you've got a huge pace differential between, you know, any permutation of 2 cars you can find in that pack. There's a pace differential, so they're just trying desperately to not fall over each other, and then also try to go 3 wide into turn 1. Let's find out what happens.
505's been released, so pit stop done. Pit stop number 1 done for the Ginetta of Old Fashioned Motorsports, and that will mean that the margin to the car that they had been doing battle with is still going to be somewhere around 1:45. It would be my estimate.
That sounds about right.
52 is in, the 712 from Pinnacle Motorsports is in as well. So this, I think, has kicked off the initial run of GTO pit stops. At least a more consistent run of GTO pit stops.
Real quick, worth mentioning in GP1, the number 44 PC Racing, which started in the lead of the class, came in to ensure that its hood stayed down, is up to 7th.
All right, and it's a shame that it happened as early as it did, because they really weren't going to be able to top off with fuel or anything like that. At most, they'd have taken a couple of gallons, but that's not enough to offset it really from any of the cars around it. So that time loss is just time lost for them.
Yeah, but it's a fast car. We're talking about the 44, right?
Yeah, they've secured that hood with a bungee, by the way. Strapped from the left wheel arch to the right wheel arch.
And you can find information about that bungee cord at Race Car Engineering. Sam Collins has an amazing feature on bungee cords. None of that is true.
Should we start a newsletter? WRL Engineering?
That could be a feature on our upcoming podcast. Yeah, that's where we're at.
If it's got duct tape, it's here.
Oh, and it does. Good little battle here in GTO. The 29 and the 34. That's Screaming Goat and Hitman. A battle inside the top 5 at the moment. Times are down in the 28s. There's a little bit of traffic for them to work through, but nevertheless, it's a solid little push there for what is currently it's P3 now, because they've gone past the 505. Evoque is into the pits. JTR is into the pits.
Yeah. And
gentlemen, an Audi RS3 TCR leads the Saturday race at COTA. How
from the dead.
Big is the smile on Tim Meyer's face right now?
I don't know that it's big at all, Brendan. I think it might be anguish.
Yeah. I wonder if he might be able to lure some of his drivers back into the camp by telling him he's going to buy RS3s.
Yeah.
Man.
Can we get a camera on his tapping right foot right now?
Yeah, no kidding. There's a comment about, oh, well, hi to Tim Myers anyway.
Oh, no. What was that?
Into the pits comes the 01. So that is the first of the Hammer BMWs in. Yep, as is one of the ACP cars. I think 50, it's like 52? The 2, sorry. Oh, and the 52. They're both great. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, so with JTR pitting, the next time by, assuming these cars don't pit, look at this mess right in front of us. The 505 is in it.
Yeah, the erstwhile race leader.
The Win Porsche directly ahead.
And it's not a passing zone.
Kind of pointless to show the nose, but, you know, does well to not force an issue there. We are going to go 3 wide into that. Pass 2 cars at once into turn 11. Why not? One of them is a GTO. No, they're both GTOs. Both GTO Caymans.
Yeah. Is that the 967? I can't tell.
02 just put the number 1 stablemate a lap down.
Well,
remember that car does have Daniel Suarez on board. I believe was due to start that car. So there is a driver advantage there as well. Wallace Allen, I think, is going to be in that car later today as well.
Yes.
Yeah. 29 is in. So Screaming Goat will, be... Oh, no, they won't be credited with the lap. 02 is still out on track. Hitman will go up into second on debut. Now on pit stop rotation, sure, but still fundamentally or effectively in the top 10. even on the pit stop rotation.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how that Supra goes. I think it's the first time we've seen a proper GT4 Supra. We saw TAPG bring a production Supra with a cage in it a few years ago, a couple years ago rather. But this will be the first time that we've seen the Supra GT4 in action here at WRL, and I'm excited to see how that plays out.
JT, you were pretty excited because...
Oh, I was just watching the onboard of the 701, just trying to work around the fast track racing 125 with the Porsche Cayman wiggling there. Exit of 15, I believe.
Into the pits comes the third of the Thunder Bunny cars, the number 501, which I don't believe we've seen since it was sideways at 150 miles an hour at Daytona. Yeah, scary ride there for the 501 that did result in a little bit of wall contact, but got that car rebuilt and back out on track. The M2 Club Sport rejoining the season finale. It's nice to have them back.
The 01, by the way, has had a spin and continue down at turn 4. That's a good place to have a spin because it's very unlikely that you're going to hit anything.
If you've been watching from trackside, by the way, you're joining us here on site at Circuit of the Americas. That bridge down at turn 3, at the exit of 2, entry to 3, is a great place to watch these cars and try and pick out little differences in their approach to how they tackle the essence. Yesterday during practice, the take was to go into turn 3, which is that initial left-hander, basically flat out, and then to jump on the brakes into turn number 4. But the harder you push it, the harder you are likely to turn into 4, and the more you really drive the car into the corner entry, the more likely the back end is to step out, especially depending on your car setup. And man, yesterday there were some wild rides on the way into 4. It was really something to watch. Some of those cars were absolutely dead sideways on the brakes, downshifting, trying to get it turned in back to that orange turtle on driver's right.
On board with our overall and GTO leader, the O2 Hammer Motorsports TCR, young Dan Suarez behind the wheel.
Hitman into the pits as well. So, not to put too fine a point on this Hammer saga, but that car is now, obviously we've seen the Audi is a fair bit quicker than they've been able to get the BMWs to be over the course of the season. It is now also going farther than any other GTO competitor on fuel.
Yeah.
Should be noted, GP3, we have a new leader. 2 laps ago, I believe, the 197 Overnight Motorsports Porsche was able to get by the number 22 from TCS Motorsports. As the 175 Orange MX-5 from AOA Racing hits pit lane.
Yeah, plenty. It's basically a constant stream of cars into and out of the pit lane at this stage. The Rooster Hall Racing number 800 is in. Out comes... Oh, Montgomery's back. Number 24. Just come out of the paddock.
We had a stop out on track and continue for the 313 for Cipri Motorsport. Down at 17th at GP1.
Haven't called their name today at any point.
No, but always worth noting those stops and continue because they can sometimes turn into just stops, and then we have to send them everything well to get them. And now, remember, we had the 3 men with about 40 minutes or so of running under our belts, right? So, by 2, that'll be this is going to be a test in about 20 minutes time to see whether or not, no, 10 minutes time rather. Whether or not that is in fact their ultimate pace.
Remember, we did have the 3 pace laps before we went green, so they may get a little bit of that back. But I think you're right, Joseph. We'd expect them around an hour 20, hour 25 for their second stop, if that 40 to 45 minute range holds true. One hour and 11 minutes gone, and 11 seconds as I look at RaceHero.io, our live timing source, public live timing source anyway, this weekend. World Racing League Hagerty on DriverSeye Live, the Saturday race. National Championship weekend here at Circuit of the Americas is on DriverSeye Live. as it has been for the last couple of years, and as we have been all season. Happy to have you all this morning. The biggest streaming crowd of this season far. And
just
settling nicely into this one. This is, as we mentioned earlier, just a really great way to celebrate the end of the endurance racing season. Plenty more to come next season on Live as well. The World Racing League 2023 calendar is a banger. And we'll get into that a little bit later on when we need content for our 16 hours of live coverage this weekend. Although the way things have gone this morning, I don't know that we're going to be desperate for much.
Well, an 81 car field will do that.
Yeah. Is that how many we started with this morning? 81?
Not sure.
87 have turned laps today.
Okay, there we go.
The 469 was out on the grid. The one of the second of the Mer cars, I guess. That was the one that was smoking on the pace lap. Did not make it out under green flag conditions. We're missing the 727 from Pinnacle and the 80 from 3D Racing. The three on the entry list that did not make it to the green flag this morning. Now that we've cycled through this first round of pit stops here, battles to look out for. The number 511 from Choice Racing and the number 34 from Hitman Racing are they a lap apart? Oh, no, sorry. The Hitman car hasn't cycled back through just yet.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Although they did just come past start-finish, so I'm intrigued. Oh, and now my tablet doesn't want to play along. Very cool. Great. If only there was some other solution.
Yeah, that 313 that we called out has come into the pit, so I don't know if that was on schedule or not. It's a little early for GP1, but not tremendously.
The 44s come in as well. So one of the first GP1 contenders to be into the pits, and it'll be its second stop of the day. They're really kind of behind the eight ball this morning.
All right, so if you are listening from down on pit lane, remember very key features to do during pit stops. Make sure visors are down, fire bottles ready. We're getting lots of warnings already.
Yeah, the regulars here have no excuse, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the season-long competitors, you've got to know, especially if you're a driver, you're running the same driver lineup over the course of the season. Mistakes happen, but you got to focus. These pit stops, now you have no margin for error. There's already very little. And kudos to the pit marshals that are all down there. There's probably 8 to 10 of them scattered up and down the pit lane. And for as many cars as we've got this weekend, very keen eyes on the marshals down there. The penalties are, or at least the observations are made fairly and equitably. So one of the, I don't think I've heard a single comment all season from somebody on pit lane saying, well, they're catching our mistakes, but not somebody else's.
Yeah.
Right? It has been very fair and equitable over the course of the season. And, very, very keen eyes, as we said. Oh, we're about to go double yellow, boys.
Impact drivers left at 712 and turn 9.
Oh.
So that is not in our camera coverage, but that's one of the Pinnacle cars.
Yeah.
One of the onboards may be able to pick that up.
Yeah, we'll
through the S's.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that and see if we can pick out how long of a repair job that's going to be. Typically, the concern in that situation is a barrier repair if we need one.
Yeah, so turn 9 will be the sort of 90-degree left-hander before this fast downhill at 10. Oh, you know what?
So it looks, it looks like it caught the curve and spun to driver's left, back driver's right corner.
Oh, interesting. We've seen that a couple of times at turn 10, haven't we? But it's the same kind of feature. The road changes camber very much there in the apex. It either rises up at 9 or drops away at 10, and it can unsettle the car if you get a little bit too aggressive on the throttle. And you're right, guys. It looks like that's basically what's happened there. It's caught the road as it changes camber at the apex and kicked the back end around. and into the wall on driver's left. You said it looked like it made it to the Tech Pro rather than unprotected Armco?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's
Right.
So that should be a relatively. I'm assuming that there's some spare Tech Pro if we don't want to leave that section in place. So that.
Go ahead. Sorry. Not just wanted to make the point. The leader is in, and this could not have been timed any better if you're Hammer Motorsports.
That's a great point.
Yeah, the leader has just come past the 505, or at least the erstwhile leader. The 908 automatic Aston has gone long on fuel as well. They've come into the pits from second on the road. It'll make the next car up. The 125 has been in, 99 is in. So JTR, I guess, would be the next car we'd be looking for, and I haven't seen them come through yet. So I think there's a chance that number 02 could pop up into second here, which would be amazing timing. Into the pits for, the rest of the GP1 field, basically.
I was going to say, good luck, marshals on pit lane. You're about to be busy.
Yeah, we were just complimenting their keen eyes and their fair and balanced vision.
There will be 7 cars this week. Oh, good. They're going to be
one
busy.
fewer now.
Fair.
But we're about to see an awful lot of orange ticks on the timing monitor.
Ooh, we going hood up on the 02? Or are we going tape down? Oh, nope, hood up.
Could be routine, although that looks pretty frantic.
Does. I wonder if they're trying to get something done quickly here. The 511 is through, as is the number 34. So that will cycle into something like the back end of the top 5, depending on how these pit stops shake out. Evoke, the number 61, who was up there in the top 5, Screaming Goat. And this all still while the number 02 is stationary. The 3 is in for its second stop.
I mean, you might as well.
So, well,
Sure.
but that's on schedule, is the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Exactly. So, again, same situation here. They've had to pull in front of the number 147 from Moorhead. Moorhead Speedworks, and one of the banners in the pit lane just rotated in front of the 3. They've got fuel in the car now, but again, it's that 3 to 4 second wait between the car coming to a stop and getting the catch can in, and actually getting the fuel jug over the wall and into the car.
There's a very funny quirk in timing at the moment, in that the pit loop is being treated as the lap loop. Okay, so we're getting a lot of fast laps now from cars who are making their way around and then tripping the pit loop, which is probably some, I don't know, maybe 100 yards, 200 yards before the actual start-finish loop.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier, Joseph, when we were seeing cars, even yesterday, they were posting lap times in the 212s and 213s on their pit-in laps. And I think you're right. It's where I think it's prior to the speed line. Now, there is a loop at pit-in, but I think what they've tried to do here is get the loop before you have any pit stalls, right? So that nobody is straddling any timing loops or anything when they come to a stop. And it's just shortening that lap up a touch.
Yeah, you noted earlier when the 3 did its first stop that it came on to pit lane and briefly took the lead just because where the timeline is there on pit entry.
Yeah, the timing of this is going to benefit at least 2 cars extremely well, and we've alluded to them already. The 02, but also the 3, I think, is going to make up a ton of ground here that they would have lost owing to their shorter stint length.
Yeah, this is not quite the reset I think I would have expected as far as how everything's going to cycle out from timing. And I would have actually really enjoyed seeing it play out organically, because we had upwards of a half an hour spread between the number 3 who came in earliest and the number 02 who came in, well, and a couple of other cars who came in there at the the start of this full course yellow. I chuckle because the number 213 has come to a stop down here in front of me, the very last pit stall, and they had a little basin full of some kitty litter, and as the fuel overflowed out the catch can at the back, it completely missed the catch pan and ended up on the pit lane.
Well, you can't win them all.
No, and you know what? It might have made it a little bit because there is now an outline that is roughly the shape of a basin. But the majority of it definitely went well beyond that little pan.
Well, fortunately, COTA is a really cheap place to have a fuel spill and things of that nature, so no worries there.
Sure. By the way, speaking of kitty litter and things of that nature around the circuit, I noticed yesterday, driving around, dropping cameras, they've made some changes down here at turn number 20 to the runoff. It used to be, and I don't recall if you all remember from your time being physically here, but that runoff used to go straight out from the run into turn number 20, out to, probably, let's call it 20 to 30 yards deep, and then angle back. It now basically just follows the contour of the corner with 3 rows of Tech Pro. So from the access road where we would normally park and walk into the up to the fence line to drop cameras, we now have to walk across the distance of the old gravel trap to get to where the wall was. There's no more gravel at 20 except at the very, very end of that runoff area.
Interesting. I wonder if that's been done. Well,
I don't know.
I was gonna say if that's been done for the bikes, but you wouldn't want to shorten that runoff, the runoff. For bike racing, obviously.
For bikes, you'd be adding gravel. I mean,
yes.
Spa just added cubic kilometers of gravel there to make room for the bikes. And here they've just shortened things up. I don't know if it was maybe done for NASCAR to reduce the chances of having to pull cars out of gravel traps, or what the story would be.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, little changes around COTA.
On our monitor, we see that the 127, was it the 127? Yes. No. Question mark.
712.
712, thank you. Being taken away on a flatbed, so that's indicates some suspension damage, at least to my eyes. So I don't know if we'll see that car back out on track. Driver taken away, or it appeared at least that we sent a medical vehicle out as a precaution. And I do wonder if we're going to go green here soon. We're reasonably well formed up, although half the field is still catching up. I think we're about to go green.
We are. Green flag out.
Yeah. Okay. So they're filing their way back up to a lot more strung out than an hour and a half ago, but filing their way up to turn 1 at full speed. We've got cars coming out of the pit lane, mixing directly into the fray. One of them looks like a Thunder Bunny car, the other a big Mission car.
It's not scary at all.
No. And then is that the Chill Out? Is that the 404? It's making their way around turn 1 as well. So some teams are timing this almost as well as they could have hoped to.
Yeah. So keep in mind that's the 33 TCS Motorsports MX-5 now.
Of course. Okay. The incident involving the 712 down at turn 9 is under investigation for possible contact. So I think we're going to undergo an investigation of did they jump or were they pushed.
Bit of both, maybe. Who knows?
Much like the Italian newspapers have been doing in and around Maranello recently.
It should be noted that from that contact, we had 3 pass under yellows.
Yes, that's a good call. The 410 for quality time racing will lose a lap if they haven't already.
They were second in GP2.
Yeah, have they fallen back as a result of pit rotation, or were they second after the pits?
So they had been second before.
Okay. So we'll see how that shakes out. They may still be due that lap. That will just happen on timing. It's not a stop and hold situation. race control will effectively delete that lap. But it's a more severe deletion than if you're a follower of F1. It's not just that the lap time is struck from the record; the entire lap is struck from the record. So they will lose a lap basically automatically. The 880, also a passing under yellow penalty, and that is a number that I don't recognize.
It's Apex V2R from in GP3.
You're right. That car is currently sitting in 7th in GP3. Their team car is back in 11th, so we may join them back there. And the number 39 for NRG Racing is going to cop its second lap penalty in about 10 minutes after taking one for... Was it also passing under yellow earlier? Oh, you know what? That may have been an earlier call that was finally enacted on. So yeah, passing under yellow penalty for number 39. That's an odd one because that's up at turn 1. So that must have been maybe passing a car
under full course yellow.
Yeah, maybe a car that was coming out of pit lane, or they themselves were coming out of pit lane and going too quickly for the steward's liking. Unsure, but either way, they've lost a lap as a result. The 199 is pitted for big mission, so they've gotten the timing of this yellow flag basically as unfortunately as you could ask for. We're also starting to get lap penalties for track limits, which I don't know if we've called out yet. So one of those will have been the number 43 that we mentioned is not is a basically unclassified GTO car at this point. But on the race control log, some track limits are being noted as no action needed. Some are being noted as warnings, and then others, I think, basically subsequent from the warnings are being given as lap penalties.
Yeah, I think some of those that are being called out, just might be, due to maybe passing or traffic, just being a bit more cautious. Like, I'm just going to run a bit wide here.
Yeah, it wouldn't really be in the spirit of the series to give someone a warning or a penalty for trying to not run into another car. Brendan has vanished, which tells me that he's speaking with somebody. We'll never know. Although it's a BRB, so maybe it's a restroom break. Maybe he knew.
You talking to me?
Yeah, were you in the restroom?
I can't confirm or deny that.
Still is.
You kidding me? No.
So I'm going to take that as an implicit confirmation. Welcome back.
I'm awaiting some type of response here from our boy Tim down at Hammer Motorsports on what may or may not have happened to the 02. Could be a while, but rest assured that the answer to that question is in the works.
Well, we had talked earlier about it being a double-edged sword, right? That TCR has an awful lot of pace, but it also seems to be made of Fabergé eggs. So we'll see how the next 6.5 hours play out for that car.
Loss of power had to reset the ECU, and I'm just confirming that in order to reset the ECU on that car, you have to open the hood.
I guess that makes sense. That will be where the engine is.
That is true. Yeah.
So
I didn't know if it was like an onboard reset, like a hard reset with a button or some combination of buttons, but apparently not.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd want to make the hard reset available to the driver.
True. So this, I'm sure you guys covered this, being the consummate professionals that you are.
Welcome back from the bathroom.
The trail links to my throat. But this run back to this full course yellow, which you would have thought would have closed the field up, has still handed the 505 a half a minute lead, which is basically right where it was before we went back to or before we went yellow.
Yeah, it has shuffled things around a little bit on account of Well, I actually don't have an easy explanation for that. It may have just have been a function of who the pace car was able to pick up after the O2 pitted out of the lead, because obviously that would have been the car that would have been picked up, but we were in the midst of pit stop rotations, as we mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, it's the next car regardless of class, so I'm not sure who that was at the time. I didn't notice when it happened. But I think some of it is just going to be, oh my gosh, a 2:21.5 from the Ginetta. I think somebody just decided they wanted to go play a little bit. Free of traffic.
Go.
Yeah, clear air, got a stint under your belt, feeling good, no more pressure from any NASCAR drivers. Let's go in and put a lap in. That is really, really good.
It's not an in lap, is it?
It is not, no. 696 has come through. This margin is going to go out something like 10 seconds.
The team that is going to take the GP2 National Championship, having taken, what was it, the Eastern Championship? Which one? It was one of the two. The North Loop number 21 has gone. I think they just pitted at the worst possible time, but they've lost 3 minutes in the process.
They did pit at the worst possible time. They pitted right as they went back to green, is what it looked like from the onboard.
Though I will say, I also pitted right as we went back to green, because I didn't realize we were going back to green. When I looked at the starter stand and turned tail to leave the timing and scoring room here, it was 2 yellow flags in hand at the starter stand. And by the time I made it to the other side of the door, there were cars going by at racing speed. So I think the call to go green was made not late, but very, very close to the end of the lap, and it will have caught a few people off guard, especially those that were committed to coming into the pit lane. Ryan?
Yeah, your microphone. What are you doing?
Playing marbles.
Marbles on stream. What were we? Oh, so on our monitors, it looked like the 712. I'll get it one of these days. The car that had the accident at turn 9 was basically being flat towed away, and right as it was kind of taken away from the scene, I think there's a cut through maybe at turn 11. So I think as soon as they took that car off, they radioed that in, and I think the pace car was probably in the turn 18 complex, and basically they took the earliest possible opportunity to bring in the pace car and put us under green flag, and then Brendan went to the restroom.
A phenomenal play-by-play recap there, Joseph. Really well done.
Yeah, that's
slow three.
Good.
Slow 3.
Nope.
Is that just?
Where is this?
Turn 12. So I don't know if they'll quite make it to our turn 14 camera.
So it looks like it's up to speed now. Maybe it was just trying to prevent locking up or something like that, and it just
I don't know.
went wide.
That was awfully slow.
Well, let's keep an eye on timing and scoring here and see what the time loss is like, because I hadn't noticed it until it got to 16.
No, and it wasn't called on timing and scoring either. We'll keep an eye at pit in basically to see if they take to the lane.
And obviously, they wouldn't be due in. So if they came in, it would be they do not. It would be purely in response to whatever just happened. They crossed the line.
They haven't lost too much time to the O2 behind them.
No, 2:28.3, is that correct for this lap?
Yeah,
no, 2:29.5.
Okay. Yeah, they had about a 2.5 second advantage over the O2 on that last lap, and you saw them going through the shot basically nose to tail. So you can assume that they've lost about 2 seconds there.
Yeah, that car's recovered into the top 10. By the way, I didn't realize they had made it that far up the field.
I think that's just how it rotated out.
And look at what car's ahead of them in 9th.
Yeah, it's a good point. That's a good point. But this portion of the field is all stuck sort of in the high 20s and the low 30s. Still, I assume, fighting traffic from having gone back to green here. Meanwhile, we see the benefits of having clear air out front. The 505 with Well, really just the 505. The 696 is nowhere near on pace.
Yes, which is unusual. That 696 is, I think, a lock for the GTO title. So they really are just racing for the race at this point. Even if they were disqualified from and 0 point scores in both races, they were still taking the GTO.
I have run literally every race this season.
It helps.
Some better than others, but they have been at every event.
See car past car. And they have done that.
A lot.
Yes. While we're on the topic of championship permutations, let's talk about the two classes that are still in play. So those are going to be GP1, which is a fight among the 701, who we've been on board.
Sorry, Joseph. On board the O2 here, drafting up behind one of the what looks to be an M2, and then up to the back of, I think, the Chandler School car here, up to driver's left, chasing down the number 03. I'm sorry, the number 3. Who sits just in front of it. That is the battle for position at the back end of the top 10. It's all a little bit more, looks a little bit more dramatic than it is, I think, but really having to fight through traffic to try and keep with that stock car chassis up front. Is that the 99?
Yeah.
That the 3's just gone by?
Yeah, he's rounded him up around turn, what is that, 16?
It is, 15. Yeah, 15 into 16. The move is done. Rings around the outside of the quadruple apex right-hander, gets past the 99 and then some. There's a Thunder Bunny Cayman in, a Will to Win Cayman in there, and now the 02's got to go to work on this number 99.
Look at that wiggle on the 99 through turn 19. Suarez is going to. I don't think Suarez got out of the car, so I think that driver indicator is still correct. He's going to want to get a move on past the 99 fast, because look at how far up the road the 3 has gone.
Yeah, that 3's finally started. Well, I was going to say it's started to find some pace here. It was a good enough lap anyway. 2:27.5 is still a couple of seconds slower than that car's been capable of, but you see the effect that traffic can have here on the 99 and the number 02, and it's really allowed that Camaro body to escape up front.
701 and 147 come together at turn 1. Definite contact between those two cars. I'm not sure who would be pinged the lap penalty, but that could have huge championship implications, because those are two of the cars that are fighting for the championship in GP1 still. 701 comes into this race on 125 points, Moorhead on 147. 14 points available for a win today, 2 races in the weekend. The 147 can overhaul the 701 if the 701 has no point scoring finishes this weekend and the 147 finishes 4th or better in both races. So that's a huge moment between those two cars, and we'll see if Race Control does anything about it.
Before you could even finish the sentence about contact, Joseph, it was already listed in the Race Control log as contact under investigation.
Yeah, so let's see how that pans out.
Yeah, it's look. I mean, they'll have the onboard camera from these cars, but it's a rough starting point if you're the 701 and you were up the inside of that car at turn 1, right? Yeah, I mean, from an assumption of blame there, if there is blame to be shared for either one of these cars, frankly, the penalties could be substantial and significant. But if you're the 701, you're going to be kind of up on the edge of your seat until this has a resolution. Just knowing where that car was on the way into the corner.
And is that the car ahead of them then? Is oh no, this is 74. Excuse me. I thought it might have been one of the PC racing cars, but that's a car further down the order. That'll be the Hunter Racing number 74. But we'll want to keep an eye on, I guess to put a bow on that, the 5 cars that are in contention for I take that back, 3 cars that are in contention for the GP1 championship. The 2 cars that we were just talking about, the 701 on board with, and the 147, now 2 cars up the road, make that 4. And the 3rd car yet unseen is the 336 from Big Mission Motorsport, who they have a tougher road ahead of them. They would need to score podiums in both races with the 701 not scoring points in either. So 3 cars in contention for it. If you're unfamiliar with the system, it's because it's a club series, we don't expect every team to compete in every race. So there's a drop system, as we've got a slow car going through turn 12.
Is that M2?
We don't expect every team to compete in every race, so there's a drop system. Your top 12 results of the 22 in the series count for your class championships on the national level. So basically, on virtue of not having any drops to their name, the 147 has a lot of no high drop results to their name. The 147 has the highest potential to score big points and make up big ground on the class leader. .313 is stopped drivers right at turn 15. I think that's now... Is that the 313 that we've just had go through our shot at 19? I wonder, because they're also coming into the pits now. Oh, 2 cars leaning on each other. Is that the O2 getting around a slower class car? I think it might have been.
Yeah, the 02 is gapped to 99 there. Now that Daniel Suarez was able to make the move on the BMW, it's really kind of dropped that GTR 99 by... oh, wait, I'm sorry, is the 99 gone in front? Or is my timing in scoring?
The 99 has been in front. I don't think the 02 had cleared that.
No,
So,
but...
Yeah, the 02 was running 11th, whereas the 99 was 9th.
Yeah, no, my timing was behind it. This is correct. It's 3, 61, 02, and 99. Sort of the setup there for P8. So it means that 3 has actually picked up an additional spot there on the Evoque Motorsport BMW, and in doing so has finally started to get back into the sort of pace that car ran in the opening stanza. The last lap, a 2:23.7, which is, I think, the quickest that car has gone since the opening pit stop. It is.
Yeah, the 3 now for us in Dillon Motorsports is going to have a little bit more ground to make up than they've had on their last couple of passes. Now 14 seconds up the road to the 111 for Thunder Bunny Racing.
Yes, who I've just posted an onboard for, by the way. Our little internal chat here. It is a YouTube link, but maybe worth throwing in because it's a VBox link. I do like to see the nice quality there.
Cool news in GP2, the number 150 ASM Honda S2000 is leading.
Yeah. I feel like this is the only event of the year we see S2000s. And I can't really think of too many others where we've seen any of the S2000s, but they always seem to make an appearance here for the last event of the season. So I was distracted by the 696 throwing a little, well, no, the JTR car threw a little bit of a fade on somebody coming out of turn 20, headed up the front straightaway, and I'm not sure I'd really call it a block, but it wasn't a place I'd be pulling drivers left under normal conditions.
So while we've got this car being towed back, and we have a brief moment of respite from the hectic action on track, I think let's cut to our first break of the day. We're nearly 2 hours into the race, so we are due for one, and then we'll be back on the other side of what should be about 2 minutes and change break.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Circuit of the Americas, just outside of Austin, Texas. The World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live, the National Championship weekend, final race weekend of the 2022 season. Happy to have your company, as we always are. 350 at last count online. Plenty more here. Down to the pits and the paddock and trackside for those of us that, or those of you that have joined us this weekend. Celebrating a very positive result last night. For those of you that watched the Pac-12 championship game, because if I can't have nice things, you can't either.
Now you must be thrilled as an OU enthusiast. Oh, huge accident! We're not.
Is that the 600?
Big contact at turn 12. Someone just lost their braking point. That's going to be a yellow, I'm sure.
It's straight on down at turn 12, Joseph.
Yeah. Ran for the apex and just. There was a car there, and I think that car was the 404.
Did they make contact?
Oh, did they ever? Yeah.
Okay.
They may have been able to drive away from that, but that's if we don't get two cars coming into the pits, it's because one of them is stopped out on track.
Right. So the 600 will be the Rubin Performance Garage Miata, I believe. And then I didn't get a number on the second one. But I do have my eyes turned to my right-hand side here to take a look at pit entry. Here comes the recovery vehicle down the back straightaway. And we'll jump on board the Hammer Motorsports Audi to try and get a look at what the situation is down there at turn number 12. Now, I think you're right, Joseph. I think there will be a car stopped to drivers right here as we approach the scene, because that is exactly where the EV is going to pull up.
Yeah, we've got one car coming into the lane now.
There are two cars out there, or one EV and one car?
I thought I saw one of the Hammer cars. I don't think that
it was the 01.
I don't think that was the car that was involved. From
okay.
from the brief look that I had, I don't think it was that car. I think they're trying to take advantage of the situation in terms of maybe a cheap pit stop.
This would be the time, and a single yellow flag is in hand at start-finish. Not deployed as yet, but I think we're on standby here to potentially pull the trigger on a full course yellow. Both yellow flags now in hand, and maybe
we'll
not.
See, because the thing is, because it's past the apex, it's probably at the safest possible point you could have a car be picked up. Now this will obviously be a standing yellow on the way into turn 12.
It might be waving now that we've got workers on the ground trying to recover one or both of these cars.
So that might, in effect, neutralize the entire back straightaway.
Oh, so as this is happening, I'm watching the race control log to try and get answers on numbers.
I think the 404. I think it looked to me like a chill out branded car, and we've got a handful of.
It would be the 33. If it's a full chill out colored car, it would be the 33 from TCS Motorsports, which was one of our early contenders in GP2.
It has not yet gone salmon.
Okay.
Yeah, let me see. I forgot that was a thing.
Anyway, my point was, as I'm watching this on the race control log, we've also had an impact and a continued drivers left at turn 10 for the number 94.
Okay. Yeah,
which would have been, just like we saw at turn 9, a sort of spin at the apex and off into the wall on the left-hand side.
So I don't want to overstate the impact that happened at turn 12. Basically, the car that made the move, I hesitate to call it a dive because I don't think it was intentional, but the car that made the contact was pretty substantially slowed down, right? It's not like a full, not a full speed collision or anything like that, but it was substantial enough to move the car that was already at the corner, move them off of their racing line. So, not a light impact, and we're recovering at least one of the cars. It does look like 2 cars are down there now.
Yeah, and Salmon for the 880 Apex V2R side.
And also I've just gotten the 941 for Zima go missing also. Those cars were next to each other in position, but there was a lap separating them, so I don't know if that may be completely coincidental.
So the 941 lost a lap for speeding on pit lane.
Okay, good call. That's probably not them then.
Ooh.
Penny, for your thoughts?
44 pass under yellow.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yep, good call. Just came through in the race control log.
Yeah, these are these unforced errors, right?
Yeah.
By the way, the impact being listed at 12 between the 880 and the 362.
RRT Racing and GP1.
Yeah, yep.
They definitely had a rough start.
Yeah, I don't think... It didn't look to me like an impact that would have been substantial enough to put either the drivers in peril, but definitely the cars, I think, are going to be in rough shape there. I don't know if we'll see them come back the rest of the day. Maybe for the weekend. Can
I just make a quick point about an observation we made earlier regarding the Pro Sport Aston?
Go ahead.
I think the number 40, is it 43 or 143 this weekend?
43.
43.
Okay. That car is running with the asterisks next to it in GTO. Generally because we see things like that because it is not properly disclosed or not properly in the regulations for whatever the relevant class is. It is not inside of GTO at the moment. They took possession of that car at 7 o'clock last night. At 7. Not 7 days ago. Not 7 weeks ago. 7 p.m. yesterday. And it has... they were able to get it kind of set up to go racing today, but not detuned properly to get it down to 9-1. So whatever Pro Sport has chosen to do to their normal car to get it into GTO spec, they weren't able to get done this time around, at least for today. So they've decided to run it for fun today. We'll see what it means for tomorrow, whether they're able to get it down into the 9-1 range and ready to go for the Sunday race. But at least for today, that car is running on the most basic preparation and therefore running on a classification outside of what GTO allows. So good on Pro Sport for getting the car out there in the first place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do wonder if that's a situation. I don't know if they have a rental seat this weekend.
It's the 43, correct?
Yes.
It's not an Aston, it's a Cayman.
Oh, well, that'll do it.
Just put it together. It's not even an Aston.
Did you just see them come through? What was this revelation?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I was looking to DriverSeye to see who's going to come through behind one of the GTO cars, and I saw, 43. That's interesting. I thought that was Pro Sport.
Right.
That looks like a Cayman, and it's a Cayman.
Okay.
Huh. Some iRacing stuff there.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
It does feel wrong, doesn't it?
It does.
Like, it just doesn't feel right.
Sometimes these races, if we're gonna play video game callback, it reminds me of when I'm sending another vehicle out. That's interesting. Good pickup by Zach.
That may be returning home.
That's why.
To turn. I was going to say, well, because it came out of turn 12.
So is there a stopped car right there where it's stopping? Right in front of it? Yeah, there is.
So yeah,
on the red.
Oh, there's contact at 11, 187 and 982.
Oh, the 94, but 5 minutes before that, Brendan. Oh no, we've already called that.
Yeah.
That was
continued. Went and continued. Yep.
It's hard to see, but there's a stopped car on the red driver's left.
Sure.
Is
okay.
Zach VMix savvy enough to zoom in?
No. Let's. Oh god. Okay, Zach, if you're feeling brave.
Come on, all 12 pixels.
Enhance. So.
Yeah, we're CSI when you need them.
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
All right.
Oh no, we're stretching.
That's scale. That's scale. No. Pan.
Enhance.
Tilt.
There's two.
No.
Is there something on the grass on the left that's kind of like yellow orangish?
So there's two cars that are involved in this. It's the 187 and the 982. Brendan just called that out. So I don't know if we've seen both of those cars come through or not, actually.
The number 1 from Hammer is going to get done in for a pass under yellow at turn 11. Yep.
Thank you, buddy.
10-4.
Yeah, the one
I'm being laughed at.
You are.
Yeah.
But by a lot of people.
Better to be laughed at than laughed with, I always say.
Yeah, well, you've done well.
So this is an intriguing situation, right? Because it's listed as contact and not stopped or anything, just contact at 11 a couple of minutes ago, and you would think that contact at 11 is something like a dive bomb and ascend at the apex as the track widens and everybody kind of makes a beeline for wherever the apex curb is. It hasn't even made it that far.
I do want to make the point here. I think we have 4 different recoveries going on at the exact same time. And the track hasn't forced us to go full course yellow yet, which is outstanding.
This is one of the advantages of having grade 1 runoff and circuit design, right? Because you can put vehicles in places without really putting them in substantial danger and allow them to do their work, as long as everybody plays by the rules on track.
So here's the thing, though.
Law number 1.
Because there's so much recovery going on at the same time, we're starting to see quite a few pass under yellows right now.
Yeah, right. So
including
this is
the 0-2.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. So it's 2 for him.
Yeah, at the same. No, at a different spot, because now there's a recovery going on down at turn 13.
So
what's the status of things at 13? I wonder if it was called in by 13 for the recovery at 12.
Yeah,
so we're on board with the O2 here, so
could be. Yeah, I'd like to thank the competitors for waiting until after we'd gone to break to decide to pop everything off. Now, okay, so we're all clear here now with turn 12. That's an incredible job by the marshals and recovery crews to get both of those cars cleared away, and without sending the entire track yellow.
Now, my question there is, where's the yellow? Because if we're seeing this in real time,
there was a recovery about a lap ago. There was a recovery
okay. 13. All right, yeah.
I'm not. I don't have information as to what.
Sorry, good little battle headed up.
The lap penalty.
Good battle headed up into turn 1 here, Zach. It's the number 3 chasing down the bright yellow Aston Martin from Automatic Racing. By far the quicker of the 2 cars this weekend. And there you see it, sort of that Volt Racing color yellow that you might see in an IMSA series, followed by that gray number 3 stock car there. That is the battle for 6th.
I was going to say, is Volt running, are they running Astons now?
No, they just announced yesterday they're running a Porsche in IMSA proper.
Okay.
Yeah, GT3.
Then in that case, I might suggest it's easier to think of them as the GTE styled Astons. The lime green that they run in WEC. The number 4, the other PC racing car, is also going to get a penalty for passing under yellow. This is just one of those situations where you have to have your head on a swivel. You've got to be looking at the marshal's post to see where. you know, we're in a fraught part of the race. You've got drivers who have just come into the race for the first time off of that yellow flag, so everything's in a little bit of flux, and you just have to be. You got to be looking out for the marshal's post in addition to the cars around you, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Because you're going from green to yellow to green to yellow, right? In the span of 3 sectors, basically, you go from green through the SS, yellow into 11, green down the back straight, and then yellow again into the braking zone at 12, where they were recovering the cars in the runoff. And, I mean, that is a challenging situation. Right, that is a lot of back and forth for you to do mentally, and the way you change your decision making and the way you approach the cars ahead of you, while also trying to not to lose more time than is necessary. But it is on you to do exactly that, right? To be cautious, to keep your eyes forward and in the appropriate places, which is you mentioned, Joseph, is the marshal post, right? And that is your. Anytime you approach a corner, you should be looking for something out of the ordinary, particularly a yellow flag, because it is going to cost you and your team if you don't.
Yeah, and especially when you've got, oh, look at this, the 701 trying to round up a GTO, I think.
I'm not sure which car that is.
Is it a will-to-win?
I was going to say it looks a little bit
could be.
I was going to say Pinnacle.
Hanging with him, though, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
They're faster in the corners. I think someone had pointed
Moorhead
that out.
directly behind.
Someone had pointed that out as being Saber Cook behind.
Oh, sorry. 505's gone salmon on Race Hero.
No.
Interesting. Okay.
And so I believe this is the 701 having gotten by Moorhead this lap, because they've come across the line within a 1/10 of each other.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think they must have done it into one, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Yes, there should be Saber Cook on board, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, just a reminder, these two cars fighting for the GP1 class national championship. So that is that's going to be just really intense stuff between those two cars. Moorhead car is going to.
By the way, 505 is not salmon on Race Hero, and I just saw them go around 10:20.
I don't know why they're salmon on mine then.
Not on mine.
Maybe your internet is bad.
I've seen them on the trackside cameras, so they're definitely.
Yeah, no, they just came across start finish, and the lap time was 2:23. So, that's a peculiar one.
Yeah, they never went. I don't use Race Hero, as you know, except to pull their data. But my algorithm didn't show them as missing. So.
You mentioned the choice racing in the pits from second place.
Did not. I meant to mention that, and that's when I noticed that the 505 was not in the place I expected it to be on, at least on Race Hero. But you're right, Choice Racing is coming from second, and that'll promote the 34 from Hitman Racing up into P2 once again. Now, they were already pretty close out on track, but actually, I'm not sure they were in second. I think they may have just adopted that position because of their pit entry. Which, by the way,
yeah, that's exactly right. You can see that.
I think I figured out why they're using that early loop, and it's because if you're coming into the paddock, you make the entry at this end, or can make an entry at this end.
Yeah, and you don't want to not.
No, sorry, you're going to enter the pit lane at this end. Just to clarify, you come out of the paddock into the pit lane at this end, and if you have the loop too far towards turn 1, you're going to get credit for the extra lap as you come out of the paddock, right? So you want only to pass the loop before you enter, like as you're on your way into the pit lane from the track rather than from the paddock, which is proper.
I'm just thinking of the meme image of the woman with all the like geometry textbook stuff in front of her.
Yes. 3's in again. 2 hours and 5 minutes gone in pit stop number 3. So your question as to whether or not 40 to 45 minutes was going to be the number for Austin Dillon Motorsports appears to be answered here. Now, I don't know if that is by choice or if this is literally all that car's got. But
you think? Yeah, I mean, we've got an outstanding question of whether or not it's a fuel pickup issue potentially. That might be its own deal that they're working through. I don't know. You know, I don't know if they would have tried to carry out a fuel run during the Friday practice qualifying practice and HPDE sessions. I don't know if that's something that would have been at the front of their mind, but yeah, so they may be finding out what their ultimate pace or ultimate stint length is, rather, in real time.
There's a couple of things going on there. Remember, they're running E30 this weekend, the biofuel. So I wonder if, okay, yep, it burns a little cooler and makes a little bit more power, but are you getting the mileage out of it based on the same formula that the more traditionally fueled cars are running? I can go get that question answered here in a little bit downstairs, but that is something that we touched on earlier, but haven't really run through all the ramifications of. Because it is substantial. I mean, you're talking about 20 to 25% lopped off the top of the stint length there, relative to most of the rest of the field.
Yeah, and we've only had the one. We've seen how difficult it is to get a full course yellow here. You basically have to incur damage to the barriers, because if you're just stopped out on track, apparently the marshals here are superhuman and they'll pick up whatever needs to be picked up.
Yeah. Yeah, hi to all the marshals that are out there. I know you're probably not able to hear us trackside, but thank you all for being here this weekend and doing what you do. Whether you're volunteer or paid or whatever the case is this weekend, you're doing a fantastic job.
Anyway. I don't think I've ever seen that many concurrent pickups under a green flag condition. Yeah, in the world, maybe other than the Nürburgring. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen a track that busy.
It is crazy when you think about like the spectrum of how various tracks and crews handle concurrent incidents. I mean, we've been to races, Joseph, where they won't handle any pickup on track under full course yellow, never mind under green, right?
We had one situation where if they needed to pick up a car from the track, they would do a black flag all situation.
Yeah, and send everybody to the pits for 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Which gets super tedious. This is the polar opposite.
Right. Yeah, I mean, if you recall, I think if we look at trends I've looked at the last 85 COTA races for the World Racing League.
Is this appropriation?
On average, there's about 0.2 cautions per race.
Yeah, that's about right. I will say the one thing that has happened here in the past is fire, right? If a car shows any signs of smoke or flame, they will stop the race, and that's right? So you play ball and keep things running on track as much as you can, get everybody their green flag track time, and everybody plays by the rules. But when the situation dictates it, you shut it down and you do what you need to do, which is the perfect mix of approach, right?
Yeah, car or track in the case of Barber.
Sure. Yep. Hello to Motodka, by the way. Just had a message sent through at DriversEye Live. Mo is not here this weekend. Mo is gearing up for a run at the Lamborghini Super Trofeo next season with our old pal Cole Lofsgaard, whose name I've not screwed up this time around.
Is that on the bingo card?
What's that?
Is that on the bingo card?
Oh, messing up Cole's name? Yeah. Intentionally or unintentionally, yeah, it might be. But Mo is watching from home this weekend and sent in a nice word, make it feel like he's a little closer to the track than he actually is. So, hi Mo, best of luck next season, and hope to see you back in the WRL paddock sometime.
I wonder if the JTR guys will have any advice for him. Maybe they can have a little meeting and get together and talk about how awesome that car is.
Super Trofeo?
I've got a steward's decision for you.
Okay.
Accident or incident under investigation between the 701 and 147 for contact in turn 1. No action needed.
Yeah. Interesting.
I think that must be one of those situations where they've spoken to both teammates and agreed to not call that.
We're good.
Look, this is a no contact series. I appreciate the idea that there might be room here for the odd racing incident, right?
Yeah.
So where nobody's at fault, no harm, no foul, two guys racing hard, or girls racing hard for a class lead or an important position. We are racing here. That is what we are doing. Driving cars very quickly close together. So I'm pleased to see that, and I am hopeful that there is room for that in the future. That's a very sensible decision by the folks upstairs. Pit stop from your race leader.
To be fair, also, turn 1 is a really challenging corner to race at because there's about 3,000 lines you can take into it, and it runs down from about a 10-car width piece of road to 1 lane at the exit. So, some sympathy there, but yeah, a challenging situation that I suspect has involved some mediation. Car stop, driver's right. It's the 61 of Evoque down at turn 12. It's going to be outside of our shot.
Bummer.
Yeah, it is a bummer. That is, so out of the cars in the top echelon of GTO this morning, Austin Dillon you could put to one side because they're very, very much a unique situation. But that Evoque car, as a road car built up to go racing, had been really, really quick today. And they've been really quick in the past. And that is a bummer.
Yeah.
You'd like to see the variety. You don't like to assume that GT4 and GCR are going to rule the day. Hopefully that's just a quick thing.
Yeah, secondarily to that, just remember now, that's going to put that section of track under yellow flags again. And so now this entire group of cars, if we switch over to the turn 12 camera, now we've got a recovery vehicle coming onto the scene. If there's... Oh, wow, look at this. And yeah, these guys that are going into turn 11 have got to get their thing sorted out by the time they get into this yellow flag zone down here, or else they're going to get hit with lap penalties. You can be hit with a lap penalty for racing side by side along a recovery vehicle because that's unsafe driving. Anyway.
Yeah, and look as they approach right here from this onboard, they're side by side.
Yeah, that does not look sorted out, but we'll see.
All right.
Well, this yeah. Ish. Yeah.
There we go. As they go nose to stern there, 5 cars in a row. 6.
Yeah.
As soon as they get out, it goes for it.
The other thing that you've got to be mindful of here is, depending on where you've raced, what sort of club racing you've done in the past, there are series as we go 3 wide into turn 15. I don't understand how that worked, but it seems like we've. All right, we've got an Aston behind us, so I think we're all through. But depending on where you're coming from, the rule can be once you're past the incident, you're free to go. That's not the case here. You have to wait until the next until the next green flag. So I wonder how much of that is catching people out if they're used to running in under a different set of rules, and you come here and it's closer to the F1 or IndyCar rule of yellow to green basically is your no pass zone.
I mean, the short response to that is it's not an excuse. You've got to know the rules.
No, it's not an excuse, but it is an explanation as to why we might be getting more. Also, the fact that we've got 80 cars on track still, an explanation as to why we might be seeing more lap penalties.
Really enjoying seeing the 175 of AOA Racing leading GP3.
We've got the we've got the 61 being towed through. Seems to be rolling, so it's not stuck in gear or anything like that, and no suspension damage or fluid spilling. So fingers crossed. Maybe they've run it dry. You never know.
It's possible. We are cycling through stops again. 696 is in. 505 has come through. Let's keep an eye on that on that 505 for lap times as things settle back in. It's been 2 hours. It's 2 full stints for Chris Pies at the start here, and if they've done a driver change now, might be a sensible time. Also might come with a slight change in pace. So let's just keep an eye on timing for that car. They have a pretty healthy margin built up since the last full course yellow. And the 696 has also come in behind them. So they'll start to cycle back through towards the front here.
I just had a thought, and I know that's dangerous, but bear with me. Is this the first, because we've got the 4 going awfully slowly. Yeah. That doesn't seem like that's on pace. Well, it came out of 15, all right. Is this the first RCR affiliated race for young Kyle Busch?
I had that thought earlier this week.
This is his inaugural race with the Chevy family.
Wow. Kyle Busch debut for Richard Childress Racing affiliates on DriversEye Live.
He's driving the 3. Kyle Busch getting in the 3 is everything I had hoped to see in my lifetime.
R/NASCAR is going nuts.
Yeah.
Old Intimidator, but no, I can't say that.
Yeah, you're gonna get threats for that.
That's fine.
Hey,
Brenton, do you think you could go down to his pit and get a Rowdy Energy for me?
No.
They're really good.
Are they?
Yeah.
Why don't you
get them at high
get a Rowdy Energy?
Because the High V is far from my house. So.
Also, are they as good as race fuels?
Yes.
I think Rowdy. I don't know.
I think Rowdy Energy is a good race fuel substitute.
Ryan, they're not paying us. Stop.
That's okay.
But they could be.
They could be. That's why we're doing it.
Neither are race fuels, but
I'm not convinced that race fuels is a going concern at this point. So.
They did once.
Yeah, they did once, and we'll talk about them forever.
That's a DriversEye Live sponsor once is a DriversEye Live sponsor
exactly.
forever.
And so any prospective sponsors out there, we just want you to know that if you pay us one time, we will talk about your thing for like 8+ years.
This particular energy drink hasn't been produced in 6 years, and we're still talking about it.
It's like Giancarlo Fisichella doing like 5 races for Ferrari. Ferrari driver's life.
I have cans dated 2014.
You know what? I bet Giancarlo Fisichella does too.
I'm certain he does.
He's got leftover
Serial
champagne
number
bottle in his
1.
house.
Okay, I don't know why he would have that accent, but all right.
Turns out if you speak in a German accent, just pinch your fingers and become Italian.
Oh no.
Guys, we made it 2 hours and 15 minutes before podcast mode. Nicely done.
I did post that on the Reddit page. I said, "Are we going to be able to make it 2 hours?" And it looks like we have. So
yeah, just barely.
So the 696 briefly took the lead on their in-lap. They've pitted.
Yep.
In all of this commotion that is completely self-inflicted. That has elevated now the 34 for Hitman Racing on the Supra's debut.
Yeah.
Well, specifically the GT4 Supra's debut in the World Racing League has elevated them up to the point in GTO. Obviously, they'll owe us a pit stop. But it's now Hitman leading Screaming Goat.
That's like we all predicted.
Yeah, exactly.
And a second automatic car making their debut in third.
So I think we'll be expecting that 34 to come in extremely short order, probably within the next couple laps. We don't have a projection for it at the moment, but their first stop was on lap 27. They're currently working lap 54. So they'd be right in the window now.
Brendan, did we not have a GT4 Supra the time that you and I went to Road America and they couldn't get it tuned correctly, the red one?
Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't remember if that was a road car or if that was a GT4 car.
So the TAPG car is
number 90.
Is a road car.
Right, this wasn't that one. This was another team that came, and they had their car tuned, and then they got here and realized that having a flat tune doesn't really count, and that you have to nerf yourself a little bit. So they ran for one day. That must have been a road car.
No, I don't remember. I don't recall.
Oh, all right. Well,
did it have aero on it? Did it look like a GT4 car?
It had a wing and stuff on it. It was like a nicely built road car, if that was the case.
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Anyway.
Answers in the chat. If anybody remembers Road America 2021 and associated Toyota Supras, please.
Catch TDB, who we don't have a name for, says the Road America red car was a road car.
There we go. Okay,
there we go.
Perfect.
Thank you. Screaming Goat into the pit lane for the second time.
While we're the sun's out.
Guns out.
Woohoo! While we're engaging the YouTube chat, Brendan, if you happen to know what brand of tire the 3 is on, there's a question from that.
I don't know. I can see if there is a logo on the wheel arch when they come by here next time.
Get your binoculars out.
You know,
my assumption
I have
would be
yet to add binoculars to the tote.
It's not
that travels with the series. No, it's just not in my frame of.
It's not
frame of. Yeah, no.
I'll order one from the nearest Best Buy. I'll put it under your name so you can go pick it up.
I don't see any stickers on the 3.
Okay, but the sidewalls will be branded, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So if you could, crank your shutter speed up real quick and take a picture.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'm not as good at taking pictures as JT is.
From across the track.
Sure. Yeah. Where you could get shots at turn 13 from the start-finish line at Sebring, so we can identify a car being picked up.
I'm telling you, man. I still think we need a mullet cam or somebody up on the mullet.
Yeah, Layla brought this up. The idea of the Mike Gundy Memorial camera.
Two GTO runners in the lane. 29 for Screaming Goat Racing out of second. That Hitman number 34 is still going. 401 we're on board with now. And are we looking at a driver change for the 401? Doesn't look like it. Looks like the driver's staying in. Stretch the knees. Adjust your seating position. Your hands fully extended should have the wrist sitting just above the steering wheel. I think we're a little closer than that. That's what I read. That's what Tony Kanaan told me once on a stream. So
yeah, it's correct.
I believe that unflinchingly.
All right. So where is the 44? It's gone salmon for me.
The 44?
Yeah.
That's a good question. The 4 has just pitted. The 44 has just pitted also. So that's where.
So probably just somewhere.
yes.
Somewhere on pit lane.
Either on pit lane or having pitted but not come back through on their outlap yet.
Mm-hmm.
Clatter, clatter, clatter.
Sorry. We're live here at COTA.
Yeah, we sure are.
These hallowed grounds.
The 218, which was running the wrong classification earlier, has finally been reclassified. Or, well, I shouldn't say finally. It was done some while ago. So if you've been wondering where the car that was classed in the lead of GP2 has gone, they've gone to their correct position, which is in the back half or so of GTO.
The 34 from Hitman Racing just set a PB. It stands out on timing there. And as I tick down the order back to the 505 from Old Fashioned Motorsports, the lap time was 2:27.4 on the last time around. And since their last pit stop, they've been in the 25s, 26s, 27s. So either this is a triple stint from Chris, or their sort of regression pace is on pace with the rest of GTO, which is not a bad place to be. In either case, either you're getting a good 3 hours out of a quick guy, or you're going to be there or thereabouts on pace throughout the day anyway.
We've got contact between the 75, which I believe is an AOA entry, and the 908, which is the Neon Aston that's running in second at the moment. That's down at turn 12. I only saw the aftermath of it, which was a slow Neon Aston pulling away from the apex of turn 12. So I don't know if that's a dive or just a miscommunication, but keep an eye on that. That's under investigation. If that goes against the 908, that would be a lap penalty for them automatically.
Right.
Is the Neon Aston one that was built in like the late 90s by Dodge?
There's an idea. The V8 Vantage Neon.
I mean,
anyway,
it's
the Advantage.
I mean, Automatic has been to Sebring.
That's true.
The Jetta, the Volkswagen Jetta.
Sure.
It's got a rear wing. I don't know if we've seen that trackside.
Where?
On the back, which is where you put rear wing.
That's usually where you'd put one, yeah.
Yep.
I was hoping for a Chef WRL situation.
It looks like they've just lifted the rear wing off of the Audi TCR cars and put it onto the back of the Jetta.
Well, that might not be a terrible strat. I mean,
it is. The mounts are identical. The angle appears to be identical, which for some reason always looks like a negative rear wing angle.
They share a platform, the Jetta and the RS3.
Sure. So why not share a rear wing?
I mean, the R&D's already been done. You know how to reinforce it. You know.
Well, the thing is, Brendan, about that it may well be a negative angle relative to the reference plane of the car, but relative to the air that's coming off the rear window, it might still be positive.
Is that how aerodynamics works?
Yeah.
We've got our aerodynamics correspondent, Scott Michaels, here.
Yeah, Scott's going to make noise here for the first time in hours to tell us how aerodynamics works.
I think I actually told you that you were reading Race Hero wrong less than an hour ago. But,
okay, so 40 minutes ago, you said something.
Yeah. The center. You'll often find the center portion of a rear wing on a car with a large cabin is at a completely different angle to the outer edges, and that will be for that reason. Local airflow is heading downwards relative to the reference plane of the car. So yeah, locally it will end up, if you kept it a consistent angle all the way across, you'd probably end up stalling the wing at that point because the local angle is way too high. So yeah, basically what Joseph said.
Now, Scott, I know that you're a fan of the Volkswagen Jetta. If you were to own a Jetta, would you opt to have this wing on your car?
No.
No?
Well, actually, wait. What's the application? Is this a road car or is this to be a race car?
I mean, it's whatever you want it to be. I mean, obviously, a road car with a wing that you can take to the track would be nice.
We've had many discussions about this. And I would have no reason to own a car like a Jetta as a road car, so it would only be a race car application, in which case, sure, why not? Let's stick a wing on it, but you've got to balance it with something at the front as well, obviously.
Now, this at least is a Jetta GLI, so...
There you go.
Neither
basically a Golf GTI.
Neither G nor L nor I are very racy letters, so I'm not sure it's supposed to tell me.
It's a GTI, Scott, but they can't call it a GTI because the Golf is the GTI.
Okay. A Jetta GTI and a Golf GTI are very clearly different names. Anyway.
Yeah, but it's the law.
It's I don't know why they do it either, but that is how that is set
up.
Well,
because it's not called a Golf GTI, right? It's just called a GTI, but it's clearly a Golf base.
Right. It depends on the year.
In Europe, is it not a Golf GTI?
Maybe, but I don't.
I think it's just a GTI now. That car's getting awful sideways on the preview.
Look at that! Yeah. Little power set of 15. That's what we like to see.
Can I make a quick PSA?
Yes. Pull your visors down.
If you are trackside or in the paddock, or you know people who are here, the number 158 team, which I believe is Asphalt Einstein's, are in need of an M54 engine.
I think we've got an image that shows why that might be the case.
Yeah, I don't know if we're
ready for that, but we were ready at one point. Anyway, yeah, there we go. So that's from the WRL Racers group. That would be a good reason for your car to not be running, and that is bit of the engine exiting the block there.
Yeah,
so
that is no longer a complete engine.
Right.
That is following Colin Chapman to a T. They have both simplified and added lightness.
Correct. That's what Toyota would call a hydraulics failure.
Classic McLaren. Anyway, they're in garage. They're in pit stall or garage 7A, in need of a spare M54 engine. I guess 3-liter.
Yes.
If anybody is here and has one or knows somebody who has one, please go find the folks down at Asphalt Einstein's number 158 and give them a shout and see what you can do for them. They would very, very much appreciate it. Somebody else sent them here, by the way. So I don't know who sent them our way, but thank you for that as well.
Speaking of BMWs with technical issues, I don't know how serious this one is, but I noticed when the 501 was just in the pits, they were adding fluid with the bonnet up. So it doesn't seem like it was a very long pit stop, but just something to keep an eye on. That car's running 12th.
Well, it's about to be running lower than that because they've just got none in for a pass under yellow.
That's not going to help.
Update in the YouTube comments. 126 Fast Track Racing. New drive shaft almost in. Done idiot car breaker. Satakal going back out there in a few. Hosted by Satakal. So, thank you for that update.
Yeah, they had mentioned earlier that the drive shaft went out between 11 and 12.
Which car was this?
The 126 Fast Track Racing.
Okay, that'll be on a GT4 car as well, which is interesting.
Yeah. Do we think that that's a curb hop coming out of 11, or do we think that's a bad shift? If he's calling himself a car breaker, it means that he's done something to it. Either that, or he's putting mechanical misfortune on his own back.
Sorry, the 34 has just come into and out of the pit lane directly behind the number 3 from Austin Dillon Motorsports.
Is that going to be a lap gap? No, it's not.
No. It's 2 seconds. Battle for 5th.
Okay, so that obviously will be Hitman's first full fuel run, which is good information for us to have, and their second pit stop of the day. Is that right? Only their second pit stop? That's a long run. That is, I mean, they've got decent pace, but if they can pull 30 laps a stint, that is going to be that's going to be tough to overhaul. I think that combination. The good reason they brought the Toyota hauler out here, I think.
Well, so there's 2 perspectives on this, right? They've made 2 stops, but they've come out behind the car that's made 3. So, yes, they've made it very, very far.
Yeah,
but the race, at least the way it's cycled through to this point, means that they don't have that advantage.
Pivotal moment.
Who is that?
Number.
Is that
I'm
the
not sure,
175?
but before that, the number 3 has just been given a lap penalty for passing under yellow at turn.
Oh my God.
Same with Thunder Bunny, the 501.
Yeah, so I mentioned the 501 because I saw that being typed in real time. I had missed the 3 directly above it. That is a big deal, Joseph. That's a really big deal.
And we've got a car stop at the exit of turn 15. On the
so
right.
they're actively recovering one at turn 10. Right? That is... Or we're dragging one home from turn 10. 505 is stopped at 15.
That's... Wow. That's old-fashioned. That's out of second.
Yeah. What is happening to the top of the field?
Can't give away a win here.
No.
So yeah, that's
and you know what? I would say this would fall directly into the hands of the number 3, but the number 3's now coming from a lap behind as well.
So who's this car? Who's this BMW that's just come through that was stopped on driver's left here?
Is that a PC Racing BMW? I can't tell.
I think it's an older vintage in the PC. I could be wrong, but
is that the Evoque?
No, it's the 313. It's just come through.
Okay, Super.
Yep, exactly. So this will be another recovery vehicle. I think this will just be one. Although they would be able to tow it. That truck would be able to tow it from here if that car is movable.
Yeah.
For the moment, it's going to just act as a blocker.
Where that car has ended up, and we'll need to keep an eye on passenger yellows here, but where that car has ended up is suggestive of the idea that they came out of that corner and had no drive. Right, so they braked for turn 15 as would be appropriate. Big power slide for the 33 out of the last corner. Braked for that corner as was appropriate. And then as they got back on the throttle, tried to get back on the throttle onto that short straightaway, it just did not go. And then coasted to a halt there before the end of the runoff. That's how I read that situation anyway. So maybe a driveline issue, an axle, or perhaps something with the engine or gearbox.
Yeah. I've got no notification of contact there in the race control log, so it's not like they've gone side to side with somebody and broken, like a tow link or something. Even if it, a tow link is probably something where you could probably limp it back to the pits anyway, depending on the extent of the damage. Rooster Hall Racing has pitted out of, I think it was 11th when they came in GTO. Not a car that we've shouted out much today, but they are, especially with the issues that other cars have had today, they're going to be knocking on the door of the top 10 here pretty soon.
You say have had, are having.
Yeah, are
this is actively happening, yeah.
Now, how long ago did the 505 pit? I wonder.
It's not that long.
Here's the thing. Kevin Peterson on YouTube says it's drive shaft.
Yep, that's exactly what I was suspicious of.
That'll be game over, at least for the day, for sure. Which is a shame because that car was obviously doing extremely well.
That car might make it out, but we'll see. Anyway, it will knock it out of contention almost for sure, especially given the level of competition we've got here at the moment.
Yeah, it's when you've got a 44 car field, it's pretty difficult to find too much in terms of the shallow end.
Is this a drive shaft and off-the-shelf part from a 1990s Jag? I mean, us and British boutique brands, losing a drive shaft and CV joints, things of that nature.
The 99 is pitted.
Yeah, that'll be on schedule, I think. Well, 2.5 hours is an odd time for a scheduled stop.
Yeah, how long?
Oh no, it's only its second stop.
Yeah, and it's dead on schedule actually.
Yeah. So here comes the 505. It's made it back to the pit entry.
Do we finally have a clean and green track, or do we have any local yellows that are out there?
No, I think we're set. Whatever. There was a car that was being recovered down at turn 10, wasn't there? Or was actually being towed from 10, but I don't know where it wound up. I think we're mostly green here at this point, but the odd sort of situation we find ourselves in is that despite being green just about everywhere, we're cycling through pit stops, so nothing is really presenting itself reflecting reality.
Yeah, we don't know who's winning.
Right? No, exactly. That sounds ridiculous, but it's kind of true.
Well, so I would say, we're going to be just about ready for the 908. And by the way, consider that the 908 is still under investigation for contact.
I was just going to say, that's the whole point. So, like, the 99 just pitted. They're going to tumble here for a quick second. The Austin Dillon is waiting on a lap penalty to be applied. JTR is probably about the closest we've got to a car that is, where it ought to be. The 908 is under investigation.
JTR looks like they're halfway through a stint, roughly, maybe?
It sounds about right. The 02 is in and has come to the attention of its crew up the far end of pit lane.
I think that's right, Ryan. They're a little shy of 30 laps to a stint, but so they have already done their second stop. So on balance, I would call them our presumptive leader.
Yeah, I think that's correct. In the most unlike JTR way possible, I think.
This is, I think, going to be Lawless Alan going into the 02, taking the seat over from Daniel Suarez.
Nathan Bird on board that car this weekend as well.
Oh, interesting. Okay. It's not reflected in the list that somebody put together.
It's because it wasn't the case until today.
Oh, okay.
Or yesterday.
You did mention the production meeting last night, Joseph, so it was known.
No. He's in the other car. Or he's listed under the other car.
Yeah.
He's in the
they were due to have some NASCAR drivers that had too much fun at the awards banquet in Nashville and decided not to come.
Yeah, so we've got one top flight driver in that car and two top flight hopefuls in Lawless Allen and in Nathan Bird. Nathan Bird working his way through the sort of the club ladder, if you will, and Lawless Allen competing in the odd truck and ARCA race.
If they're teammates, are they Lawless Bird this weekend?
Well, Bird Law, as we know,
nice.
is governed by reason. So,
speaking of NASCAR-related things, has the number 3 car? We said that they have a penalty due, right? Has it been...
I think it's already been applied.
There's no way that is it.
Yeah, because
no, I guess not.
They'd be a minute lead if it hadn't been applied. But
is that true? Well, I don't know about that.
In particular, Scott, I think the way that I'm assuming it hasn't been applied is that they came out of the pits right in front of Hitman. I think that's right.
Yes, correct.
That's why I was wondering, because they're still right in front of Hitman.
Yeah, no, that gap has gone out organically on track to where it's 12 seconds instead of 2. Race leader is in as well now.
It's just confusing because usually those 1 lap penalties are applied once they're announced. They're applied pretty quickly.
Yeah, I would have thought so, but I don't think that's the case.
To be fair, they have a lot to do right now.
Yeah,
and all day.
That's true. Yeah.
All they have to do is do +1 enter on the race hero. Job done, right?
No, it's actually you physically delete the lap in the timing software. Actually, it's kind of interesting.
Click and delete button. Easy.
Basically, yeah. And then if it gets overturned, it's a click and duplicate button.
We've got car 75 stopped, drivers left somewhere.
Yes. Remember that's the car that was involved in the contact that's under investigation with the 908, who, as you mentioned, Brendan, is in the pit lane. So a real confluence of factors happening right now.
Is the 02 still in the pits? That feels like it's been there for a while.
It's been a minute. Now, remember that this car had some ECU issues earlier on, as it was losing power.
No
That car's been a little bit off pace here, and I'm not entirely convinced that this is all as it should be for that car.
The goats are passing Hitman down the front straight as we speak, at least on their own onboard.
Yeah, and we see it on our monitor. They've made the move into... That is...
Yeah, well, so sorry. What you're seeing on screen there is what appears to be either a crew member or a driver standing... I don't want to say lifelessly, but just very unintentionally in the front of that car. Like, it's not quickly doing anything. Yes.
Wearing a Haas race suit.
Relaxed.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like he's working on anything. He's just there to be there, which is not a very positive sign for things up at the Hammer Camp at the moment.
Now he's indicating that the driver might be going reasonably soon. With bated breath. Meanwhile, there's a really great battle going on with the Screaming Goats car.
That has already concluded, or has it?
I was trying to work out what car is in front of it. It's not. That won't be the position that BMW is racing now.
Yeah, Hitman has lost a ton. What's happened to the 3? Oh, they've just lost their lap. Okay.
There you go.
So finally, things are the way they're supposed to be, and Joseph panics.
Yeah, I did because when a car just doesn't show up for a lap, it goes red on you in timing. So and I was like, why has that happened? And the reason
that car's going to be due soon, isn't it?
Oh, the O2's up. It's
the reason I was drawn to that, Brendan, is because it was that lap time delta must have been huge between the 34 and the 29 for Screaming Goat to have overtaken Hitman into turn 1 there. 2:34 Hitman and 2:28 for Screaming Goat, so a 4-second delta.
That would be a 6-second delta, but
was it?
Yeah,
it's 34. You're right.
The Hitman car did seem slow on the straight relative to Screaming Goat, but that Screaming Goat does have an LS motor, so maybe that's normal. It wasn't very, very slow. It was just enough to draw fully alongside easily before the braking zone.
Got an update, Brendan, on the location of our stop number 75. It appears to be down at turn 3.
Yeah, and Zach in our Discord here pointing out that he thinks there's something at turn 2. So race controls caught that at the same time our producer has.
The O2's
nice work to all involved.
I was going to... Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
Sorry, the O2's very slow, by the way. It's topping at 75 miles an hour on the back straight.
Limp mode, maybe?
I mean, it is... Now it's 80, but yeah, it's not up to speed on its out.
So I pressed Tim a little earlier for the ECU reset. Why was the hood up? Is that how it's done? He said, no, it's not how it's done. It was one person in the car, one person on the computer. The other 3 were sent over the wall to open the hood and to make sure that the power loss wasn't coming from a loose boost hose, making sure all the clamps were tight and all of that. Everything looked to be correct, and it seemed like the ECU reset, made the car behave like it ought to. But obviously what's happening now is either a recurrence of that issue or an issue with a similar effect, where the car is just down on power and not behaving as it ought to, certainly under throttle. That's flung into the pit lane around this last corner here very, very quickly. And on the pit lane, speed limiter heads down to the attention of the Hammer crew once again. If you're a Hammer...
There was off to the left-hand side there. That was the 75 that was off in the... looked like the gravel track.
Interesting.
Yes, which if I'm honest, didn't know that there was gravel on there.
Stop drivers right at 3. Is our turn 3? It's not in our turn 3 camera view, is it?
No, it's behind that shot. Actually, it might be... no, I was going to say it might be in the turn 1 shot, but it's a little past that, actually. As Zach mentions in our here, the O2 is back in the pits, and we see that here on screen.
Were you guys just talking about the car that's off at turn 12?
No, that's the number 70. That was a different issue. I saw that on the monitor. That was they pulled off basically on the way into turn 12 and never really got going again. So I wonder if that's a bad downshift.
They kind of look like I'm surprised we can't see it from the turn 12 camera.
It's literally just crept out of shot, basically. It's like right there.
It looked to me, I was watching from the choice on board, it looks like they've kind of looped back and are now pointing back towards the racetrack, but haven't rejoined yet.
Yeah, they kind of crept around the curtain, if you will, of turn 12. But what's happened now is because we have these 2 yellow flag zones now. Yellows beget, I don't know if they beget yellows, but they definitely beget yellow flag passing under yellow penalties, because the 682, the 550 have been dinged for the yellow flag at turn 4, and the 172, the TLM car, has been dinged for the yellow flag at turn 12.
I just saw the 99 get... they may have just completed the move before the yellow flag zone on Moorhead, but that was very close.
Yeah, there's the recovery, or half of the recovery vehicle now picking up the number 70.
Yeah, that's Boulder. They were running 5th in GP1, looking pretty strong there.
Yeah, we haven't really done a rundown of the production classes lately, have we? I certainly have been trying to keep track of all of the other things that are happening, trackside, in the pits, race control log, all of those, factors that are kind of having a substantial impact on the way this race is playing out. But it is worth taking a trip down to some of these classes and just reviewing where things are at. Yeah, let's start with GP3, actually. That's a good point, Joseph. At the moment, 3 Fast Guys and Denny leads the class by 2.5 seconds over the number 22 from TCS Motorsports. And it's going very, very marginally quicker, is that Scion, than the number 22. But holding down the margin, third is within half a minute. The
keep
number
in
15
mind,
from AOA Racing. Go ahead.
That is just because the leaders had done pit stops in GP3. So it had been the 175, the 197, and the 22 from TCS.
Okay. Yeah.
3 Fast Guys and Denny have been doing a great job holding it up in 4th, though.
Right, so they will eventually cycle back through to 4th. They are going a little bit longer on fuel here, or at least are in a position to go slightly longer on this cycle. Yeah, three's in the pits, which we'll address here in a moment.
Oh, this ACP car, they woe it up just in time, but that...
Yeah.
I should say that the 86 did get by the TCS car previously. So they third.
Okay.
Brendan, you thought the Austin Dillon 3 was close to due in, and they have in fact just come in.
So they have come in. I have an update from Reddit on them. They are actually behind the wall, losing power. So they're trying to see if there's a problem with the engine or if it's something else.
Sorry, who's this?
So this is actually from Reddit.
Sorry, which car?
The 3.
Is that true?
Yes.
I can only give you the information that I have.
Oh.
It is true that I was told that.
But
hold on. That could be. Yeah. Was that posted within the last 30 seconds? Because if not, then it's wrong.
Yes, it was posted in the last 30 seconds.
It's not
okay. Then they're right.
The 3 car is not behind the wall losing power. The 3 car is in the pit lane receiving fuel.
And I assume you're saying that, Brendan, because you have physical eyes on that.
Staring at it.
Yes.
All right. Look at that.
It's actually just pulled out in front of the TCS car.
God, this is going to be 4 wide coming out of turn 20. It's
a gaggle. Oh, shouts to Lupe Tortilla, by the way. Is this 3 Fast Guys? They are back. Nicely done.
Yeah. They got their own
very,
board.
very good.
And they have Mexican food.
Oh, shouts to Lupe.
It was almost a Lupe fiasco coming out of turn 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got on the throttle too early and Lupe'd it.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't know that Scion makes enough power to do that, but
just saw Speedworks trying to lap a Mazda that decided, I don't care that you're trying to lap me, I'm coming in the pits. And they both ended up
I'm coming in.
I'm bringing it in.
So the Days of Thunder scene
to avoid an accident there.
The Days of Thunder scene where they sent the coal can pit because they're eating ice cream. Ice cream? It just hangs a hard left.
Shipley's.
Exactly. Oh man, I saw a picture on social media of the Shipley Donut Fritter again, and it just made me angry all over again.
Yeah, not only will we
6
talk
years.
about you, not only will we talk about you for 10 years after you sponsor us, but we'll also talk about you for 5 years after you still decide to not sponsor us.
Yeah, failed to deliver donuts, and Corley Racing is no longer a player in the WRL.
I think not.
Yeah. Well, their fritter budget just dried up everything they had left to go racing, and
yeah, they frittered it away.
Oh,
Championship contender, round 3 racing, the 701 pitting, second from GP1.
Yeah, we should just knock out the other production classes here. GP2, Northloop Motorsport led, has come into the pits now and will probably concede the lead here to the number 51 from Choice Racing. TCS Motorsports number 33 has also been into the pits. Will probably also cycle through to BSI Racing. It happens as I say it.
So Northloop, while we have a moment, I think they were dealing with some penalty issues that they were trying to get appealed.
Full course yellow.
Full course yellow, which usually
this
means,
is unusual.
Yeah, that suggests to me that maybe somebody's made contact somewhere, but it's not come through in the race control log. So we'll keep an eye out.
The threes, Salmon.
They're pitted.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in the lane in front of Brendan. So
they were. I mean, they've gone out, and they've actually just come across start finish here.
Okay.
So that's horrendous luck if you've just pitted.
Northloop were in the pit, so that's...
Yeah, a couple of those in the production classes, as well as in GTO. 3 fast guys and Denny is in the pit lane now, just as the yellow comes out, so that's kind of worked out okay for them.
At the risk of splitting hairs, Brendan, it could work out a little bit depending on where you cycle out. If you manage to make it out just in front of the leader, you could sort of accordion back in your favor. But yeah, in broad strokes, yeah, it's a bad time to pit.
Although speaking of, I did notice the 421 pitted a couple of laps ago, and that was their second pit stop. So they might be the last car to have made their second stop, as we were kind of tracking that recently.
No indication yet as to what at least no obvious indication of what's taken the full course yellow.
I'm trying to judge by the pass under yellow and penalties we have here.
Yeah, there's a couple different stations, isn't there?
Yes.
Well, so let's.
Yeah, because turn 12 is clear now, right?
I don't think it is.
No. Well, it was briefly.
But these are for turn 4 and turn 9.
Is there a chance? Well, we have a turn 4 camera, so we'd be able to see something there if there was a going on. That turn 3 camera would have it.
Okay.
However, I wonder if this is in response to the rash of pass under yellow penalties that we're getting at the moment. Now, some of that is because we have a lot of local yellows, but also, right, this is all part of the contract, not the physical contract, but the assumed contract. If we are doing hot pulls, you play by the rules.
Exactly. And if you guys can't be good, we're going to put you under full course yellow.
Precisely. I don't have an answer on that, but I wouldn't be shocked if that is the enforcement action taken here, right?
I was watching the turn 12 camera during a lot of the period, and there really does seem to be a misunderstanding. Drivers are finding it very hard, it looks like, to work out that they are under yellow flag, because there were a lot of cars, even if they weren't completing the pass, they were clearly intending to, and then getting to the apex, spotting that there was a car, a recovery vehicle in the runoff, and then basically stopping to let back through whoever they just tried to overtake. And it wasn't just like a couple of cars, it was like every other car was coming in there side by side and having to sort of get in line and work.
Yeah, if the yellow is close enough to the incident zone, right? If you only have one yellow flag at turn 12, then maybe you're already committed to making a pass by the time you get to the braking zone prior to the yellow flag itself. And I wonder if that may be catching some folks out.
Well, that doesn't necessarily track for me, though, because we've just done a lap, and I don't think we caught an obvious incident zone.
Well, here's the thing. Keep in mind, there's a lot of cars on track, and so if you're coming into a corner and you don't know there's a yellow, you're not necessarily looking at a marshal stage. You might be looking at a car passing you.
These cars all have radios, though. There's plenty of opportunity.
No, I think it's different, guys. If we switch back over to the camera we were just on, we've got a recovery vehicle that's basically right by, it's about 2/3 of the way down the back straightaway.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Joseph.
I think we have oil down starting from where that 70 broke down on the way in, because we're also moving cars well off the racing line there. I think that's what this is for. I think this is a cleanup.
And they're staying to the left on the way into the corner, which suggests that it would be in the braking zone.
And that safety truck has parked there to camera left for a full lap now.
Yeah, I think that's a good catch, Joseph. This makes sense to me. And if that is the case, I think everybody's done a really nice job not to get caught out on the oil.
Absolutely.
Or whatever is down in the braking zone, because that is a very, very high commitment portion of the track.
Yeah, and well done to the driver of the 70 for recognizing it and pulling as far away as you could have. They did well to get onto basically the entry curbing on drivers right there, and they stayed off track for quite a while. So, well done.
With the top 4 having just pitted and now waiting for this to all cycle through as we work under yellow, do we want to take the opportunity to take care of our commercial obligations here and rejoin on the other side?
Yeah, I think a second ad in 3 hours isn't too bad.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah.
It's been a frantic start to this one at Circuit of the Americas, ladies and gentlemen, and the viewership reflects the excitement that we've been able to follow along here on DriversEye Live. Thanks all for joining us. We will be back in a couple of minutes' time from trackside here at COTA for the Saturday race, the National Championship weekend of the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, the conclusion of the 2022 racing season. Back with you in a moment on DriversEye Live.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast-track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes!
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh man, I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Live at Circuit of the Americas, it is the final round, but day one here with WRL. I'm Ryan West, joined by the entire crew. I didn't really prepare a comeback from break because I thought Brendan was going to be doing it. So
I don't know where Brendan went.
This is less organized than I would have hoped. We've got 5 hours to go. We're waiting for some penalties to shake themselves out as we clean up the track. Looks like we've got some oil down. So we're trying to clear that up so we can get some safe racing here. This turn 12 complex, as we were talking about right before we went to break, not one where you want to mess around with having the wrong level of grip compared to what you're expecting. Typically you want to have a stable car through there. It's a pretty high commitment, quick turn.
Yeah, it's a depot runoff if you do have something go wrong there. But yeah, it's you end up in a situation where you also have not just the runoff but other cars in your way and things like that. So well done to Race Control for identifying the oil early. Race Control and/or the marshals. I'm not sure who called it in, but for identifying the oil and figuring out that we did need to go full course yellow figured it out eventually that that's what it was for. Marshall's, as we mentioned earlier, doing a fantastic job of cleaning up incidents when they do not involve an oil spill that we need to neutralize the field for. We had a situation where I think we counted 4 different on-track excursions, or off-track excursions rather, that were cleaned up at the exact same time. So that's probably the extent of what the trackside crews are able to manage. I would implore us to not extend that.
Right.
But they've done a great job of managing.
Occasionally, and this is going to be a little bit inside baseball, but occasionally there's discussion about, oh, and we're about to go back to green here. I'll finish that thought up in a moment as the GP3 Scion leads them to the green flag here. We'll be looking at that on the front straight.
This is really peculiar. Because we still have we cleared away the crews on the way into turn 12?
No, they're still there.
No, but I think by the time...
well, there are still cars going through turn 12 slowly. It's kind of strange.
Is that camera live? I don't see a reason it would have fallen behind, but...
Yeah,
interesting.
I would believe if this was a lap ago. Very strange.
Yeah, there's a chance it's slightly behind, but
it's just waiting
not more
to
than
go
like
in there.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
So it must have been. I guess we've got to give some more plaudits out because they've clearly coordinated that in a way where they knew that they were going to be clear by the time the field came back around.
Right. Sure. Which is impressive, and that kind of leads back to my original point, if that is the case, which is the entry fee here at WRL is a little bit higher for this COTA event at the end of the season. But being one of the premier road courses here in North America, it looks like you're getting your money's worth. We've had a lot of events this year where we've been plagued by a few yellows, and obviously all the Marshall crews that are out there are working as hard as they can, but it's clear that, these Marshall crews are used to having to deal with these high-level road racing productions, and they're able to get the work done pretty well. So, like I said a moment ago, I think you're getting your money's worth out of having to pay that little bit of a premium to be at COTA, because we've been able to get incidents handled fairly quickly. And this will be our first run into turn 12 with the oil hopefully cleared up, but it looks like everybody's staying well clear.
I don't
That's
even
probably
really
the decision I would make as well.
I mean, we've got a lot of cars on the racing line. I don't really see much in the way of even oil drive being put down. So I wonder if it was just they needed a moment to, they saw oil pooling out of the 70 when it was stopped, and they needed to neutralize the field so they could identify, and just make sure that there was no oil down. But that I don't.
Ooh, guys, we're waving it to start finish. Sorry, Joseph, I didn't mean to interrupt there, but there's a car stopped headed up the hill at turn 1. Just off the driver's right. I think if we cut to the camera, you'll be able to see it just at the compression.
It's a darker car on driver's right. It's almost camouflaged in the grass, so it's tough to.
It's being reported as the Zima BMW.
Yeah.
941.
That is a rough place to do a hot pole, I reckon. Okay, cool.
There was also a white MX-5 spun at turn 7.
Go little E30, go. You could do it.
So JTR has just come through in the lead. Now that this is starting to cycle through, that 696 leads.
This is going to go back to a yellow flag zone, by the way.
Yeah, so everybody's got to be really, really... he's moved, actually.
Yeah, he's moved into a better spot.
He's moved, but he's not gone. It's still a yellow flag.
Yeah. Well, so it's not waving at start anymore, which is where I was looking. There's a stationary yellow at the top of the hill at turn 1. I'll tell you what, it's really hard to see. Unfortunately, it looks like the breeze is blowing straight down the front straightaway, and it sort of bowed the yellow flag out, so you're not getting a huge view of the yellow.
And I wonder if we've got an onboard that's heading into turn 1. I wonder how easy it is to even see that car, because the crest, the gradient of the hill, you can't really see it once you get into sort of the uphill there.
Yeah, and you're talking about dark gray on dark gray, right? Car against Tech Pro.
And it's not exactly a bright day out there, so you're not getting a ton of ambient light.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation.
Oh, Moorhead Speedworks almost spun a Boxster out in turn 10 there. That was a pretty great save, actually, from the Boxster driver. just tag them in left rear. Full opposite.
Interesting.
If we can get the maybe the 147s on board pulled in just for some production on boards, I think they're streaming over on YouTube. It'd be a good ad.
Yeah, it looks
despite
like it's not
the
in our
delay
rotation
here,
at the moment, but I'm sure given a moment we'll be able to add it. The 701 is about 12 seconds behind them, so it's not quite as intense of an on-track battle as we had earlier. There's the 908, who for a moment was our leader.
Yeah, I was just watching things cycle through here, and that 908, I mean, it's still lead lap, right? I believe also still under investigation. But go far enough up the race control log. Can we get a resolution there? No, still under investigation for the contact with the 75.
Yeah, so what the typical flow of events there is that we'll wait until race control has access to both cars' video, if it's available, and make a final decision based off of that video. That is usually pulled during the pit stop. So if we haven't had both of those cars come into the lane since that contact happened, or alleged contact, I guess, if we want to be charitable about it, that's what we'll be waiting for, effectively. But it looks like under our nose, the 941 has continued on, or at the very least is out our shot.
A little disappointed in Race Hero.
Get Brian on the horn.
Yeah, it's taking a little time for things to update here, and I was looking for lap times.
I have a solution for you.
Yes, but getting all of that information displayed at the same time, where I can look at a lap time and a gap at the same time. They use your display for a slightly different purpose, and just waiting for it to update again. The answer I got, by the way, now that things have cycled through, is that Hitman lost 12.5 seconds to the race leader of that lap. 696 opening the margin out beyond a half a minute. And so now it goes JTR and Hitman 34 seconds apart.
Is this
Scream
the
and go.
that's around the turn 20?
No, it's not. It's the 33.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's an odd place to be backwards without contact. Unless you lock up the rears on the way in.
Yeah, maybe an early downshift?
Yeah.
I have done that on iRacing before, so I am not that astonished. But I also am terrible, so.
Those bows. Going to continue for the 33 confirmation.
That's exactly what that was. 18 is not the corner I would have expected that, but fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's like the supercars race that we watched on repeat last night, where I don't know if you remember this, Brendan, but they took the short course, the West Circuit.
Fairly sure it's the only series to ever use the short course in a professional contest here.
Yeah, but it makes sense. But anyway, they managed to come up with like 5 corners in the middle of that shortcut, so somehow turn 20 is still turn 20.
Yes.
What kind of accounting magic they needed to make that work.
Silverstone attendance accounting, I think.
Yeah, or Long Beach.
Texas event budget. I don't know. I don't have inside knowledge of that. I just, remember that being a thing when this place opened.
Yes.
I will say this. We were talking about this kind of recently. It's nice to see Circuit of the Americas kind of come into its own. Oh, big lockup down at turn 20 from the, I think it was from the number 24 from Montgomery Motorsports. Yeah. You see the aftermath. It's nice to see Circuit of the Americas kind of come into its own here, right? We've got the professional events here. Formula One was basically just Formula One and MotoGP for a while. And that, they added NASCAR more recently than that. Supercars raced here for a little bit, just as kind of a one-off, and then now we have these club events that have been added to the calendar. They've got the Peppermint Parkway, right, for some community engagement. We've got the Austin Bolt Stadium here, the amphitheater, and it's just really nice to see a track that clearly cost a lot of money to build, not just sit out here on its own as a once-a-year Formula One type venue, right? This place now has a place in Austin. It's got a place in Texas and in American and international motorsport. It's just nice to see that consistency.
And it seems like, and granted, I have no inside knowledge, 0%. But it seems like not that long ago, I remember there being rumblings about the state of Texas didn't want to put money into it to run the event anymore or something of that nature, and it was like a huge political thing. But it seems like it's been basically since then that they've been able to embrace all the club racing stuff, and I'm guessing are able to operate the track at a profit, which nowadays is not a guaranteed lock. Now, I'm sure that the expansion of F1 in the United States has certainly helped that, but even prior to that, in 2019, it seemed like this track was well on its way to being definitely a part of the community, I guess you could say. Whereas, there's a lot of other tracks that were built around this time frame. India comes to mind, for example, that were built for F1 races and then didn't really host anything ever again.
The thing that's challenging with F1, especially in that era, which is still, that's the pre-Liberty, so still the BCE, if you like.
Right. Yeah.
Is that was very much a model, and I think it's less so now, where the money flowed in such a way that it was FOM basically trying to gouge every event, every venue that hosted an event, right? So it was really difficult to make money off of these races. I think it might be less the case now. I think there's an understanding with the new management, not so new anymore, but with this management at Liberty Media, that you actually do need the venues to be healthy if you want, good good venues to race at. So I think that's been a part of it. Obviously, the Drive to Survive, the Netflix hype, you could see that in the grandstands this year. That will obviously help because it gets people in the door for ticket sales. And as people who bought tickets know, they were much more expensive than they were about 5 years ago. So all of that stuff is good news for COTA.
Well,
I think there were some concerns that that with Miami and now with Vegas next year they're going to oversaturate the market. That doesn't seem to have happened yet. But
Joseph, you saw this firsthand attending races at Indianapolis, right? The hype was real in year one and to a degree year two, and then gradually as the novelty wore off, running at a place like Indianapolis, the actual interest, ongoing and committed interest in running Formula One there started to wane. And then, once the fiasco happened in 2005, it was, game over from that point forward.
Which is why I don't blame the tracks for hiking the ticket prices as high as they can make them, because they know that this isn't going to last forever, right? They need to build their coffers while they can.
It's probably not, but the difference at COTA and what we're seeing now in a modern era of Formula One, especially in the United States, is that it is sustained interest, right? It's not year one, year two, and then a drop off. Well, but it's still unprecedented, right? Whether it's yet or not, this is still well beyond what you could have seen in any other era of Formula One here in the United States. And COTA is the primary benefactor of that, because they've had now nearly 10 years of, 200,000 plus spectators over the course of a weekend. And that goes a long way towards making a place like this on this scale profitable.
Yeah, and we've talked privately in our group about, looking at the demo numbers that Racer.com posts on their recaps of races. There have been several this year where is it the 25 to 49 demo? I don't remember what it is, but it's a relatively young demo. Now F1 outpaces NASCAR.
Yeah,
and that is crazy. That I would have never considered that as a possibility 10, 20 years ago.
I think about that probably monthly. Just about how much the intake of racing has changed from when we were fans, young fans in particular, to where the interest and investment is now. And it's just, it is a world and a situation. Had you told me 10, 15 years ago that this was going to be the case, I would not have believed.
Yeah.
Can I take the opportunity to mention that the best
I'd like to make an observation.
The best racing in the world right now is another series that goes to COTA every year, MotoGP.
Yeah, it is true.
So anyone listening who's looking for more stuff to support American international level racing with, watch the MotoGP races here.
Yeah, they're always very good, and it's a counterclockwise track for Mark Marquez because it's good for his recovery. Well, he's recovering from his arm healed at a 30-degree angle off axis.
Well, yes, but now is corrected.
Yeah, it's better now. But now he hasn't been on a bike or wasn't on a bike for 6 months, and he's got to get race fit again.
DriversEye Live motorcycle streaming when?
I'd love to do that.
Coming across the line, 3 fast guys in Denny, just behind the 605 of Round 3 Racing, battling for 5th in GP3.
If anyone would like us to take over the English language coverage of the FIM EWC.
Yeah. You, me, Martin Haven.
It's bobsleds all the way down.
Sliding.
Of course, Martin Haven in the United States right now, in Park City.
Yeah.
We've got a slow boxer into the lane, by the way.
It's the 195 JT.
Yo.
Is that a significant car? It is not a significant car.
The 197 is the more significant boxer in GP3.
It's significant in its insignificance, if you catch my drift, because it is a car that I believe was still in contention for the GP3.
Aha! Yes.
Yep.
Now it would have needed a stout pair of results this weekend. I think if it finishes outside of, I think maybe the podium today, they'll be mathematically eliminated. So it's a big deal for them to not be running up front. Now their team car is the car that's currently leading, so it's not all bad news for overnight. But it's one fewer car that can act as a point buffer against the 605, which has a lot of potential in terms of point scoring this weekend as a function of the drop rules.
If we would like to follow a close battle from onboard cameras, the 111 is right behind the 99. They're battling for 6th place.
Yeah, if we can get that one and the 147 mixed in here on YouTube, if the producer bandwidth will allow, that'd be a good place to be at the moment.
I think it's actually, I think the 99 just took the position, but it does look like those cars are relatively evenly matched on pace. They're obviously relatively similar cars. M2 versus an M4, so I'm stretching things a little bit there, but they're both blue, if that helps.
Also, do we have a choice on board? Is that something that...
Choice on board exists and is working, yeah.
Okay, well, they are gradually reeling in the number 34 from Hitman Racing. And
today.
Sorry, the Hitman?
Choice.
Choice, yeah.
They tend to cycle up through pit stop rotations as well.
Yeah, that... Sorry, that... as I get 3 messages at the same time.
Juggle now.
Yeah, sorry. I can't do it. I'm watching Zach do his thing. I'm getting your message about audio. This is a lot. I wanted the driver list for the 511, whereas normally it would be Bill and Will Choice. Is listed this weekend as Will Choice and KHP Jones.
Interesting.
It is, and then KHP Jones is also listed in his own car.
Right. Terry Borcheller was listed against one of his cars as well.
I saw that. That is a name. That's a throwback. I don't know if Terry will appreciate me saying that, but
probably not. But all right, we'll work around it.
You think he's here because Dorsey told him to?
Are they buddies?
I don't
I mean, I would assume being in the sports car paddock in that era would mean that you've at least have had a beer with the man, you know.
That's fair.
You're either buddies or enemies at this point, I feel like.
Dorsey's had a few beers with a lot of men.
This race we're following at the moment is about to turn into a 3-car battle because the 401 is coming up really quickly behind the two BMWs.
I think, yeah.
Yeah.
When that does happen, I think that one is already in rotation, so we should be able to pick that one up.
Yeah, Thunder Bunny, we've just gone on board the 111 here a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, that's the GTR 99 2 cars ahead of us, so they're stretching it a little bit.
Got a note in the YouTube comments from Tomo Gorman, the ASM 150, which he's not listed against, actually. So I don't know, I'm not totally sure what the relationship is between Tomo and the ASM crew, but that's one of the S2000s, number 150 in GP2. Lost ABS. The suspicion is a wheel speed sensor issue, and ABS goes, braking is not as effective, went off track, and back out and running. And where have they fallen back to?
I believe they're 8th. Yeah, 8th in class. They had been leading for a while, but then, yeah, they had that issue. They had a 9-minute lap and really fell down the order. I'm wondering if Tom is maybe just helping the team this weekend. I think he runs an S2000 himself.
That's what I was thinking.
In a different series.
I was trying to think. Yeah, I almost called out the series. I don't know if we're supposed to.
I don't either.
I mean, it's about to not be. So
we make up our own rules. It's fine.
It's a series that exists.
Oh, okay.
And will continue to exist. So it's not that one.
Got it.
Tom Gorman, who I'd be remiss if I didn't point out, I'm pretty sure was one of my rivals at Race to Play back in the day.
Yeah, Tomo, that's a name that
if it's the Tom Gorman I know of, he's a good
I
guy.
have been asking myself this question for at least a half a decade.
It should
this
be
exact question. Is Tom O'Gorman that races in low-level GT and Tin Top series around the country the same Tom O'Gorman from the R Factor days? I don't have the answer yet.
Well, maybe we'll get it in the YouTube comments and we'll have a little power.
Tom, please help.
It's not the world's most common name, so I'm making the assumption it is, but...
One of them is pretty Tommen. Tommen?
Is it the same Tom O'Gorman that spun at the top of a Rouge during the SRO race and took me out?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Hold out.
I'm kidding. I love Tom. He's awesome.
Unbelievable.
Is this so? The question is this Tom O'Gorman or Tom O'Gorman 2?
Tom O'Gorman's old.
Is it Tom O'Gorman?
The last 10 entries in the race control log. Track limits, 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 track limits. 1 lap penalty to the 982 for track limits.
We had gone 15 minutes without a penalty. It was glorious.
So the thing about the 982's penalty is that it's basically back to back. So three laps in about 4. They've exceeded track limits at turn 20. The penultimate one got them a warning. The final one got them the lap penalty. So I think, Brendan, you were probably at the drivers' meeting. I wasn't. I do wonder if it's a...
No, I wasn't.
Oh my goodness.
Sorry.
So we'll get confirmation on this, but I suspect it's a X number of strikes and you're out sort of deal.
It was repeated was the phrase that was used, but I'm not sure exactly what the delineator is there.
Sorry to interrupt. That huge gaggle of cars we just saw going through turn 12 there, that includes both of the BMWs and the 401 car.
Yeah, the 111.
They're all in a complete mess of traffic and trying to get around each other. So the 401's on board is showing it pretty well. But yeah, it's this gaggle here. All 3 of those cars, I think, are in the middle of that.
Yeah, there's the 401.
Or 5th position now, because we've had a pit stop, presumably. Or a penalty, one or the other. Hitman has dropped down to 13th place, so I'm guessing that was a penalty.
I didn't see
that. Would be significant.
Which car?
Yeah,
Hitman, 34.
Although the race hero graph is very weird. It's now showing they're up to 3rd on the graph, but still 13th on Race Hero. So
I think, Scott, I hate to do this to you, but I think you're going to want to use my monitor because I still have them in 2nd.
I do not have enough screen space for your monitor as well.
But yeah, you replace Race Hero with it because it's...
As Brendan said, yours does not provide the immediate.
Yeah, but it does provide them in the right order.
Race Hero's been up against it today, man. I don't know what the whether it's just the demand and the amount of data that's being pushed through, but we're a little behind on some of the data pulls on both the app and the web.
Hopefully Brian's in the car at the moment, so he can't hear us talking
That's
about
a good point. Yeah. Well, I was going to say they don't sponsor us, but they might as well have the way.
The way it works, they kind of do.
Data from them, yeah.
It's been a gift in kind to the racing community.
Of course, we liked Race Hero before it was cool.
It's true. Yeah.
We know Race Hero's first 3 albums. So
race hipsters.
Oh yeah, you like Race Hero? Well, then name 3 transponders.
Turns out they're all assigned to the wrong car.
And they've all just registered an 11-second lap.
What is happening?
Didn't get triggered through the pit lane either.
No.
I, however, have.
Posted in a perpetual state of triggered in the pit lane.
That's right.
I think we found the name for Joseph's autobiography.
No, that's the second one. The first one's Into the Barriers.
That's
sure.
right.
Yeah.
Triggered in the pit lane. How I refuse to meet Steve Matchett. I'm just kidding, Steve. If you want to hang out, I'm game.
Should we just get Steve Matchett on board now?
That would be so. What if Steve Matchett just like popped in and he was like, "He's here tonight."
I was a slow Z. Sorry, it's Fancy Pants this weekend. I was going to call it Z3 4-banger, but it's that same Z3, whatever that car is. It was slow on the way out. Sure, and he's here tonight. On the way into 15 there. I think he's just trying to stay out of the... Oh, well... I was going to say I think he's just trying to stay out of the way, but that car...
he is.
Well,
that is true. He is staying out of the way.
But I thought he was going to continue moving. That car is obviously grinding to a halt here, and is going to have to be recovered from the inside of turn 15.
Meanwhile, the 401 has managed to get within 2 car lengths of the 111, but still heavy traffic, influencing that battle for 6th, 7th, something like that, wherever Hitman ends up.
And no disrespect, but...
Hitman has now registered 2 laps in 13th place. Are you sure they haven't been given a penalty? At risk of Joseph telling me that I should...
Oh, yeah, is this the open throttle car that's slow on drivers right here?
Yep, the number 63.
Yeah. So there's some kind of force field over in the turn 13 area that is decimating cars.
Yeah, careful entering sector 3 right now.
It's our camera.
You joke about that. We got told to turn a camera off at a track because they thought it was interfering with the
that was
flagging station. Don't have to call it out.
That was me and Sam at High Plains, I think.
Okay.
I didn't know about any of that. Also, the 34 has been given a 2-lap penalty for pass under yellow after video review.
When was that? When was that incident? I don't see it on
59. It was an hour and a half ago.
That is really interesting. Okay.
Well, remember, if they're not, so we don't have their stream up today.
Video evidence.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Fair play to the driver of the 63 here, by the way, getting this car around and well out of the way.
I missed that. Which penalty were we talking about?
Hitman.
Okay, Joseph. I believe Race Hero in that case was ahead of your data.
Yeah, it's because the server.
Excuses.
The server that I've hired has crashed because it hates me.
Oh,
well, I'm glad I wasn't using your web app, and I was using.
I know. 63 is going to make it into the pit lane just on coasting, I think. We're having a chat.
So for those of you who don't live in Northern California, this is what it's like to go to a Dutch Brothers, where the attendant actually comes into your car to talk to you about what coffee you would like.
It's one of the funniest things you've ever said. So what are you doing today?
How's it going,
Doing
guys?
anything fun?
What's going on? I'm like, look, man, I just need a coffee. Cool, bro.
Yeah.
It'll be 8:25, please.
Very funny.
Slow car going around the outside of turn 7 as well. I don't know if they're going to appear in the 10-11 camera. It looked like it was a lower class hatchback, probably front-wheel drive type car. I didn't actually identify it. They might not make it that far. They were going pretty slow.
Yeah, this is, I think, as the race has kind of settled in, which is odd because we're 3.5 hours in and it doesn't feel like we're any closer to having answers on what's meant to be happening right now than we were 3 hours ago. But
Any thoughts?
Yeah, no, I just feel like we're settling into a rhythm, but things keep happening. You know, like we're not getting massive full course yellows, we're not losing cars left, right, and center. It's just little things keep happening that change the race a little bit and prevent us from having a full picture of where things are headed, you know?
Well, what we do know now, thank goodness, is that JTR is actually winning the race.
Right, so like that is the one constant.
Settled in. Yeah.
That is the one constant. It's 696 in the least likely way is, you know, out in front of the field by a margin, running not blazing lap times, but still quick enough to be comfortably out there.
Well, you know how they do that.
Sorry, guys. 401 and 111 are side by side down the back straight.
Very good.
In their race.
Yeah, if we could switch over to the 401 or 111 onboard, either one of those would be.
111 I think is a bit delayed, so 401's probably better. They should actually be heading down into turn 12 right now. I don't know how synced up our cameras are with that, and we might have missed it. But yeah, this is the 401. Oh, right, your 401's way ahead of my 401.
We're not on YouTube. We're on RTMP.
Yeah, right.
Thanks, James.
In which case, the pass has probably been made. Unfortunately, their rear view camera really isn't that useful. There's a big wing in the way, guys. But unless the 111 is not right under their bumper, and there's no 111 ahead, so that move's obviously been made at some point.
Joseph.
Yeah, Brendan.
Does your server situation, is that going to lead to some issues regarding your math?
No, because we pick up passings.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, come back to that. Although, poor Zach is maybe going to have to do a little refresh on the timing tower.
So what we can see from the 401, I think, is the 99 a few cars up the road. So that'll be the next pass for position if they're able to catch them.
The 167 BSI Racing has got around the Choice Racing 51 for second in GP2. Has definitely been one of the quicker cars in that class.
And we're back.
Yeah,
just like that.
No, good. VLC dies just as we come back, so.
Yeah, the VLC thing is interesting because I've noticed we'll talk about this offline. I have some thoughts about a couple things.
Other video hosts are available. Or,
well, it's not the video
players.
host.
It's a player. Other players are available.
Yeah, it's a player. It's a big player.
Where's Windows Media Player? Can I just use that?
You probably could, yeah. If Windows Media Player still existed, yeah.
I don't think it does.
No, it doesn't. Oh, does it?
It does on my computer.
Here it is.
Oh, it's just Media Player, but it's the new Media Player.
Oh, mine still says Windows Media Player.
Oh, all right. I'm on Windows 11.
We're gonna use recommended settings.
I'm on 2000. You're so 2008.
That's fine. I'm all right with that.
2018.
Fastest car on the track right now, unsurprisingly, is the number 3 Austin Dillon Motorsports car.
Yeah!
It's closing in. I mean, it's still quite a long way behind the pack in front of it, which is the pack we've been following, the 111 and the 401 and the 99, but it's catching it like 10 seconds a lap, so it'll be there pretty quick at this rate.
Oh, the 63 gets a fuel and infraction penalty for not having the fire bottle ready.
That's just insult to injury at that point.
I know, because it was coming down pit lane at like 20 miles an hour. How do you not have the fire bottle ready in time?
Well, if you're panicking because you don't know what's wrong with the car, maybe it just throws off your rhythm. and the way you normally set up for a pit stop, you're just wondering if the car is going to make it to the stall at all. Never mind having everything that you need. Interestingly, I think we saw it on our monitor side. The 682 has been recovered on a flatbed, as opposed to on the back of a tow rope, which I'm intrigued by that.
Zach is expertly following the 401 versus 99 race using our trackside cameras here. The white BMW is the 401, with the blue BMW right ahead of it being the 99.
Then they go into the 3 and 4 complex. Around the outside at turn 4, the 401's going to put a car in between itself. And no, a couple of cars between the 111. It's chasing the 99, isn't it?
No, it just passed it, actually.
Just passed. Okay, so it was a 99.
Just before it came into view of the camera there, it managed to get past through turn 2. And then immediately came in between the 401 and the 99. So there we go.
Front to back with the, I assume it's a lap car just up ahead of the 401. Some nondescript number.
There's only 5 seconds actually up to the 908 Aston Martin, but yeah, that would have been a lapped car. So
yeah, I'm also intrigued by the pace that's being set at the moment by the majority of the GTO field. I don't know if it's because we were recovering cars down at 16 through 20. I assume to some degree it must be, but a large part of the GTO field in the 30s.
Well, they're all in roughly the same part of the track, and that part of the track seems extremely busy. It has been for quite a while. It seems to be where all of the traffic is. So,
right. So this is
30 seconds behind, and I think
exactly. This is the race setup that allows that number 3 car back into contention. Right, where you've got a bunch of cars that are roughly around the same pace and close on track, kind of running in the same gaggle, all holding each other up or being held up by the same traffic. And losing 2 seconds a lap, a second or 2 a lap might not be such a big deal, but losing big chunks of time like this on a regular basis is eventually going to allow that number 3 back into contention based on the pace that it's running. And yeah, it's going to take time, but eventually it feels like it's an inevitability that it's going to get there as the 401 makes its way in.
Obviously, they're going to have to work their way through the same traffic, but just the way this sort of thing works is it could be that if it arrives there 3 laps later, that traffic's much more spread out and it's as 401's in the pits.
Right, and the advantage the 3 has if it does get held up by a similar gaggle of traffic is that it's only being held up by those cars, not by the other class cars around it. Ooh, the 3's in.
Is that on schedule for them? Because that's in out of, I've got them in 8th.
I mean, 40 minutes feels right, but I don't have the, actual number
about
there.
Right. It's about right. About 18 laps. So it's 1 shy of what we tend to see, about 1920. So, it's going to be difficult if they can't extend the stint any further, for sure. Which,
so they're
not to belabor that point.
They're actually the margin on track between the 401 and the 3 is actually the margin.
The 111 is right behind the 99 now, by the way. So it looks like 99 has very little pace at this phase in the race, and is just kind of submarining through the field like a cinder block in a 2-foot creek.
Excellent.
What?
Excellent.
What was that?
That was exactly what you would expect it to be.
Is that an actual, is that a saying that crazy English people use?
No, it's
no.
Is that a Florida thing?
Yes.
Yeah, more North Augusta, South Carolina.
North Augusta. Huh.
No, he's not getting this at all. Don't worry, let's move on, Brendan.
Baffled. Utterly baffled.
Oh man, Fifth Gear Motorsports is 1 second close behind Hunter Racing for 6th in GP1.
Scott, is that a DW thing or is that a Moonhead thing?
That is a Brian Hicks thing.
Okay.
Of course it is. Yeah, of course I was going to get that.
Get on your chance.
We have used it before. Joseph has used it extensively.
I'm actually a little upset here that we've made it this far into the race and nobody's bothered to do a Vince Welch impression.
Well, because
he hasn't gotten the car yet.
Yeah, we don't have any indication that Sheldon Creed is in the. Okay.
And yes, Brendan, you actually did it in the pre-race. So
Very briefly. It was just a teaser. More to come.
5 to go. Sponsored by Credit Bank. There's more than 5 to go. We're under 5 hours to go.
We are under 5 hours to go.
Send help.
JT Sanity has fallen fashion in a cinder block in a 2-foot creek.
The 3 has left. That feels long.
401 hasn't left, so that feels longer.
They'll be doing tires around this time, I think. They almost always take tires halfway through the race.
They are doing tires. You can.
Yeah.
On board.
This is the 401 you said? Okay.
Yes.
Fueling and fraction for the 63, which has been in the wars today. They had a slow car out on track because the right front had gone flat on them, per the marshal's notes.
Oh, that would have been the long trip home then for that car. It did look like there was a slight vibration on that car as they were bringing it back, but I couldn't tell if that was just me trying to struggle through the video I have up here or what. But that makes sense to me then.
61, that Evo car, who we saw up in the podium places earlier, is being looked at by the marshal's trackside for a loose splitter. And the 34, who we also saw at the pointy end of the field before their 2-lap penalty, has had a spin and continue down at turn 11.
401's now leaving the pits.
Do I have to take care of a bot?
Oh, yes, please. That was a while ago, though.
Oh, I thought that was a recent thing.
There's a bot? I didn't see the bot.
I was going to say, how did we get through 6,000 views and only now are having bot issues?
Yeah, it's usually... yes. Oh, wow, there's a collection of cars coming that are going to be coming through shot right here into turn 19. Some of them coming to the pit lane. Yeah, at least one of them. Is that the 7 or...
505 starting automatic in there, which is obviously not efficient. But, and then automatic has GTR 99 behind. And I'm curious as to why the 111 wasn't in there. Or was it? The 111 seems to have dropped away significantly. 3.5 seconds. They were right behind GTR 99, so I guess they would have got held up in traffic recently. But yeah, those 3 cars coming together, and like effectively the 401 and the 3 are kind of in there as well, but now gone through a pit stop cycle.
Everybody now kind of settled in up at the top, at least through traffic, in the high 20s to low 30s.
I was going to mention this a couple of laps ago, but I've noticed the Screaming Goat is... I wanted to sort of make sure this was an actual trend, but they seem to be relatively significantly faster than JTR. A couple of seconds on that.
Brendan, I have a question.
I think, just real quick, sorry, Scott. I think the...
Ryan?
Like I'm yelling at my pets. Pick a name and yell.
You ever have a grandparent that will go through like every name in the family before they get to yours?
I'm 32 and I do that. Obviously. I think it's just that Screaming Goat's been a little bit more consistent than JTR. JTR will have the pace on the odd lap, but by far Screaming Goat seems to be able to do those times more consistently. And that may just be luck in traffic. Also, maybe the 696 is being more conservative through traffic because they have the margin. I don't know.
I don't think you understand, Brendan. If the 696 sees a car in front of it, they pass it.
Hey, that's not
right. C-car pass car.
Right.
Brendan, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Jesse.
When the number 29 goes by your position, what do you hear?
Are you asking why it's listed as a diesel?
I am.
Yeah, it's not. I think so. I don't know the answer to this for sure. Maybe David McKee can offer some insight. I believe that was just a slightly tongue-in-cheek reference to their fuel mileage.
Yeah, I believe that's what it had been, because it always went super long.
Yeah, it was regularly going 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes further than even the very late cars were pitting in GTO. And I just don't think they changed the way that car was listed after they did the engine swap. So I hear Chevy V8, but it's been listed as a diesel since, honestly, as far back as I can remember this season.
Someone who's going through Race Hero and trying to cross-reference things that are going past them and the information that's in the description box in Race Hero is going to be uber confused.
I can tell you, as I look at the grandstands, I'm not seeing too many people sitting there with a tablet with Race Hero pulled up and their eyes closed trying to match sound to passing.
And whose fault is that?
Well, I don't know.
More people need to be on racehero.io. Actually, I need to log into
the way we've been collecting data from Race Hero today, I'm not sure if that's the case.
I was gonna say, haven't you been trying to push people off of Race Hero today?
Yeah, but then I found out that my server died. So
it's all correct now, right?
Yeah, it's
your
okay.
server. Okay. So we are expecting a good round of pit stops here in GTO momentarily. JTR doing in about 6, Screaming Goat in roughly 8, Choice Racing and GTR in about 4, and then Automatic to come a couple of laps after that all finishes up, roughly halfway through their fuel run now. So kind of setting ourselves up here for some scheduled stops in GTO. Turns out, just based on luck, this seems to be the time that we get a full course yellow, like just in the middle of or just after we've started a round of stops. So it kind of takes that little element of intrigue out of it, but
I do wonder,
wait and see.
I do kind of sometimes wonder, especially when the field is this large, I wonder how much of that as we go through into turn 11 for no particular reason. I do wonder how much of that is now you have your attention divided a little bit in the cockpit between being on track and now you're counting down how many laps until you actually need to be in the box, and you have additional mental overhead, and I wonder how much of that just if you're already on the limit, I wonder how much of that is in some cases just enough to cause a little bit of chaos. You miss a shift,
maybe
you might not miss.
Yeah, I will say it doesn't seem like it's really resulted in contact. It's more just little either self-inflicted or unfortunate mechanical things. We haven't really seen
that's me.
The bonehead
you
move.
You can approve that. You can approve that two-factor, Brendan. Don't worry about it.
Oh. Thanks for letting me know it's there.
Uh-huh. I gotta pin timing to the YouTube comments because the people are complaining that the tower's moving too fast and it's too much.
Oh, sure.
And I agree, but it's what are you gonna do when there's like 85 cars?
Oh, it's not letting me do the thing.
Oh no! I'll resend it.
Okay.
Moorhead's
Ohio. Ew.
PC load letter.
Santa hates Ohio.
Yeah, but
agrees.
But Utah doesn't.
Hate Ohio?
Yeah.
But no, it's the other way around. Surely, Ohio loves Utah.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Yeah.
Watch, they should put the 2013 UCF team in. Just bring him back.
Give old Gus Malzahn a shot. Current UCF team. You know what? Put Tulane in. I don't care. Give it to Tulane.
I also want to see Tulane. 100%.
Yeah.
That was my support. I am happy that one of my legs of my nearly parlay hit last night.
Uh-oh. TCU is not winning a football game at the moment.
Oh my! Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Oh, I should have done it.
I mean, this is classic TCU this season anyway, but it's still a football game.
The thing that's going to be nice about that is if Michigan and Georgia both win, then they can just put OSU in the 3 seed. Instead of what is going to happen otherwise, which is they're going to find some convoluted way to keep Michigan out of the top seed, so that they don't play Ohio State like straight out the gate again in back-to-back games.
I think the 3 and the 696 are going at it on the racetrack, with the 3 trying to get back 1 lap down. Just seen them going through 14, 15. Side by side the whole way.
So that'll be a lap, right, between the two of them? 2 laps?
I think it. I thought it's currently at 2 laps.
2 laps, right? And some of that is because the leader owes us. Oh, the 3s shoved it down the inside at the last corner.
It was actually a crossover move. They were on the outside and then crossed back.
Oh, very interesting. It looked like just
they've been side by side for the entire second half of this lap. So
okay, all right. So some of that gap is because the 3 has pitted recently. The 696 has not. Forget being even on stops because the 3 is pitting substantially more often anyway. But in this case, we are expecting the race leader, the JTR Motorsports Engineering BMW, into the pits fairly soon. And that will bring that down to something closer to a lap, I think.
3's cleared them and has now pulled best part of a second, I would say, through the start of this lap. So that's a good position to be if a safety car comes out, obviously. They're 1 less lap down.
33 from TCS Motorsports down in GP2 is into and out of the pits.
That was the 22 you said?
It was the 33 in GP2.
Okay, in GP2.
It would have been very convenient if they could have matched their numbers up to be...
It is criminal.
Yeah.
The GP2 entry is the 33, and the GP3 entry is
the 22.
Turn 10, out of turn 9 into turn 10, I don't know who it was. It was a red production class car. From the board.
Okay. Spin and continue for the 410 it looks like.
Okay, it was a 360 on the exit of the corner. And yeah, they spun to the inside, looks like didn't hit anything or anyone.
908's being looked at for a loose side skirt on the left-hand side of the car. I don't think that's something that's necessarily going to have them meatballed, but it is something to keep an eye out for.
Should also keep an eye down in GP2. The BSI Racing MX-5 lapping a couple of seconds a lap quicker than the number 21 from North Loop Motorsport. They're both due in within the next 10 laps. But the pace out of that 167 at the moment is quite good.
Yeah, that MX-5 Cup car is flying.
Yeah, that margin is going to come down. Never mind the pit stops, and it'll be interesting to see how the relative pit stop lap times affect things. But at least the way things are shaking out on track, that gap should be down under a minute by the time the pit stops begin. In 5 laps or so, probably another 12 to 15 minutes.
Yeah,
that Moorhead car is flying in the moment. 233.
Which car are we talking about, Brendan?
Sorry, that was the 167 and the 21. Your 2 leaders in GP2.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, pit expected in 9 laps for the 21. Pit expected in 5 laps for the 167. So we've got a little bit less of a weight on the 167.
You know, Joseph, you mentioned the 908, and I panicked because I couldn't remember what car the 908 was. I started thinking Peugeot, like what car could that possibly be? What does it look like? And then I remembered that Automatic brought a second car. Arguably the brightest colored car on the grid.
How do you miss it?
It's on there, yeah.
It's just such an unusual... I mean, it's an unusual car, like, for us, because Automatic rarely brings anything other than their light blue 909. Also, it's by far the quicker of the 2 Astons, which is sort of a unique position in its own right. Usually that 909 is pretty good on pace, but the 908 has been flying.
Yeah, we really haven't talked about the 909, but it is out there.
Oh yeah. It's not come... Ooh, as the 24 from Montgomery Motorsports goes wide exiting turn 20, finds a gear eventually, and accelerates away at the front straightaway.
I don't... Let's see. Has that
Actually, I think we're going to catch that here if we stay on board the 701. Might be a little too far ahead.
Then by ahead, you mean real time.
No, here it is, just off to the right side.
Oh, yeah?
You see it recovering there. Yeah. That camera's a little bit behind as well, but not terrible.
We've got a car stop at turn 12, it looks like.
This is what I was saying, right? Right about the time we start getting to a pit stop cycle. It's not old, of course, yellow, but...
Yeah. It looks like it's the...
881? Nope. Maybe not.
Alright.
800.
Hold on, just let it play out.
No. Gotta jump the gun.
The 401 is heading to that part of the track, as is the 511.
Leader in.
It is the 800, by the way. Okay. Yes, and JT is correct as well. JTR Motorsports Engineering into the pits, the first of the race leaders this time around. Choice Racing ought to be in here shortly as well from third, and roughly a minute behind.
The stop car is at the next corner, it's at turn 13 on the left. It looks like it's being towed at the moment.
The 696 is in a hair early. I'm not necessarily alarmed by that, but it is a few.
I wonder if they were trying to jump the gun on a full course yellow for having that car recovered.
But historically, and by historically, I mean, I know it's like 4 hours. That hasn't been a super likely scenario.
No, I know. But if you're going to be in that position, right? Do you just do it? You know, pull the trigger on it and get it done?
Anyway, then yeah, you kind of...
Yeah. Play the game. I think I'm with Scott on that one.
I don't know. Is that smoke coming out the back of that car as they're towing it? Yeah, if we come back to that...
Yeah.
I don't actually think it's... Ooh.
Yeah, they come to a stop now.
That could have been a sort of tire rub, although it's pretty slow to be getting that kind of smoke out. I don't know. I haven't decided if I think that's tire friction or drivetrain friction. Neither one is great. One is worse than the other.
Could be a suspension issue as well.
Do we have the Choice Racing on board?
Which one?
On our TMP?
We're busy enhancing.
Okay. I just had a note from somebody asking about it. Apparently it looks quite good on our TMP. I just haven't had it.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it is. It's a good looking camera.
Good to see Overnight expanding into GP1. Just looking at messages that we've gotten from competitors out on track, they brought the 191 here, and that's a GP1, which is an expansion out of GP3 for them. So
car stopped on the exit of turn 20. There's a green flag waving here at start, and it's pulled off. I think it's an E30.
It's outside of our shot.
Yeah, only just. But you'll see a yellow flag on the way in on our camera, which is reflective of that car being stopped between 20 and the finish line.
That is a turn 20 is a corner where I'm always surprised. It's really huge here. I'm going to turn 12 right now. Where I'm always surprised how many spins we get every year we come here. I don't know if it's just because it's such a low speed corner that basically everything is loaded up. You know, it's kind of a bang bang situation on the brakes, corner, on the throttle. But it seems to catch cars out an awful lot more than I would have expected.
Yeah, I think it's partially an uphill corner without a lot of camber. So you're coming to the apex, getting on the throttle, and making your way for the exit. And if you do that while exceeding the limits of the tire, it can send the back of the car around.
511 in the pits.
Yep. Just saw that happen here, and got the camera pulled in as well.
They were actually right behind JTR for position, but obviously JTR just pitted, and now 511 is pitting.
Yes, okay.
GTR 99 and pits as well.
Screaming Goat will inherit the lead in their not diesel BMW.
No,
not
very
BMW
much petrol.
not diesel, nor BMW powered BMW.
Yes. Yeah, the bit outside the engine. So 95% of it is BMW, and then the part that makes it go is not.
They say they've made a lot of modifications to that car, so probably plenty of aftermarket parts on the bit outside the engine as well.
Yeah. Expecting that car in about 2 laps based off of their pit stop so far. GTR 99 has just kind of done the GTR 99 thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned a little while ago they're struggling for pace a little bit right now, but that is kind of what they do. They go fast at the start, fast at the end, and then sort of tick off laps in between.
Yeah, they don't really have like hero stints. They just kind of have stints.
They always tend to have a strong finisher.
Yeah. But I mean, like the archetype of the Le Mans race, where somebody puts in a crazy stint in the quiet hours overnight, and you're like, oh wow, where'd they pick up 3 laps? They do pick up 3 laps, but it's mostly from being steady rather than putting in outstanding lap times. We're getting which car is this that we're recovering on the flatbed?
That's the one that was stuck on the outside of turn 13.
So it's if it's turn 13, it's the Rooster car, I believe.
Okay, that car was running in or about the top 10 in GTO for a while. So it's is that a debut for them? It's certainly, we haven't seen them frequently.
Can't remember if they were here last year or not.
Joseph, can I search that on your app, or should I use Race Hero for that?
No, you should use Race Hero for that.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't have a database of every race that someone's done with a Race Hero transponder.
Interesting.
Or a Race Hero layer on their series admin. And you don't have to pay to use Race Hero certainly as a driver. I don't think series have to yet. Something monetization. I don't know.
Screaming
Joseph, how much are you going to charge for a license for your software?
$10,000.
I was going to say, can we start the bidding at like $5,000 or?
Yeah.
Screaming Goat were getting really badly held up through turn 11 this lap, and they seem to be sat behind a big mission car and now are accelerating past. I don't know if there's a yellow flag in turn 11. Kind of the behavior it looks like.
A yellow flag in turn 11. Yes, it's the number 74 actually. Hunter Racing has fallen out of the top 5 in GP1, it looks like.
I can't actually see them on this camera.
That was a black BMW if memory serves. So they, depending on where they've come to a stop, it could either be really easy or really difficult to point them out. The fact that it's being called in by turn 11 suggests to me that maybe they're stopped partway down the back straight and just called in.
Yeah, the Screaming Goat was sat behind Big Mission very intentionally for the first half of the back straight, so I didn't spot a car stopped, but it looked like they were sitting there waiting for a green flag.
Interesting. Okay, I don't have any we don't typically get an indication when a car's been pulled away.
Yeah, that lap was a 2:38 for Screaming Goat, so that really cost them a lot.
Okay, while we have a little lull in the action, we've just crossed over the halfway point in this race, so we should pay a couple more bills, I think. We're going to get into, we're already partially into the pit stop rotation, but we're going to get some more of the heavy hitters in Screaming Goat in about a lap or 2 time. And the same for Automatic, who we expected in about 6 laps. And then it'll be a question of basically where they filter out. How much time do they lose in these pit stops, which are, because it's club racing, they are intentionally slowed down much slower than you'd see in an IMSA. So there's a lot of variance in the pit stop times. and we'll see how everything winds up. We'll find out on the other side of this break.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Your SUV is a multi-purpose tool, like a corkscrew fish scaler. And that means your tires should be multi-purpose too. Like these Cooper rugged Treks. They're tough, but also run smooth as butter. And with dual sidewalls, it's like having a multi-tool that can look like a completely different multi-tool. Don't take that idea, by the way. I'm gonna patent it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back to Circuit of the Americas, Austin, Texas. The Formula One venue is, till this year, the only home of Formula One here in the United States. This weekend, home to the National Championship weekend for the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty. Brendan Kazmarek, Joseph Mudrak, Scott Michaels, Ryan West, JT Tammy on the old microphones. Layla Kazmarek up here in the booth. DriversEye live on Instagram this weekend. And Zach on production. He doesn't have a last name, it's just Zach.
Is Layla the responsible adult?
Yeah, no. Zach Johnson joins us this weekend for the first time after some troubles at Sebring. An unnamed ISP prevented him from being a part of the dual enduros we shared there, but he's done a fine job this weekend. Been able to follow the action from trackside if you're watching here on YouTube or Facebook, and of course we've been supplementing with our nonsense to go along with it if you're down in the paddock or the pit lane listening along as well. Thanks everybody for your company throughout the day today. We are halfway home, 3 hours, 51 minutes and some change remaining in our Saturday race. Another 8-hour race to come tomorrow. We've sailed right on through 1 o'clock local time and just in the middle of some GTO pit stops at the moment.
Ooh.
Go ahead.
908's getting a pass under yellow penalty.
So Joseph just mentioned this under our ad break that the 3 had been whacked with a 2-lap passing under yellow penalty, and if they hadn't done enough to take themselves out of contention earlier on today, that'll do it. Unless we have massive attrition in the top 10, or things like that continue to happen with the 908, it would be difficult to see the Austin Dillon Motorsports car making it back to the top of GTO, and that 908 is, I mean, that is one of the things that could potentially make a difference, but that's a tough break for the automatic guys. That car is going to come out of second in the middle of this round of pit stops, unfortunately, and tumble down the order. You said it was a 1-lap penalty?
That's what it's being reported as, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, 1-lap penalties being doled out to the 908, the 505, that'll be is that old-fashioned?
Yeah.
The 605, who is competing for, that has championship.
I was just going to say, is that car not in the middle of a championship fight in GP3?
Yeah, it absolutely is. I don't think that penalty's been doled out yet. They're currently sitting 3rd. This will drop them back to, I'm going to say 5th in the order.
Yeah, it should.
Which will not mathematically eliminate them. That's how they work out. But it'll make their job a little harder for tomorrow. Again, 4 hours remaining in the race, so there's a lot of time for things to shake out.
505 is back.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I mean, it's not worth a lot at this point. They've obviously lost quite a bit of time, and if I scroll through our timing apps of choice, 60-second overall, 75 laps complete. That takes it 20 laps off of the overall race leader, and actually, that means time loss of something under an hour.
I was going to say, they've been out there for a while.
Quite good. I hadn't noticed them, largely because that car hasn't really been a factor since that happened. But still, they've changed the drive shaft in under an hour, despite Joseph's assumption that it would take them out for the day.
I thought it was going to be a little more lengthy, so I'm glad to see they're back out there.
We have a wheel-to-wheel battle on the track. It's
will to win, Scott.
Very good. Screaming Goat versus Thunder Bunny. Although I think Screaming Goat just made the pass, and I think they've immediately put traffic between themselves and Thunder Bunny. But that's the battle for second, I think. Yeah, it is, because they're 2 seconds apart now coming across the line.
This lap penalty for the 908, by the way, is going to be especially cruel because they're being shown in the race lead right now.
Well, that means that would actually be the pass for the lead, effectively. But I think Nero's pit stop.
Speaking of cruel penalties while leading, the 147's getting a pass under yellow 1 lap penalty. Who is your GP1 leader?
Oh, and they were just working their way slowly towards the top 10.
Championship implications.
Is the 701 in that fight, Joseph?
Let's see. GP1, yeah, that one is among the 701, 336 for Big Mission and the 147 for Moorhead.
Yeah, that 336 is not factored today, really.
Bear in mind that the 147, there's only one car within 4 laps of the 147 in that class, so if they get a 1 lap penalty, it's not going to cost them very many positions.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The 941 is at long last underway from the inside of turn 20. It feels like it's been there for ages, and that's partially due to the fact that the flatbed was already committed to bringing in the... Oh, no, I don't remember what number it was. 800 perhaps? I don't remember quite. But whatever the last car to come in on a flatbed was, had to get back to the paddock, be dropped off, and then the flatbed brought back around to turn 20 to pick up this number 941, which it has now done. So what feels like... When did that car come to a stop there? 12:58, 15 minutes ago.
And so
felt like a long time.
The car that had been recovered on the flatbed for, that was the Fancy Pants entry.
Oh, you're right. Yep, sorry. That felt like a lot longer ago than
turn 1? Oh, because it couldn't enter pit lane, duh.
Yeah, it's got to go up to, I assume, the short course cut, the national course cut?
Yeah, turn 4?
Yeah.
Turn 3, 4?
That area.
So, Race Control has started logging, this is a little inside baseball, but they've also started logging who the offending car passes under yellow, which when things like that change, that implies to me that someone has whined to Race Control and said, well, if we pass someone, then who? And so now you're going to find out who. So, good work from everybody involved to get all that information. Who are we picking up here on this flatbed?
This is the 941 that was down at the inside of turn 20.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, finally. We were just talking about it. 15 minutes it's been there.
Yeah,
finally got the car scooped up and set on its way.
There's no cut through between pit in and the short course shortcut.
No. Joseph will catch up to our discussions here at some point. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's okay.
There's so many cars.
I totally understand.
There's as many cars that have started the GTO field as there are in a NASCAR Cup race.
More.
And then, no, only 40 started.
Is there really no cut through in the barrier between the last corner and the shortcut at turn, 7?
They would have to back up into the pit lane.
But is there nothing on the exit of turn 1?
No, it only feeds into the photo and fire access road, not into an actual transit lane.
Seems like a circuit design oversight.
I will say these photo roads are a little worse for wear at the moment. I'm not sure I would take a car on a flatbed down one of them. Although I can say that about a couple of roads in Austin, so not specific to anything here at Circuit of the Americas.
Brendan, there was some discussion. What rental car did you opt for this weekend?
I didn't opt for anything, Ryan. I didn't get a choice.
Well, what were you given?
I was given a Ford Explorer.
Well, that's not bad for the rough roads. You all right?
I didn't want it, though. I don't want 20 miles to the gallon, man.
Okay. All right.
Wow. You might be at the wrong venue for that sentiment.
Yeah, and you know what? Layla makes this point, and it's quite correct. For the second event in a row, I've got a leaking tire.
That's quite funny.
Sounds like it's a driver issue.
Right?
Yeah.
Believe me, I've had this in my head as being my fault for the last 3 days.
You should let her drive.
I don't think. No. That's okay. Honestly, the roads here, especially at COTA, are brutal. They're brutal. But this started long before we got here. Long before we got to the track. They, I don't know. It's interesting. Like we talked about COTA and how it's settled into its own, but the facility is now 10 years old, and it does start to show its age in some ways. And I suppose a set of fresh pavement around the photo roads would complement the fresh pavement that's laid elsewhere around the track nicely.
Is Hit Lane on pit lane?
Possibly. I don't.
Well, they are. Their last
Yes,
lap
they are.
clearly in lap, but
I think they've already been sent.
yeah, which is why they're sound. Is that on schedule for them?
Checking.
Joseph.
Checking. We are checking. Yes, it appears to be.
Okay, so they're kind of just dropping out of contention naturally. Oh no, they got a 1 lap penalty recently, didn't they?
We did not mention the fact that Screaming Goat cycled through to the lead, did we?
I did. As the automatic car was getting a penalty, they were also overtaking Thunder Bunny 111.
Right. I meant more the cycle with the 696. Now that they've both pitted.
Yeah, I hadn't really identified that part of it.
Yeah, that's more what I meant.
Not a big gap. Only, no, actually 27 seconds. That doesn't come out of nothing.
I mean, wasn't that gap a minute the other way? Not that long ago?
It was more like 30 seconds the other way.
Okay,
Yeah,
but it wasn't nothing.
Yeah, let's see what their pit stop laps look like relative to each other. 4:31 out lap for Scream and Go, 5:41 for JTR. So yeah, JTR had a very slow pit stop.
Yeah, that feels like tires.
You'd expect their lap times to improve significantly, but actually they've been relatively slow since the pit stop.
We haven't really had anybody take this race by the proverbial horns, the longhorns.
We've got a gaggle in turn 12. Somebody locked up or went deep, and it I think triggered a yellow flag, either a yellow flag or an abundance of caution. So
here comes that gaggle on the 14-15 camera.
Yeah, but everyone seems to have gotten away with it. Okay, I don't see any indication of contact. No, just kidding. Contact under investigation between the number 86, that'll be 3 fast guys and Denny, and a car yet to be identified.
696 track limits at turn 19.
I'm gonna have to assume that would be Denny because the 3 fast guys probably wouldn't hit somebody.
I think, well, or if this is a GP3 car in the 86, then there are 3 other classes in the field that are faster than that. So it may not have made a difference whether it was a fast guy or Denny. Got a Civic into the lane. Is that the Deep Eddy car?
Ooh, the 291 has...
4 wide. Hold on, 4 wide into turn 1, just for fun.
Yeah.
And are we going to funnel? We are going to funnel. TC Kleiner on the outside.
Good to see them doing decently well in a GP3.
The pride of Hilliard, Ohio.
Holding up in 7th.
Decently well? TC. Anyway.
you were talking about NRG, my friend?
Race fuels.
The 291 has come into the pit lane with a donk. A rear end that is facing every way but the direction it's meant to be facing.
Interesting.
Which and it's the 291, the BMW.
Okay.
It's the the trunk is bowed in basically at where you would have the push button on the BMWs to open the trunk, or the key insert. So like that line is kind of creased in, and the top is kind of bowed up, and then the right rear tail light looks like it's kind of been punched in.
I can tell you, Brendan, that
is because
related
perhaps
to, that is related to what we just saw down at turn 12. Contact now under investigation between the 86 and the 291.
So that's kind of where I was going with that. My follow-up was going to be, I wonder if we see the 86 into the pit lane with damage on the front end. We have not, but with damage that significant to the back of the 291, there's got to be something on the front of the Scion.
Yeah, it's part of the 291.
Oh, we might still have that on board, actually.
We can see if the hood's up a bit, or...
So, Joseph, at turn 12, that gaggle, that feels like a large amount of compression under braking that maybe the 86 couldn't get.
Well, the 86 seemed to be at the head
load
of
up
that.
in time for.
That seemed to be the cause of it. It didn't seem to be the result of it.
Yeah, it's a very weird situation so far.
Yeah. We've also got a surface flag out at turn 11, it looks like.
And that's really bad luck if there's any decent damage for the 86, especially after Sebring last year.
Oh, that's true. I do still have eyes out on track, waiting for that car to come back through, unless it made it into the pits. But I believe it's still out there, is it not?
It should be.
Oh no, it did come into the pits.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
About
yeah.
2 minutes ago.
After a 404 lap. So it's.
Maybe it went in the garage.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. If we have the onboard, that would be where we'd find it.
The thing about contact like that is, even if the bodywork is okay, you're probably going directly into the rear tow hook of the car in front of you. So you could do the radiator pretty easy.
Yeah, and generally speaking, damage to the back much more likely to be cosmetic than damage to the front, because of exactly what you mentioned, Joseph. The radiators, fans, all of the hoses, things that would reside at the front of the car. You might punch in a trunk or a bumper at the rear of the car that you hit, but you're going to take something to a much more sensitive part of the car.
Fortunately, the radiator on an 86 is recessed a little bit. It's not right there at the front.
It doesn't take much.
No, but it sits back probably a good 6 to 8 inches. Versus something like a Porsche where it's like right at the front of the bumper and you just tap it and it's broken.
No, I wanted to make mention of this earlier. We really haven't had anybody grab this race by the horns, right? And really just kind of put their authority on it. We've been in this cycle of penalties and pit stops and fast cars and slow cars and, cars that do laps in the 30s for seemingly no reason and some high 20s, but there just really hasn't, it doesn't seem like we found the guys yet. And I'm wondering if maybe now the 29 and the 696 are just starting to set themselves apart.
No, actually, I've been tracking the 696, and they are hemorrhaging time right now. They're 7 or 8 seconds a lap at least slower than Screaming Goat for the last few laps. So that gap has expanded out from about 25 seconds when we were last talking about it. I think when they come across the line, as I'm trying to filibuster to let them do it, I think it's going to be in the region of 45, 50 seconds. There it is, 51 seconds now, because that was a 2:35, so that was 8 seconds off the pace of Screaming Goat. I'm not sure if quite often we would say new driver in the car, but JTR don't tend to put drivers that are with high variability.
No.
So I'm wondering if there's a mechanical issue going on with that car.
Wonder if it's time for a walk.
Or indeed, invite them up to the booth. You can do that as well.
We haven't had anybody come to the booth today, as it turns out. It's a little surprising.
They don't want the publicity.
I guess not. It's, I don't even need to stick a microphone in their face. Just to ask maybe what the situation is, because you're absolutely right. It is very unlike JTR. They weren't the fastest car on track from the start. They've been consistent to this point, or more consistent than the cars around them, but even now, like there's really no situation on track that would dictate them doing lap times 8 seconds a lap off the pace. Unless you're having to stop and reset the car.
Everyone
but I haven't seen that in a while, so.
Everyone else in the top, certainly top 5 or so, are around 230 or faster. And yeah, they've been consistently in the 34s and 35s.
Yeah, we think they put tires on that car, so it shouldn't be anything like that.
Yeah. Another car that could have been grabbing the race by the horns.
Exactly. So sorry, I thought it was 29 and 69. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, it's in the middle of the sentence.
You were going to add somebody.
Is the Austin Dillon Motorsports car, which is pit again because they're pitting so regularly, and they've actually dropped outside the top 20 now.
Wow. 2 laps. So that's one of the other unique factors of COTA. I mean, we have long laps in WRL. It's not that unusual, but you combine having the high traffic density that we have here, 90 cars, and the frequency of local yellows and the length that we've had local yellows for, and these penalties, which, you might get one and it costs you a lap. A lap here is 2.5 plus minutes, right? So if you manage to find yourself with a 1 lap or 2 lap pass under yellow penalty, Austin Dillon Motorsports has lost 5 minutes as a result of that. 2 laps, yeah, you might be able to claw that back on pace somewhere else, but I don't know that you can do it here. Has the 696 been called in for contact at any point during the day?
Not. Well, let's do a quick little control F. I don't think so.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Next time that car comes past, I want to take another look at the right rear corner of it. I can't tell if it's shadows headed up the front straightaway. There's really not a lot of sunlight, so I don't think it's that. But it looks like maybe some potential damage to the right rear corner of that car.
You see that the 86 is back underway now.
Yeah. Give it some Lupe tortillas and send it on its way.
The show goes on, as it were.
It did lose 2 positions, so it's dropped down to 5th, but the Overnet Motorsports Porsche is pitting, so they should be able to hold on to 5th.
Yeah, assuming they don't lose another lap for contact. Particularly if it's deemed avoidable, in which case it'll be a 2-lap penalty rather than just the 1.
Yeah, but who's really benefited from that was the 605 that had been 5th at the time.
I don't know if we've noted or not in GP2, since it is my responsibility to keep track of the number 21. They were successful on their appeal of the passing under yellow penalty and have pretty consistently led that class. They currently have a 50-second lead over the number 51 Choice Racing car in GP2.
I didn't notice that penalty get overturned, and then I ran predictions and saw that the 21 was the odds-on favorite, and I was like, well, something's clearly wrong with this.
Yeah. And it took a little while to get it clarified, I guess, but it's been like an hour, I think, since it happened, but they're back up front.
Have you just run predictions, Joseph?
Yeah, we're inside half distance.
Yeah, so where do things stand in the overall at the moment?
It's a real mess. If I'm honest, because the 3 has had enough pace that the model kind of gives it more of a chance than I personally would. I don't know if we've had like a weird. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because there's a quirk in how its pit stops have been timed, but it's not out of it according to the statistical model that we've got. I say statistical with extremely large air quotes.
You're being awfully kind to yourself.
Yeah. I mean, it's based off of the lap times that the teams have done so far, but it's not. We don't make any predictions based off of how we think the race is going to change. If you get my drift, it'll. It's sort of based on what we see so far and the number of pit stops that we think are remaining. It's basically our trust wall in a box. So the 3 has a shot, the 99 has a shot, and they're sitting in 3rd right now. 696 has a shot, which is not going to be a surprise to anybody. It's not.
Where does it put the 29?
With a shot.
Okay.
Interestingly, has the 908 pitted recently? Okay, yes, they have. So that explains why, that being our first pit taker explains why I give them the highest shot of winning this race.
Even with the lap penalty?
They haven't been given the lap penalty yet. Let's see. They've been given 1 lap penalty for passing under yellow about 20 minutes ago. But there was the contact, which I still don't think has been resolved. Could be wrong about that, but I don't remember if we ever got resolution.
That was earlier.
Yeah.
That was at 11:23.
11:23, yeah. So there's still a pending penalty from about 2 hours ago between the 75 and the 908. Typically, the faster car, which would be the 908 in this case, is the one that is assigned responsibility, being the passing car. Curiously, it's being reported as the 75 on the 908, which is unusual for that class makeup. So we'll see when that resolves, how that resolves.
Sorry, really sideways NFC number 123 at the exit of the final corner. Gathered it up and carried on his way.
But anyway, so looking at predictions, the cars with the highest chance of winning at the moment are the 908, and then it's kind of a 3-way tussle between the 3, the 99, and the 29. I am curious by the fact that the 3 has been given any kind of chance, if I'm honest.
Is that 908 prediction before they just got their 1 lap penalty?
Oh, it's just been applied.
Okay.
Is that right?
Well, it was applied a couple of laps ago, but yeah.
Okay, so it has been. It dropped it to say. Okay, that's. Yeah.
In that case, I'll rerun it because probably not. It probably was in the middle of that.
It was applied on lap 96, and we're on 102 now.
Yeah, then I think it probably. I'll rerun it just to see, just for insurance.
It sounds like your 3 prediction there has to be before they had their 2 lap penalty, but that was quite a while ago.
Yeah.
They're back in. They're back in 30. They still haven't appeared since I last talked about them dropping outside the top 20. So I think they are out. They're going to be in the garage because they're down to 34th now, and their lap time still looks like an in-lap.
I wonder if now that they are not really in contention for the day, if they've said, "Yeah, this has been fun."
Yeah, maybe look over the car, get things ready, maybe go back out towards the end just to do a shakedown, because they're going to be starting definitely towards the front. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I did.
By miles.
I did flip the.
Oh, no, that's a lie. Sorry, old fashioned does.
Yeah,
I
old
did flip the
fashioned.
setting in my predictions that say give the team that's bringing the audience an outside chance of winning. So maybe it's that.
It could be.
Any British manufacturer gets a 3-lap bonus as well, right?
Yeah. But only if they were never owned by British Leyland.
Are there any British manufacturers in the race that were?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Yeah,
you would know.
Was Aston?
I really wouldn't know.
I don't think Aston was.
Definitely not my thing.
Jag was? Question mark? But they're not here, obviously.
It's definitely not.
So Jag, yeah.
You probably could get a Jag into GTO.
Well, that mid 2000s, the XK was not a fast car. You could probably get it into GP1.
Oh yeah. Sorry, 291's come back out with ratchet strap.
Yes.
All right. Holding the trunk down.
Nice.
Duct tape isn't enough.
No, the bungee on the 44 wasn't enough.
Oh,
So
sorry.
they remember to twist the ratchet strap so it doesn't vibrate around.
Well, I didn't look like they've done that, but
that might add some turbulence.
It's a trip. It's fine. Yeah, that'll be covered in part 2 of our special with Sam Collins.
God, have we lost the 1010 camera?
Yeah, apparently resetting it didn't do much. I don't know why it went down, but I can go take a peek at what the story is. If we think it's worth it.
It's a
got
good
three and a half hours to go.
It's a good camera visually, but it actually hasn't been that informative.
No, which is unique because I feel like every year we're here, it's like the most useful camera because of the chaos that we've had at 10 and 11. It's up to you guys. I don't mind taking the trick.
3.5 hours to go. I don't know. Depends on why it went down, I guess.
I'll take a trip. See what I have an extra battery, so I'm gonna plug that in if that's the deal. But we'll go find out.
High-tech endeavor.
Yeah, how about it? DriverSeye Live. Nothing but the best. Yeah, thanks for joining us, everybody. I'm going to take my leave here for a couple of moments and go. Hopefully my tire still has air in it. And go take a look at our turn 10 camera up there, and I may take a wander through the pits in the paddock on our way back.
I was going to make a joke
see if there's anything to talk about.
It would be interesting to talk to JTR, because since I slandered them, their lap times have improved by about 7 seconds a lap, and then
I've noticed this.
I'd love to know what's going on there.
Yeah, let me see what I can do. I'm gonna go take a walk and leave you, dear viewer / listener, in the capable hands of our esteemed commentators and Zach on production as well. And hopefully we get turn 10 camera back here in a couple of minutes, and then try and share some tidbits from the pit lane here in a little while.
Yeah, Scott, to answer your and Brendan's question about when this was run, I do think it probably doesn't account for the laps that were lost to penalties, because having now rerun it, it drops the 908 down to roughly a 5% chance of winning the race, 99 and 29. So that'll be GTR and Screaming Goat kind of take the lion's share of the probability there, followed by the 696. So yeah, it's been a huge difference.
It's got 99 ahead of 696.
Yes, not by much. I mean, it's probably within the range of randomness, but
I imagine. Do we think that's due to the pace that JTR had over the first half of this that doesn't seem as relevant anymore?
No, and that was one of the points that I was talking about. Is that it really, I don't make any attempt to try to backweight or I don't weight the recent or the early stuff in particular. So it's just across the duration of the race. So if somebody's putting in less than stellar laps now, that will just feed into the average, if you will, into the distribution.
So in that case, is it due to how long each of these cars are running between pit stops?
I think that's, yeah.
So I haven't really kept track of this. Is the 696 going shorter than everyone else? They were shorter than 99 and the 29?
Well, they were off strategy at one point. They were in between, but then they stopped on a yellow and I think got back on strategy, I think is what happened. So maybe it thinks that they have to stop a little bit more often, even though that was them just going back on cycle.
I think Joseph's maths tend to work on the longest run, not the average.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's technically a 90th percentile, just in case I miss. In case timing misses a pit stop, we miss a pit loop or something like that. But yeah, in general, that should be taking the 27, 28 lap runs that they've been doing.
So what have Screaming Goat and GTR 99 been doing?
Screaming Goat goes long, still, even after that motor swap. So they've been doing about, what was this? 28, so really not that much longer, actually, to be fair. To GTR.
Yeah. What about GTR 99?
They have been going long. So their last two stints have both been 31 lap stints.
Okay.
Well, then we noticed that GTR also doesn't set the world on fire as far as pace goes. So it could be a conscious decision, whether that's through the tuning or through the driving, that they want to go longer.
Could be. We do often see that GTR 99 have one of the more sort of bipolar driver lineups where they, as I've mentioned already in this broadcast, they seem to have a finisher that they always throw in. Screaming Goat and JTR tend to just be operating at that higher level all the time. But yeah, so I guess your algorithm is saying that the minute 40 or so GTR 99 is behind is going to be made up for by one less pit stop.
I think that's basically right, and actually I put that out too in the model, the number of pit stops that are expected. So let's see what we think is going to happen with that. So I've got them at 2 or 3. It's curious. So they're probably on the cusp of making it on 2 is GTR. Screaming Goat is more obviously or more clearly in range to do it in 2. So I wonder if they've pitted more recently. Because I think they actually have 3 pit stops under their belt through the 29.
Yeah, GTR pitted 4 laps more recently, so it's not much.
No, but and then JTR is looking at almost certainly having to do 3 stops. So that that would explain why we're putting them a little behind, I guess.
I'm not convinced GTR 99 has much of a chance then, given that, because they don't have any pace on Scream and Go. They don't really have a fuel advantage, at least because they pitted less recently. So I'm not don't know where that is coming from. Moorhead's in the pits, by the way, taking tyres. At least taking tyres on the right side.
Yeah, to keep you up to date on the points situation in GP1, that is...
Before you start that, Joseph,
sure.
We were expecting a 1-lap penalty for Moorhead, weren't we?
When did that come through? Yes, at 110. I'm not sure that has that been applied, do we think?
Well, they're still in the lead, so I doubt it.
Unless they've actually gotten a lap lead on pace.
I thought I looked and round 3 was still on the same lap as them. I might have been wrong.
I might
they
be
did
able
actually drop from 15th to 21st in 1 lap. Yeah, so it has been applied.
Okay.
So they'll probably lose the lead right now.
Yeah, and the 701 then we would expect in about 31 laps. So
that makes sense. As in, Moorhead have lost the lead because of their 1-lap penalty, but they've taken it briefly because they needed to pit. Now they have pitted. 71's going to jump ahead. So I would let that flesh out before you update your championship, which is why I interrupted you.
No, that's fair enough.
So, but they're only going to lose 1 place because there's like 4 laps to the next GP1 car.
Yeah, and then on pace, I've still got. This might be dependent on when penalties were updated also, but I've still got Moorhead as the favorites to win GP1 today. So GP3 looks like it's going to be neck and neck between the 22 and the 175. I don't know if JT's been tracking that. He's usually our GP2, GP3 ringer, but that looks like that's going to be a really close one. And North Loop looks like they've got a pretty tight grasp on GP2 today, barring any additional issues for them.
So I did get a text from JTR at 1:06 p.m. So this would have been the last pit stop. They did a driver change and full fuel and changed all 4 tires. So they had a long stop there as well. Presumably, because usually we're just putting fuel in for these types of races. A lot of people try to do it on 1 set of tires per day, but they went ahead and changed them on their Porsche. So they may have, when they switch drivers one more time here towards the end, they may have enough tire to put in better pace towards the end of the race versus the Screaming Goat. Just another wrinkle to potentially do.
It's a BMW.
It is BMW. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Okay. Yeah, it's Alex Bachara into the 696 per your message. That was about half an hour ago, so that should still be relevant. It should still be Alex behind the wheel of that car.
Joseph, do you see how it displays the team name now when they text in?
That is very nice. Have you done that?
I have done that. That's what I've been spending my time doing while I've been quiet.
Perfect.
Perfect me being quiet or perfect me doing the work?
You know what? 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
They can be both.
But yeah, okay, so let's get into that championship discussion then. So the 701 is coming in with a 16-point advantage over the 147 from Moorhead. As we alluded to earlier, there's a drop component to the championship. So there's 22 races in a season, but because it's a club series that we don't expect every team to do every race, you take the best 12 results. So 147 having not scored points at all 22 of their races. To be honest, I haven't looked into how many drop points each team has, but 147 can absolutely overhaul the 701 this weekend with the right set of results. If the 701 hangs out in second all weekend, I think that's going to be enough for them. So if they manage to finish second in both races, they'll come out of this weekend with 135 points. Moorhead can win both races. Ooh, I'm going to make a liar out of myself, I think.
Uh-oh.
If Moorhead wins both races to round 3, finishing second in both races... Excuse me. Yeah, so if we have a Moorhead round 3, 1-2 for both races this weekend, Moorhead would take it by 2 points. So round 3 has to win one of these races if Moorhead is their main competition. Has to. They'll lose it on points.
It's a must-win.
And that's what the drops.
Must-win. It's a must-win or a must-have problems for Moorhead.
Got it.
Big mission, I think, with the kind of run that they're putting in today. Obviously, we do still have time here for other competitors to fall by the wayside, but they're holding down the 336 that we're talking about, right? So they're holding down 7th at the moment. And if I put that into my handy-dandy spreadsheet, 7th will get them 6 points. A win will get them 14 points. So if they finish here, they cannot overhaul the 701.
Moorhead and the 701 are side by side, by the way. I think they're a lap apart, with Moorhead having just pit, but they're going through the sort of turn 19-20 section right now.
Yeah, if we've still got Zach at the ready, if we can move over to...
They are at turn 19. Moorhead is ahead now.
Yeah, I think we should have at least one of those on boards.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll have both. There they are at turn 20.
Yes, perfect.
But I don't think this is for position.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It's not for position, but it is still relevant. These are the two cars that we're talking about being the top contenders in their class for the championship, as well as for today's race. But in terms of, if we're going to compare lap times, as let's see, the last few laps for the 701 have been in the 36s.
By the way, the Screaming Goat just put a lap on the 1-4. I spoke slightly too soon. They're trying to put a lap on the 111 right now, which obviously is somewhat important for putting the 5th place car a lap down if they were a safety car.
No lucky dog here, of course.
Correct. They're trying... It's kind of interesting that the BMW-powered and LS-powered BMWs are very similar on straight line speed, but 111 was just able to hold on into turn 1.
Well, I mean, there's only so much you can do, Scott, with the power to weight limitation.
Right. And he's now Screaming Goat's screamed around the outside in turn 2 and has put the 111 a lap down now.
I do like seeing in the preview pane we have the 401 trying to chase down the Hitman Racing Supra, two cars which are also allegedly pretty similar underneath.
All right.
From a drivetrain perspective, it's very correct.
Okay. I thought you were implying they were on the same base.
It's similar. It's not the same, but it's like close. There's parts bin stuff that you can switch back and forth.
Okay, cool.
Suspension pickup, etc.
All right.
Now on the race cars, it might be totally different because obviously Riley has built the Toyota, and the GTO or GT4 BMWs are actually built in-house by BMW. So might be different parts in that instance, but I know road car to road car, they're pretty similar.
As for where those two are in the race relative to each other, the 401 is in 6th, and it is 1 lap off the lead. Yeah, 1 lap off the lead. 34. Was that a stopped car on the front straight?
I think they were coming out of the pit lane.
No, on the right. I was watching from Moorhead's camera. It just caught a glimpse of it because it's next to my standings. So it might have just been something else. But
no, 585 is being listed as slow at start finish. So I think there was something there. Yeah, it is still there. You can see it basically in the noise of the camera, nearly to the end of the.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yep. It's actually not quite that far down. It's.
Oh, they're going to chop across the bow there. Oh, there we go.
I would say that it's about the 20th position on the grid hatchings for the Formula 1 cars. So it's only about halfway down the straight.
Oh, well, now we're seeing it pulled over in front pit out on driver's left.
Oh, okay. It didn't look like it was moving, but it obviously is.
Yep, they had just pulled in front of somebody, I think unintentionally, pulling out of the pit lane, and they sped up a little bit and then pulled off.
Yeah, that looked like the AOA car. I suspect that the 175, who has just pitted out of the lead in GP3, I suspect that that's the replacement for the 75, because I think that car was pretty substantially damaged in the race at VIR earlier this year.
There's another slow car on the back straight. It is a grey MX-5.
So that could be Mur, that could be...
I can sort of see the number. Looks like it's 2 digits. Maybe 23, something like that.
Do have a emergency course vehicle coming out from pit lane now, presumably to help the stricken car.
Yeah, I think JT's got the ID correct. The 009 for MER has gone missing on my screen.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't have, my resolution's not good enough to be able to read the number. It looked like it was only 2 digits, but...
I'm also missing the 63 for open throttle racing, which we may have an onboard for. Is that the one that you're talking about, Scott?
It was a grey MX-5, so probably not. I think open throttle is a TO car, isn't it?
Yeah, we had an onboard for them at one point. I don't know if that's fallen out of the rotation, but it's kind of curious because I would have been tempted to ID the car that we're looking at on this screen as the 63, but Race Control has ID'd it as the 585.
I think I identified that as an MX-5, didn't you?
But see, here's the thing. Do we have a 585 Racing?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, wait, maybe we don't.
We have a 550.
No, it's an AOA car. I don't know if it's on track, but it is definitely out there. As in, out in Austin.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, sure enough, it took the race a bit late.
Oh yeah, there it is, running 87. Yeah, took the lie-in.
Excellent, so we've got that going there. I'm going to look back through the standings here. The number 22 TCS Motorsports car is currently leading what did I just do? There we go. Number 22 TCS Motorsports car currently leading GP3. It has it in here as a Dodge Challenger, which I don't think is correct. It also says that they're using Hoosier tires, so I presume that they are also a Trans Am entrant, and that they haven't updated their transponder. That would be my assumption. It's not a car I'm familiar with. Let me just consult my teams list here. The number 22, the Van Deux, if you will. And it doesn't have a car listed there either, although I do have a hard time believing that it is a 15 Dodge Challenger. So, that's the car currently leading GP3, followed by the 175 AOA racing car, and then the 605 round 3 in third. Yes, Scott?
For the 401 in the pits, that feels early, but it actually might not be. I don't know if Joseph's around to check on that. I was just looking at them because I was curious. They've caught the 99, which is a car they were battling with about an hour ago, but they're a lap behind them this time.
It's basically right on the money for them in terms of rotation.
Okay, that's pit cycle just went past extremely quickly.
Yes, it did. Yeah, this race is kind of moving at a clip now.
It is now, yeah. The first 3 hours I thought didn't go past that quickly, but their last pit stop though, the reason why they're a lap behind GTR, their last pit stop was a 6:41 out lap, which is 2 minutes slow. So I don't know. I assume they took tyres or something, but still 2 minutes is very long. So I don't know if there's something else going on with that car. That's why I then questioned when they were pitting now, and it seems like they were just in the pits, whether there's an issue, but apparently not. But yeah, that car's kind of dropped out of contention, considering that it was wheel-to-wheel essentially with the GTR 99 car one stint ago. But then so was Thunder Bunny 111, and they're back with the 401. So it's GTR 99 has made a step forward with a much quicker pit stop than those two cars, I guess. Well, 111 made a normal length pit stop, so I'm not sure what's going on with that car. Possibly just not got the pace right now.
Yeah, 175, I don't know if we called this out, has pitted out of the lead of GP3. They're back out on track. And then JT has noted offline that the 908 has copped another penalty for passing under yellow, this time at turn 20. Whatever hopes they had of picking up a win here and scrabbling back on the debut of that car seems to be fading a bit.
Indeed. It's been a rough day for some of these GTO runners as far as getting some penalties. Not sure what all that's about, to be honest. You know, we've got some new entrants here, but it seems like it's been pretty consistently returning entrants that have been having all these penalties recently. So, kind of bummed to see that for sure. And then just to finish up here, I was going to do a quick run through. We've got GP3, we've got the TCS Motorsports car, we've got the 175 VOA Racing that just pitted in, and then the number 605 Round 3 Racing in third, with the 197 there in fourth, but it looks like they're about a lap down from the top three. And in GP2, we have North Loop Motorsports, the pride of Maple Plain, Minnesota, out front, setting pretty consistent lap times as well. We saw them one of the Round 3 onboards. They are really wheeling that car right now. So trying to keep that up front. The number 167 BSI Racing car, they're in a MX-5 Cup car of the current variety. They're currently running second in GP2, and then in third place is the old number 51 Choice Racing E46. That's going to be your GP2 runners in the top three. In GP1, you get the 701 Round 3 Racing car currently in the lead, doing what they need to do, at least here in day one. Like we said earlier, the 147 needs a win in order to have a shot, or the 701 has to have a bad race, obviously. But the 147 really would prefer to have a win today so they can be on the right track as far as getting their national championship, but they're currently in second. And then in third place is the Edge Auto Sports number 26, also an E46 BMW. So that's going to be your top three runners in the GP classes. And then, of course, GTO, as we've been discussing. We have the number 29 Screaming Goat Racing car. They are currently in the lead over the number 696 JTR Motorsports Engineering vehicle, followed by the number 99 GTR. And now, if we could get a quick word from our sponsors here, that would be lovely. You're watching DriverSeye Live's coverage of the World Racing League, the last weekend of the season here at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. We'll be right back.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
really kind of at the apex here?
Well, we got to stay agile.
I said we fast track the pit.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines! Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Live from Circuit of the Americas, these hallowed grounds in the United States. This is the final weekend for the World Racing League. Welcome. It's DriverSeye Live. We're here to take you through the last roughly 3 hours of day one. We, of course, have day two tomorrow, also going to be an 8-hour race. It's been not really what we expected. After dominating last year, the Austin Dillon Motorsports car has run into some penalty trouble today. And I believe that the information we have is that they're not even currently circulating, that they're trying to get that car prepped and ready for tomorrow. So after a sweep last year at this event, having some difficulty, and so we've got quite the little battle at the front of the GTO field here, and then a couple battles further back for the championship as well. JT, how's the race been for you so far? Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I had already decided. Sorry.
I mean, it's been good, other than the unfortunate constant passing under yellow.
Choice 511 in
which
the lane.
Drivers gotta do a bit better.
Yeah, Brendan had made the point earlier that we might be looking at an issue with, you know, it's a very blustery day out. It could be blowing the flags away, so they're maybe not as visible as they
should be
ordinarily ought to be. Yeah, but ooh.
And then, as I point out, you know, there's got to be tons of distractions with so much traffic.
Yeah, you do have to be really on top of it here. You got to look at so many different things at the same time while driving a car relatively competitively. There's no big prizes in this, but you know, there's always everyone's coming here with personal goals, right? So.
No, it's that you're trying to, you know, you're here to drive the car fast, and you want to make sure that you're doing the right thing as far as safety, and you're playing 100-mile-an-hour chess with the person next to you, trying to figure out where you're going to get around them, where you're going to get around the lap traffic. So yeah, there is quite a lot going on here for sure. It's not just one set of 40 cars all doing the same speed. You've got 4 very distinct classes with varying levels of speed involved at each level.
And they're power to weight classes too, so even within a class you have different, as the cliche goes, they make their speed in different ways. So just because you overhaul somebody on the straight doesn't mean that you're done with them, even if you're in the same class.
There's been some instances we've caught bits and pieces of it where there's a lower class car in certain parts of the circuit that is getting ahead of a higher class car just because of the dynamics at play there, as well as the driving differences as well. We've got a lot of amateurs here, but we also have a lot of professionals.
Yeah, and often in the same car. You know, you'll have
absolutely
the way a lot of these teams are structured is that you have these rental seats, and then you have professional driver coaches that are there to help your renters hone their craft. So yeah, you could come across a car on one lap, and then 20 minutes later, they do something completely different, and that's that's part of the dynamism of endurance racing like this, as we have about 8 cars all fighting for the same piece of road. Looks like an MX Cup race on the way.
It does.
Fantastic.
They still haven't quite settled it out into turn 20. That's the 420 for TLM. And then the 29 for Screaming Goat, your overall leader, who's mired in that pack.
And we do have a fair number of MX-5 Cup drivers in the field here with us as well. So
yeah, I was
that's a lot more on the nose than you would think.
Yeah, we know the JTR guys. A lot of them are MX-5 Cup competitors in their day-to-day. And I do. There's a part of me that just
car right now, an MX Cup driver, by the way.
What's that?
The driver in the 696 right now is an MX-5 Cup driver.
Absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
And there's drivers in the Thunder Bunny camp that are also regulars in the MX-5 series.
There's a part of me that wants to see like just a handful of them all get into GP3 with their MX-5 Cup car, and I just want to see what they do.
Right.
8-hour MX-5 Cup race going on around all the GTOs.
Yes,
it's
100%.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm on board with that. That sounds fantastic.
That would be brilliant.
That is actually, like, if you watch the Nürburgring 24 Hours, you do one of the classes is basically the M2 CS Cup, or whatever it's called, class. And whenever the GT3s come up on them, it's a train of 10 of them in a row, just for 24 hours. It's fantastic.
Absolutely. I think we're really lucky here that, as much as we all like seeing the home-built cars, I do enjoy seeing GT4 cars, which are already engineered to be reasonably close together as far as participants. That usually that makes the GTO class quite competitive as well. It's not strictly a spec class, but they are built to be very similar to one another, at least over an average lap pace, if you will.
JTR, by the way, while we're speaking of them, has just come in for what I think is a scheduled pit stop. I don't think that's Audison's.
Yeah, I think that's going to be scheduled as well, and they should just need fuel here because they replaced tires on their last trip to the pit lane.
Depending on how much stock we want to put into the prediction model, bear in mind that does try to account for pit stop lengths as well. So if somebody's made a tire change pit stop, that might artificially increase our prediction for how long their pit stops will be for the remainder of the race.
Is that the Ginetta circulating again?
Yeah, it looked like the splitter was on the ground.
My goodness.
Gentlemen, from the pit lane.
Scoundrel.
Hi.
Can I offer you an input, a little bit of input on the 63 from Open Throttle?
No.
No, you can't. Anyway, JT.
Well, hold on. I want to hear about the BMW.
Oh, it's down here in the paddock. They've been working on the seat.
The seat?
They had the driver's seat pulled out of it and laid on the ground behind the car, frantically ratcheting away at something. It's since gone back into the car, and it appears they're reinstalling it, but I don't know if this is a repair or a replacement or exactly what. But they were working on it pretty aggressively for a brief while anyway.
Yeah, that's a part of the car where I would, if you feel like you have any questions about that, I would prefer that you stay behind the wall on that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Good on them for getting that fixed. Yeah. It sounds like a scary situation, and I'm glad it is being rectified.
Maybe it's one of those seats you pay for the weekend.
Yes.
Bring your own.
Exited the pits right in front of the leader, by the way, and the leader did a nice little over-under on them to get past around turn 1. So right now, JTI is actually a lap down, which could be significant if a safety car comes out. And that there hasn't really been any pace difference between those two cars, so I wouldn't necessarily expect JTR to come screaming past and get back on the lead lap anytime soon.
You wouldn't know to scream past too?
Yeah. I intentionally tried not to.
Pit expected in 4 laps for that car, by the way.
So right, I was going to say, they do need to stop still.
Yeah. But to Scott's point, if something were to disrupt that rhythm, it could make a pretty substantial difference.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's just occurred to me that Screaming Goat has a rear view camera, and I can't see JTR in it. So it looks like they've gapped them quite significantly in the half a lap since JTR came out the pits.
Yeah, they've just gone through one of our shots on our monitors, and yeah, I would say there's probably at least 2 seconds difference already between them.
GTR 99 has also just pitted in as well.
313 for Supri, smoking and slow about 2 or 3 laps ago, so I don't know if that car has made it back into the pits or not. Interesting bit of news here on the 908, who was given a passing under yellow penalty about 20 minutes ago. That's since been overturned, so they're going to get another lap tacked on here.
Already has.
Because they were in the lead.
6.
Really? They were in the lead when they received that penalty.
So that was the first one. They've since received a second one, which put them down. I think they were 9th or 10th at that point.
Yeah, that's right.
And now they've been bumped back up to 6th.
Yeah,
right.
Penalty 1 made it difficult for them to have a shot for the win. Penalty 2 would have taken them out of it entirely.
Yeah, I think there are still too many competitive cars ahead of them, give them much chance at all. Particularly, they're not that fast.
Yeah, as I wouldn't, as Ryan says, go to the window.
No, not at all. No, not at all.
111 is entering the pits from 4th place.
Yeah, it's a good run so far for that car.
Well, like I said, they just lost 2 minutes on the previous pit stop, so that's kind of dropped them out of contention for the win. I'm down to 3 onboards now.
Are you in the booth? Or are you still out and about?
No, I'm out and about.
Okay.
Of maybe more interest than most to the viewers we've had throughout the course of the day, the number 3 car, the Austin Dillon Motorsports, whatever it is, stock car, let's say. So I did briefly catch up with the man himself, Austin Dillon, and the word was a bunch of stuff.
Sure.
So we had surmised that perhaps the 40-minute stints were a result of not being able to use all of the fuel in the tank. Confirmed.
Okay.
They've been having fuel pickup issues since the start of the race.
So they've been extremely lucky then to not get stranded out on track then.
Yeah, quite. And I think once you know you have an issue, you play that pretty conservatively, and that's basically what they've done, going 40 minutes or so per stint. They've also they had the splitter issue, which I think we found in the race control log at some point.
Yeah, we did.
We're starting to lose the splitter on the front of the car, and it was all kind of wrapped up by some overflow oil issues. So I don't know if they had oil overflowing, or they weren't able to hold enough oil in whatever the reserve tank setup in that car is. But anyway, I think they decided basically at this point that was one too many things to have to deal with. They're done for the day. They will be back tomorrow to try it again.
Yeah, that's a good report. It's a rough day. It is one of those things where they seem to alternate years. So they debuted in, I think it's 2020. Struggled through that weekend as well.
It was rough, yeah, absolutely.
And then dominated last year. So clearly the difference here is Kyle Busch. I mean, I hate to be the one to say it, but Kyle Busch is dragging this 3 team down.
Now, Brendan, I'm curious. I don't know if you can hear us or not. When Austin Dillon talked to you about it, did he refer to it as the number 3 Bass Pro Shops Ethanol Chevrolet?
No.
Oh.
No, this was not formal media promotion time. This was, I see you are looking for information, let me help. And to their credit, Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon were standing out front of the RCR trailer that the car was brought here on, just hanging out, signing some autographs, talking to a couple people. It's not like their day is done and they've decided to disappear and go to a hotel or whatever. They've actually stood and engaged with the people that wanted to engage them. So, I'm not a real NASCAR guy myself, but fair play to them for sticking around and kind of doing the thing.
Yeah, the giveaway was you said fair play and talked about NASCAR. Anyway, no, that's good information. We'll see them, as you said. We'll see them tomorrow. I am curious. They've got some fast laps in. I don't know where they're provisionally gridded. So if you're not familiar, gridding for tomorrow will be on fast laps from today's race. There's no separate qualifying session. So it will be sort of a curiosity for me, at least, to figure out where they're going to end up. Do they have any interest in, if they can get the car running by the end of the race, going out and putting in a couple fast laps? Because they were obviously on pole for today's race. We know that car's got pace. We know the drivers in it have pace. So it'll just be a matter of really a little bit of good fortune.
So as of right now, they have the second fastest lap of the race at a 22.2.
Okay, so the front row still puts them in a pretty good position in terms of track position. So maybe we won't see them.
The third fastest car is at a 23.7. So there's a good gap there.
Yeah, I wonder. I have a plot for this, a chart, but I am curious to know how much pace has dropped off over the course of this race, because the track conditions have looked incredibly flat.
Yeah.
I
the 26.7, which is pretty competitive. So I don't think it's dropped off very much.
Okay.
Not a lot of your clag, David.
Okay.
I will say, and I'm going to give Scott the opportunity to prepare his eye roll and scoff, that I think it would be entertaining if we switch the rules for next year to have a reverse grid race on the Sunday.
I'll scoff. I'll do the scoffing.
In an endurance series.
Hell yeah.
It's kind of pointless.
Exactly. If it's pointless, let's do it. If it's pointless, let's do it anyway. Who cares?
No, Team GTR did it.
Oh, way to gather it up on the round 3 racing car there on the onboard. That was pretty good.
The problem, Ryan, is not just that it's pointless, but that it's also hazardous.
Yes.
Now, I'm not talking about like reverse the classes. That's not what
we just talked about how much variation there was intra-class.
And put your good driver in. There you go.
Okay.
So, for reference, Team GTR did start 40th or 41st in class today.
And they've caused tons of problems coming through the field, right?
Reverse grids are to invite overtaking in series that struggle for that. We do not struggle for overtaking in WRL, so
that's
nothing
true.
Else because it's a multi-class championship. They're multi-class races, so it's just no need.
Scott, I like chaos, and I like things to be exciting. And that would add more
Watch the live stream.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
You should watch.
Did you not just see the...
No, I reported on
the last quarter.
Anyway, 2 hours and 41 minutes remaining here at these hallowed grounds.
These hallowed grounds where Fernando Alonso tried to take flight.
And then return to the race in a very Scott Dixon manner.
Or Marcus Hagerty.
Sorry, gents. One more piece of information from Dave.
Oh no, he's being informative.
The 02, the Hammer Audi.
Yes.
Had you reported on its demise?
It had fallen away gradually.
Yeah. So they had been given a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow previously. They had just gotten the lap back, and some minutes later, the left front axle failed.
Oh, that feels about right.
Yeah.
Seen that before, I think.
So does this mean that, Brendan, you went and got some lunch and then discovered that?
No, I literally just took a walk down the pit lane and saw the back of the Audi sticking out of the garage. Tim holding a rack, but not really doing anything with it. I asked if it had been done in on a curb or something like that, and he said he doesn't know. He hasn't talked to the driver yet. But you would think in a front-wheel drive car, where most of the forces are going, it wouldn't take much but going over a turtle to break something like that.
Yeah, and that was always, that was what we were talking about at the beginning of this race. It's always been kind of the double-edged sword of that TCR. It's fast over a single lap. It's got good pace, but in terms of reliability over 8 hours, it never really had that.
On the few occasions that it has had that, it wins or podiums.
Right. If it
pretty
makes
routine.
it 8 hours, yes. If it makes it 8 hours problem free, then it's in with a shout for sure, but it just, for whatever reason, and by whatever reason I mean, you know, different things seem to be weak links at different tracks. Just the way it goes. And it never really panned out for that car.
No. And a lot of work has been done on that car. This is just a off-the-shelf TCR car for those who are joining us for the first time. The freedom of the WRL rule set means that you can take a GT4 car or a TCR or an MX-5 Cup car, and you can make, for lack of a better term, homebrew modifications to it. And so that TCR car, as far as I'm aware, has a completely different fuel system from what it came out of Audi with. That's a little bit more endurance racing friendly. So it's not like they haven't worked on trying to rectify that situation. But again, it's tough. Endurance racing is tough on cars, and at the end of the day, that TCR car was designed to be banged around for about 45 minutes, and then have the front end rebuilt. And you know, that's how that goes.
Yeah, it's we do see. Have they started introducing TCRs into? It's not VLN, is it?
NLS.
Yeah. You know, we do increasingly see TCRs in longer and longer races.
But yeah, TCRs are quite regular in maybe not as regular as you'd expect in NLS. I don't think they have their own class, but they turn up in.
There's a Golf and a Seat that'll do it, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think at the N24 you get a handful of them, but I would have expected by now an explosion of like 20 of them.
And I think it's probably for the same reason we don't see a ton of them here. It's just that, you know, the point that Brendan was making is they're very, you know, 100%, not 100%, you know what I mean? A huge portion of the forces that go through the car are going through two corners of the car. So.
Well, I also wonder, you know, quietly in the back of my head, and I might be completely stupid for this, and that's fine. This is the Audi TCR car, which they sell a bunch of, and it's great. But it's not usually a front runner in World Touring Car races that I'm aware of. Whereas I wonder that whichever team currently employs, say, Ivan Muller or whoever, where they're notorious for beating the crap out of the cars, that perhaps those cars are engineered a little bit better as far as having stuff broken on them.
Well, how about the tires, if you're talking about Ivan Muller?
I mean, yeah, you've got that as well. But, you know, I'm curious about that as well. If, like, the Seat or the Lincoln Co. or whatever don't have this problem at endurance events.
Let's get Lincoln Co. into WRL.
Absolutely.
We made this joke that they're not being used anymore because they pulled out of the series, so out of WTCR. So what else are you going to do with them? If we go back, by the way, to the turn 10 and 11 camera, the thing that I just noticed that I don't know if I've ever seen in a WRL race before is we have a legit cushion of marbles on the outside of turn 10. I don't know
Joseph, I can speak with some certainty because I've retrieved cameras. It happens at every race.
Awesome. Great.
No, you should get out more, dude.
What's that?
You should get out more.
Oh yeah. Should I go touch grass?
Yes.
Yeah, you are the only one who hasn't been to WRL race?
No, I've been to a few, but just not in a couple of years.
Pre-pandemic, obviously.
Pre-Coco.
Yeah, I think we have a particularly light shade of tarmac here.
Yes.
Which makes it more obvious. I would expect at NOLA there was probably more marble than tarmac left by the end of that race.
There was, but also at NOLA they were very efficient about as soon as the race was over, they sent the track sweeper out to get rid of all that. So you wouldn't have seen it the morning after, because they were very, very good. And actually most races where there is more marble built up, I have seen that they're very good about getting it swept off for the next day.
Screaming Goat's in the pits from the lead, by the way.
And battle for fourth between automatic and GTR.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's about...
Automatic are very fast right now as well. They're in the 26s.
That is about on schedule for Screaming Goat. So maybe an extension of a couple laps, actually. So the fact that they're able to extend to, I think this is going to be a 30-lap stint, is only going to spell more trouble for the rest of the field, because now not only do they have pace, but they have the fuel economy that we're so familiar with out of that car, even though it's a different engine.
Yes. But, as we've also talked about before, that engine, pretty reasonably efficient design, especially if you're not running it at 600 horsepower all the time.
They've come out of the pits right behind JTR, by the way. That probably is for the lead. Oh, no, wait, is that JTR? No, it's not. Sorry, another white BMW. What car is this? It's very slow, whatever BMW it is. I recognize it, but I can't place it.
We've had this...
It's the 401, so it's round 3 racing.
Oh, that's relevant for...
Yeah.
Well, they're in GTO. I was thinking of the 701, but still relevant-ish. They're in the top 10.
I don't mean that they're like in trouble slow. They're actually putting away on the rate. It's just the driver was making more of the S's than most drivers do.
So 908 now, with that penalty overturned, is about a second behind the number 99 for GTR. The rate of closure should put them right on top of each other by the end of this lap. They should be making their way towards turn 12 at this point.
Sorry, which race is this you're talking about?
This is the 908 and the 99 for Team GTR.
So, having mentioned that automatic were in the 26s, now GTR are in the 26s. I don't know if that's what you were just saying, but that actually it's interesting. You were just questioning. Whoa, sorry, Moorhead cameras, 3 wide through parts of the S's. Yeah. Anyway, they all got away with it. Caymans everywhere. You were speculating about how the track state is. I mean, anecdotal, but it looks like I'm seeing more and more sort of 26s than I was. Like most of the fast cars in the field are in the 27s, 28s, 29s quite recently. One car that I don't think we've mentioned all day is the number 125 Fast Track Racing. I don't know if that's an in-lap, but they've done a 26 and they're down in 13.
Can I offer 2 observations on track state?
Brendan's back.
I am back. Yeah, we've made it.
Marbles, we just had that discussion.
It looks like
it is filthy.
It looks
around
like
the S's especially.
It looks like a legitimate lap, Scott. I don't think they're in the pits.
All right, well that's very quick for that car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I was just going to say the 125 was a bit of the slower of the two, at least earlier in the race, where the 126 was quicker, running like in the top 12 or so.
Well, they're making big headway right now. They're only 3.7 seconds behind. Oh, it's Hitman, the Supra, but lapping 9 seconds faster on the last lap.
Second point I was going to make about track state at the moment is that it's cooled down substantially.
Okay.
The breeze has picked up a bit, but we haven't had any sun all day, and now the ambient's beginning to drop. As we mentioned, it might. We're down to 60 degrees. We started the day at 64, and I think the temperature is only going to continue to drop through the remainder of the afternoon until we get to a checkered flag with about 56 degrees. So,
of course, most of these cars, especially in GTO, turbocharged. So the cooler the air, the better as far as getting stuff run more powerful.
Yeah, a balmy 61 degrees down in Austin. So it's not a particularly hot day.
I think this is the coolest it's been here since we started covering this race. I don't remember it being quite this seasonable for fall. At least what I would call seasonable.
Right.
Yeah. We're in December, Brendan. It's definitely not autumn.
What?
We're in December.
December is part of autumn.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Season changeover, it isn't until December 21st, Scott.
Correct.
So.
What, really?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know how you do things. This is how we do things in America, Scott.
So you're saying that March 21st is still winter?
Yes.
No, March 20th is still winter.
Correct, yeah.
That seems just...
We have... Scott is in his 30s, and we're just teaching him how seasons work. Amazing.
I was under the impression December 1st was winter.
Have you literally never heard of equinoxes and solstices?
No, okay, so that's the thing. So there's a difference between, like, yeah, the orbital seasons. but also like culturally, we definitely do refer to them like,
yeah.
There's a really good 538 link. I'll find it for you guys, and then we'll just talk about that for the next 2.5 hours.
Kill me.
To Scott's point, it is difficult for me specifically to feel that it is currently autumn when I woke up this morning and it was 7 degrees, and that is Fahrenheit. Right, but if I look outside my window right now, it doesn't really look like autumn. It does look quite like winter outside.
Yeah, Scott's in Connecticut too, or wherever he is in the Northeast. So
it's like 12 Celsius here right now. So, but
that's cute.
Sorry, not to interrupt with race chatter, but I've been away for a minute. Is Screaming Goat holding the lead through pit stop cycles?
We were just discussing that.
Yes. Well, they pit after JTR, so they tend to go up a lap.
Oh, Joseph's site is not giving me the correct laps until pit number, is what happened.
Very attaching. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That makes sense. So, but even so, I mean, when I left, that margin was 36 seconds. It's now a minute and minute 3.
Wait, what do you mean it's not giving you the right number?
It was just telling me that the Screaming Goat car had 1 lap left until it pitted.
Oh, your stuff that's very weird because I have.
Yeah, my whatever network I'm on here might be a little jacked.
Are you on HughesNet? Like, what happened?
Bell.
Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, you sending requests to the website through Telegraph?
Apparently, Austin, notorious for not having a phenomenal technical infrastructure.
Yeah.
Well, Texas anyway.
That's just the power grid.
I was gonna say, I'm surprised you have power right now. So
Now. It's not hot out enough for that.
Or cold enough.
Or cold enough, yeah.
Indeed.
Probably shouldn't joke about that one. That one was
or Saturday enough.
Live here at Circuit of the Americas.
Layla makes the point that we are not at a track in California. We're at a track in Texas.
Right, that's why you're worried about the power going out in the winter.
It is still pretty. It does look
and
green
internet and infrastructure. It is pretty green here. Have you guys noticed how green it is here?
So green.
So
did
green.
It just rain?
I want to apologize to all of our viewers and listeners who probably had reasonable race chatter while I was gone taking care of other things, and I came back and the thing is immediately falling apart.
That's all right.
I'm assuming you guys talked about racing while I was gone. I don't know that, but it seemed like it was probably accurate.
I had lunch.
Okay.
So somebody has just tagged Nick Damon in a tweet about COTA and Austin Dillon, which I think is quite funny.
It's our big break, guys.
Yeah, if Nick Damon would like as
who's being towed around?
I was just
585, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. That car was being revved up in the paddock. It hadn't even been pulled into a stall. It was just sort of perpendicular to the garage stalls, and they had somebody in the sort of leaned in the driver's side of that car revving the engine as we were walking past it.
Yeah.
So they sent it obviously, and they haven't fixed whatever the problem was.
I think that's actually just croaked on its outlap.
Yeah.
It didn't initially take the green flag at the beginning of today's race too.
Okay, so I thought maybe I hadn't seen a green ALA car today.
No, it didn't come out until like an hour and a half ago or so.
Yeah, that makes sense then.
Spin and continue for the 05, which is another car that came out of basically nowhere. It's listed under Apex V2R, which is wild because I thought they only had 2 cars here. The 880 and the 881. So there's an 05, and it has spun at turn 9.
It's the longest explanation of the spin and continue I think I've ever heard.
You're welcome.
That nobody saw. So if the 908 had not had, well, first off, apparently the 908 hasn't even had its contact judged from 11:30 this morning.
Has it not?
No.
Not yet.
They're waiting on a video card then, presumably.
Well, but you say that, but so this is my point. You say that the 908 was given a second 1-lap penalty at 150 for a pass under yellow. It's been overturned. So they provided some video evidence. Also, we've got to be careful here. There's a stop car in the exit of turn 20. It's the number 721, and it is just to the outside of the curb on corner exit. And a car unsuspecting coming around turn 20 will be two wheels on that side of the curb if they're not careful here. Now the car's restarted, and it heads on its way down the front straightaway, but quite slowly, and now very much to driver's left up against the pit wall.
Go BMW, go.
Yeah, you see it crossing the track there, and then up against the left-hand side. It looked like it just ground to a halt, but I didn't see it happen. So I can't say that for sure. There's no fluid or anything behind it, so that's all good there.
Are we talking about the 721 that stopped?
721, yep.
Yes.
The RRT. It's the second of the RRT cars, yeah. TCU's just tied it up.
What a shame. Do you have permission from the commissioner of college football for that?
Sean McDonough personally, actually.
What a shame.
Man is my hero.
No one's going to know what we're talking about with that one, but it's pretty good.
I think there's more college football interest here than you think. We saw somebody in a Texas Tech hoodie walking across the paddock.
Right.
Hell yeah.
That's not my fault. I think college football will be a lot more bearable if you could only root for a team if you went to the school.
Oh. Well, what am I going to do?
Are you gatekeeping, Joseph?
I'm just saying, I live in Columbus.
Brendan, what you're going to do is support professional football.
No,
that's dumb. No.
Absolutely not.
Professional football is bad.
Ryan, the absolute worst fans are the ones that have no connection to the school. I don't know what it is.
See Alabama.
Yeah, those Alabama fans.
People that I know who have actually been to like graduated from the school, perfectly fine. They're great.
Right, that's not what I'm talking about, though.
No, I know.
Okay.
Anyway.
Live from Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah, it's
College
kind of the
football
go-to
2023 bowl season.
We do this every year. It's always conference
Get your
championship
predictions
weekend.
in.
Yeah. This is our just to prove we're live bit.
Special guest, Coach Beamer.
Shane or Frank?
Frank.
Yeah. Beamer ball.
Yeah.
Splits the...
Arms extended, 0-0.
Sometimes that's how I feel coming out of a race weekend. Like, wow, it is still 0-0. Final.
Yeah. So automatic... that's the other automatic.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's fine. The 313 has stopped. That car has had a day.
How about it, man?
It's been a half hour.
Yeah, that car has had a half hour.
It appears in the race control log 14 separate times.
Wow.
Yeah. Worth noting up at the top here, the gap from the 29 to the 696 is very slowly starting to come the other way. When last we saw it was just shy of 1:04, it's now down to 58 seconds.
Joseph, can you run another round of irresponsible math now that we've had another pit cycle and set of penalties and stuff?
Zach points out in our proverbial ear that there's a piece of debris here right off the racing line.
So I've seen that for
just
like
right
15 minutes or so, and I can't decide if that's something substantial or if it's like a piece of
it could be tape,
vinyl.
Right? Yeah.
Also, in track condition watch, I was looking down the times for the last couple of laps, and it looked like everyone had kind of back off again a couple of seconds, except for the number 52, who just set a 26.0, which is the fastest lap I've seen for many hours by any car.
So if we're going to do track condition watch, we're going to do my favorite thing to do during the weekend, which is to look at a weather website and hope that rain comes.
It's 0% chance.
Yeah,
I've already
no
looked.
chance.
Not with that attitude.
Or with any attitude, because it's not happening.
So in GTO, I've done some predictions. I would now like to poll the panel and see what your predictions of the predictions are.
So here's
John.
Go ahead. I'll let somebody else go ahead.
I think it's going to, like, your previous predictions felt like they had some latency to them, and I think Screaming Goat is going to become more obviously the better choice. Although JTR has sorted their pace out, so I'm going to say Screaming Goat's going to be now a significant favourite.
Okay.
Yeah, I was concerned about the Screaming Goat car, but it's just done at 27, so I think the pace consistency is probably still there. And anyway, I don't think your script would have caught up. So I'm going to give it the 29 probably is starting to edge out there, and I think it'll give 696 and 99 a shot as well.
I think 99 will have vanished to almost zero at this point.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I predict that the 29 will have like a 70 to 80% chance.
And JT?
I think I'm leaning GTR.
Ooh, interesting. So
wow,
where does that come from?
The Homer pick.
Yeah. What?
I don't know.
Keep in line of the driver lineup.
Well, but we're predicting the prediction, and the prediction doesn't know anything about the driver lineup.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, the prediction's an idiot. Although it does.
Sorry, I was being responsible.
So, well, in a way, okay. So it's kind of averaged out, right, with the GTR 99, because we've had one of their ringers, we've had their sort of their mid-stint doldrum, and so it's actually kind of averaged out between Scott and JT's prediction. So the 99 is there, but it's a 20% chance. There's so much kind of flux in that top 5 because all these teams are so close in quality, really, at this point. So you're all correct, except for JT, that the 29 is the favorite here. But it's not an overwhelming favorite. You still have a little bit of a shot from the 696, the 99, the 908. Those are who the prediction would have as kind of your joint second, I guess, in terms of likelihood.
Sorry to interrupt you for a second. Do we know that there's a recovery going on the inside of turn 8?
It's for 26, which I believe is Edge. Is that right?
Yeah, they had been third in GP1.
Right, just wanted to make sure we'd covered that.
I don't know that we had, so good call.
Not yet.
Is it? I don't know if I got the turn number right. It's near the end of the S's.
It says turn 8 is the call, so it'll be Marshall's post 8 that's called it out. Who's that we're pulling through? That'll be the 721. Okay.
Can I offer a guest?
Hold on.
Okay. All right.
We're finishing predictions.
Okay. Well, we have a guest here.
Okay. I'll get through it fast. Is it Dorsey?
No.
No.
Neither of those people.
Okay.
Although he's chuffed to bits that you think he is.
So the 29 is our current favorite, but it's a plurality rather than a majority, if you get my drift. 696, 908, 99, and with a shot. The 111 is kind of like on the fringes, so that's kind of interesting. I'm not sure where that comes from, if I'm honest.
They're submitting their candidacy.
Yeah, they've got an exploratory committee.
Yeah, that's what
we gotta announce yourself. GP1 has kind of shifted towards Moorhead here, so that's going to be an interesting last couple hours in that as we work out the permutation and see how that's going to affect things for Sunday's race.
That's interesting because Moorhead is significantly behind at the moment, so they obviously have the pace to overcome that.
And then GP2 is all North Loop at the moment. GP3 all TCS.
Let's go.
Our guests will not be thrilled to hear your GP3 predictions.
Lo siento.
Yeah, it's I have to say we're joined by Dennis Neal for maybe only the second time this season.
Second or third.
Yeah. Well, welcome back to DriversEye Live. Thanks for stopping in.
No, it's always fun. Always fun to come by and see how things are going. And it's definitely been a little busier year. We've been doing, mostly 3 to 4 drivers in the car, so it keeps me a little busier and makes it a little harder. But I spent the first 3 hours in the car today, which leaves me the afternoon to kind of do some other fun things.
That car being the 605 for round 3 racing.
Correct.
For the uninitiated, you brought some cargo with you as well.
Yes, I have my family is actually out here with me, and my parents and my brother were able to join too. So it's a whole family event.
Nice. Are you local here?
I am not.
Okay.
I'm out of Illinois now.
Illinois.
May I interrupt? I just want to say, race log is showing that the 22 is getting a 1-lap penalty for apparently passing the 605 under yellow.
Well, I won't complain about that.
you guys are in need of probably 2 of those, the way things are looking at the moment.
Well, we're working on our passenger yellow penalties. See if we can.
Have you already been doled one?
We have one.
Okay.
It's definitely been a little hectic in the yellow, so when the yellows come out, some of the sight lines here at COTA are definitely difficult and make it a little harder to see, and so you end up jockeying quite a bit to try to get single file.
Okay.
So some of the time that looks like you're passing when you're trying to just get back in line.
Gotcha. So let's talk about that, because you're the first driver we've actually had a chance to chat with today.
Okay.
It seemed like in that opening stanza of the race, when we had all these local yellows, you were constantly into and out of the yellow flag zones, right?
Yes.
Speed up, yellow flag, back everything off, get single file, speed up again, and then 3 corners later you'd have another one, right?
Yeah.
Is that, has it been tough to kind of manage that? And like you mentioned, the sight lines in particular, trying to get eyes on the yellow flag and on the incident, or what's that like?
It is, and we all start the race kind of amped up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way race drivers are. And so there's a lot of adrenaline going on those first couple laps, and that really does last for that first hour. And I would say, it takes a while to get settled in. Here you have a lot of elevation changes, and if you're spending a lot of time looking at the battle that you're in, and you don't spread out your peripheral vision and kind of look to the sides, you're not going to be able to find those caution flags, and you got to always be scanning. And so that is the biggest challenge that I have found, especially in those opening stints. And here at COTA, we can get 3 and 4 wide without a problem, and that can obscure the sight line of the corner worker, and so you need to look ahead on the straightaway, like look down the track and say, oh, that corner worker's clear or it's not clear. So those are the things you need to be doing, so when you do get in those 2 and 3 wides, that you know what's going on in that corner.
Sure. So if you were in a group of, let's say, 3 or 4 cars, you might be looking at the next corner station, whereas if you're in a group of 10 cars, which we've seen plenty of today, you'd be looking potentially 2 stations down, saying, okay, I need to set myself up now to not be in trouble.
Yeah, you need to be looking down, and it, for us, I get a lot over the radio calls. So, Martin is keeping me abreast of what is going on track, where things are calling in, if there's an incident, especially like in the turn 12 and the turn 11 area. We've had a lot of incidents, at least in my stint, in those areas. And so he would call those out for me, because it is helpful. Like in turn 11, you crest the hill, you do that left-hand turn, and you're like, oh, there's an incident down there, and you're going to be going into yellow. And a lot of the GTO cars, especially on the slower cars, want to get by us to still have that straightaway advantage and not end up, getting stuck behind us on the going into the straight. So they're looking for trying to get the passes done before yellow. We're looking to just survive through that section and just get in line and not get penalized.
So your race engineer down there that's feeding you information, he is literally down there taking information in one ear from race control and feeding it back to you in as close to real time as you can get.
Yeah, no, we've got quite a few people. We've got Martin is our car chief, so he's the one always talking to us. He's listening to race control at the same time. And then we've got a couple other people that are listening to all the cars. So we've got 3 cars here this weekend, and so Mark will be listening to all the cars and kind of trying to assess what's going on for them and listening to race control. And then we have a strategist as well who's running strategy for all 3 cars, and so he's also trying to pay attention to what's going on.
Sure. Is the strategy, now that we're this deep into the race, are you guys pretty well set with that, or are you constantly kind of evaluating where you stand relative to the car ahead of you? Obviously, they've just been given the penalties. Does that change things, or is this at this point just bring it to the end of the race and cycle through?
If you look at our lap times, we don't have the pace. I mean, they are faster than us, and so we just have to run the long game. Those 2 early cautions happened perfect for us. So I pitted on their both full course cautions. Unfortunately, those are the only 2 we've had to be able to enable that.
Sure.
So we're looking at the long game, trying to figure out strategy wise, can we go a couple more laps longer than them? things like that. Maybe catch a caution where they had to pit under green and we don't.
Yeah.
So things like that is what we're really looking for, because they have us on pace. We just haven't been able to put the pace down the way they have, and so we have to find another way to win.
So I'm not going to put you on the spot here and ask you to speak on behalf of anybody else, but I am intrigued to know. Round 3 obviously has a big presence in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, right? Yep. Hagerty name on the side of all the cars, and Brian Keatonelli is down there with you guys, racing with you guys this weekend.
Yeah,
correct?
He's in the 701 this weekend.
So the landscape appears to be changing at Round 3.
There's been a lot of announcements coming out with other different drivers, and even one of my co-drivers, Hannah, had a really good opportunity come her way. So that's really excited for her. She's gonna be amazing in that series, and I'm really excited for her. But it does mean that there's a lot of moving parts, and I don't exactly know what's going to happen for 2023.
Do Brad and Buzz know what's going to happen in 2023?
You'll have to ask Brad and Buzz. I
thought that might be the case.
I know there's a lot of moving parts, and for me, even I'm still trying to figure out what my 2023 looks like. Sure. We did 8 races this year, which was great, but it's definitely a lot to manage with family and all that fun stuff. So trying to figure that out at the same time. But I mean, WRL series is amazing. Like the amount of growth that we've seen, and just the competition you can't really find anywhere else.
Right, and even your counterparts down there around 3, your teammates, and are finding new opportunities. Mo is moving on, right? Yep. Racing Lamborghinis with Cole. Hannah's moving on and racing Aston Martins, I think, next year, right? Sarah was in a Porsche scholarship competition, right? Seeing those announcements come out and hearing the opportunities that the Round 3 drivers in particular are getting is really, really cool. And I agree with you. World Racing League is a pretty special place to go racing, but it seems like both with what the series is doing and what Round 3 are doing for you guys, giving you a platform to learn and to grow and eventually to move on. Yeah, and do some semi-professional racing is pretty cool.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it at Sebring a little bit. It's when you're racing with people of that caliber, it makes you better.
Yeah.
And so that's what I love about World Racing League and Round 3 racing is I'm racing against people that are as good or better than I am. Mm-hmm. And so they push me, they challenge me to go faster. We have Austin Dillon and Kyle Busch here.
Sure.
This weekend here at COTA, which is incredible. And just being able to have that caliber of people come out and want to race in the series, and it just makes everybody just another level up. And so that's what I think is really great. And then being able to level my racing up is just an added bonus there.
Does it still feel like? Go ahead.
Let's talk about WRL 2022, because as they run, hashtag, with the 605 in second.
You're doing a little math, aren't you?
You betcha.
I have a spreadsheet too that does math of best of 12.
Yeah. So as they run, and you'll know this, I've got you at 132, and the 197 at 136. So that 14-point gap is going to fall to 4. Correct. If nothing changes here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go. What's your thought process?
So we came into Sebring knowing that we had to win both races to get the Eastern Championship, and we did that, and we're really proud of what we were able to accomplish there at Sebring. And so we came into here knowing that if we can win both races, we get the GP3 National Championship. And so we've been working really hard over the course of the last couple of days to make that happen. But there are other scenarios that allow us to do things, and so we really are working hard to try to keep the car clean. Right now being P2 is not a bad thing. We would love to be P1 because 2 P1s guarantees us the national championship. We have a maximum point potential being 148 points for the weekend, I think, and they had a maximum potential of 144. So, we had a bigger max potential for the weekend, but second place with them running third does help us, and then tomorrow their throwaway race is a higher point value, so they're going to get a few less points. So, finishing on the podium both days puts us in a really good position, and beating the 197 is what we really need to be able to do. Now, they have a 2-lap penalty that I know they're trying to get overturned. So, all of that could change if they make that happen. But you know, we're trying, and you know, biggest thing that we knew we needed to go out there is we don't have the fastest car, so we just need to be the cleanest car, and that's what's really gotten us through the, you know, the 2021 season when we're in the GP3 national champions, and then really the 2022 season we came and did the same thing. And so that's, you know, that's what we're trying to do today, and put us in position for tomorrow to maybe be able to walk away with that again.
Was that the mindset coming into the weekend? Was it just pure championship?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a lot. We have driver group chats and things like that going on in the background, and we talked a lot of scenarios, and it really just came down to, we run our race and do what we've done all season, then we'll put ourselves in position. That's what we need to do. So that was, you know, there's definitely, I would say, even speaking upon behalf of myself, the anxiety level is definitely raised. You know, you're wanting to go out there and do well and not have mistakes, and so that's, you know, that's what we're trying to do, and put ourselves in position. I mean, you know, it's a best of 12 for the national, and we're only running 12 races, so we have no throwaways. So, no mulligans for us. We have to, you know, win on all 12 that we put in.
Well, we're going to keep an eye on that through the remainder of the day today, and of course again tomorrow. Any changes for tomorrow, or is this a rinse and repeat and do it all again tomorrow morning?
We'll look at our driver lineup and see if we probably tweak that a little bit, but that's, you know, that's pretty standard for us. We just, you know, move that around a little bit here and there.
Okay.
But yeah, the idea is rinse and repeat. Go out there, have a car that's solid. You know, round 3 gives us a car that doesn't break very often, and so we, you know, knock on wood, we definitely want to see that keep happening, and then we just need to go out there and do smart laps and keep our nose clean.
I think of all of the cars in the series since we started working with WRL again 2 years ago. The Boxsters from round 3 I just feel like you guys get every ounce out of that car that you can. Every weekend, and it's just the same thing over and over.
It's amazing, that car, what it's able to do, and what we keep asking out of it, week after week, and it's still delivering. So we're really happy about that.
Last little insider question: driver in the car till the end of the race?
So Carter went in after me, and then Hannah will jump in for the last. I don't know if we've made our. I haven't looked at ours.
Was Buzz in the car?
So no, Buzz has not gotten in the car yet.
Okay, all right, gotcha. Well, we'll keep an eye on the number 605 through the remainder of the day. Joseph has tabs on all the championship predictions for the afternoon, and I'll cut you loose. Go spend time with your family. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
No, appreciate it.
And yeah, come back up, and if you want to see us tomorrow, by all means, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for you and everything works out. And, you know, the 605's favor.
Appreciate it, and good luck to you guys next year too with your growth. So
thank you. We're excited. We're excited. Dennis Neal joins us from Round 3 Racing, driver of the 605 down in GP3. Thanks for stopping by, and yeah, we'll see you next time.
Sounds good.
Yeah, Zach has found on your screen there the slow neon Aston Martin of the 908. They look like they're probably in a limp mode. That doesn't look like a low fuel situation. That looks like possibly an electronic issue. So I have to imagine that they're going to be bringing it down into the lane this time by, and that will, and they are in fact, on the turn 20 camera, making their way into pit lane. So that will put an end to what has been a seesaw battle for them in terms of taking penalties, getting penalties overturned, staying in the fight. Remember, on debut for this car for them in this series, so they've done extremely well for themselves, but I think this is going to put them out of contention once and for all, and they'll have to re-rack and go again tomorrow.
I assume we're talking 908?
That's correct.
Yes, yes,
into
we
the
are.
pit lane now. Just coming in front of me here. A little low on the right front.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Definitely not sitting as straight and tall as once it was. I see it's just listed as slow, obviously, but wait on some further detail then. I think it's going to go all the way to the end of the pit lane and make the hard left into the paddock.
There's also a waving yellow at turn 1. We saw a safety vehicle move through. Not sure if we can see anything.
It's listed as 25 minutes ago, so...
Yeah, it might be something that we could catch on an onboard. I don't see anything on the runoff in this camera.
No, I think we'd have to pick it up from an onboard.
Well, while we sort this out, shall we, with 2 hours to go, take an ad break?
We shall.
Yeah, Zach's ready to go, man.
Yeah,
I'll set up
Let's
inside the last
ads.
quarter of the race, the Saturday National Championship race from Circuit of the Americas. JT, sharp intake of breath.
The 22 might begin a fuel infraction for visor up.
That'll do it for the
GP3 leader.
605.
Yeah, I'm waiting for.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's go to ads.
Yeah, I want to make a broader point about some of these penalties anyway. So let's take care of another set of commercial obligations here and reset and review and come back for the last quarter of the Saturday race from Circuit of the Americas, the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriversEye Live. We'll be back in a moment.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all.
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Truck owners who run Cooper AT3s are some of the most dutiful people I know. Even if that duty is to haul a load of this stuff. It's not glamorous, but it's their duty nonetheless. So if you and your truck are constantly tackling the regular duties of the day, go with a tire that can handle them all. Oh, man. I stepped in it. Go with the Coopers. Cooper.
Stop. Back at Circuit of the Americas, DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company as always. And we've just got just under 2 hours left to go. 140 laps completed currently. I think we're going to be set for a big number here today, lap count-wise. I used to keep track of distance records and the like, but haven't for quite some time. So keep eyes on that number just in the next little while. 605 is into the pit lane. We just started to discuss. That was the round 3 racing Porsche Boxster down in GP3, championship contender for the National GP3 Championship, and I thought I saw a Boxster make a hard left down at the end of the pit lane, but I don't know that we have a resolution on that just yet.
Do you? What did you think the color was on that?
It looked gray, but I don't know if that's confirmation bias or not. The 701 is in as well, so another of the round 3 cars into the pit lane. If you've got 2 more stops to make, about now would get you a nice even split in 1 hour stints from here to the end. And yeah, all eyes on that situation just at the moment. The gap for GTO, by the way, was down under a minute. It's now gone out to 1 minute and 27. I don't think we've had pit stops for either of those cars recently, have we? No, we haven't. So just, I think, long laps there.
Yeah, it seems like maybe we've lost a little bit of consistency as we've gotten a little later in the day here.
Yeah, so let's talk about a couple of things here. First, since it's topical here, let's talk about the consistency aspect, right? We've had, as we mentioned probably an hour or so ago, or maybe a little longer, nobody really take charge of this race, right? We've had some fast cars at times, some slower cars at times, but we've had so much variability in lap time from just about everybody other than Screaming Goat within the last 2 hours or so. Prior to that, it really felt like the lap times were all over the place. We were in the 230s, then the 220s. We had times in the 223s, then we were into the 27s and the 28s. And it just doesn't seem like there's been any well-defined target for the times we ought to be doing or why we ought to be doing them, or any of the environmental or race factors that go into it. It's just been kind of all over the place, to the point that you have cars actively losing 4 to 5 seconds a lap in chunks and then being back on the lead pace the next, lap or two. So this has been kind of an odd one today. And I think it's thrown us kind of some odd competitors. 29 has won races before, so this is not, an unusual car to see at the front. It is unusual that they're not being challenged.
Well, I think it's been a function of, we've had several races this year where the penalties have made the difference here, and I think it's to Dennis's point, right? It's not about your ultimate pace. It's really what you can do over the course of 8 hours, and that includes not making mistakes, because it's not like, the rules aren't a secret. Everyone knows that it's a lap penalty for these mistakes. If you trip over somebody, if you don't have your head on a swivel for yellow flags, it's going to be a lap penalty. And this is one of the longer tracks that we go to. Not the longest, I don't think, but it is a longer one. It's a 2 minute plus lap in most classes, all classes? Question mark. Nearly 2.5 minutes in GTO. So you really can't afford mistakes if you're in a highly competitive class. And every class is pretty competitive today. GP1, G2, and 3 all are pretty well subscribed, owing in part to the event as a whole being very well subscribed. So, the more entries you have, the less margin for error you have if you want to come home with a podium or much less a win.
Can we do the guess thing again, guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. No, this is a good one.
Sure. Whoa! Huge slam on Dennis out of nowhere.
Dennis is a nice guy, but Dennis is a repeat customer.
Okay.
This is timely because their car has just gone past us here on start-finish straight. Joining us from the camp of the number 126 Fast Track Racing BMWs. First time this season. I think we've had you guys on track with us. It's Sadakal Khalsa and Rob Walker. Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah. They're both very nervous, so this is going to be okay, I promise you. So let's talk Fast Track.
Yeah.
Right? I think, were you guys here last year, by chance?
I have no idea if, I'm Sadakal.
Yep.
No idea if Fast Track was here last year. I'm just a ride and drive nerd.
Gotcha. Same. Cool. All right, even better. So we believe you guys may have been here last year as a team. Fast Track was here as a team. We've seen the Fast Track name elsewhere. We've seen these cars elsewhere, the BMW M4 GT4s. You guys are the nuts behind the wheel, right?
Yes.
So let's talk about how your day's gone. The number 126. Haven't had much chance to call your name, right? It seemed fairly quiet. Who was in the car first?
We had Jason in the car first, and he's probably going to go in the car in about a half hour.
Okay. Which of the two of you was in first?
I was.
You were?
Sadakal.
Okay. So what was the stint like? Right? When did you get in? What went down? Well.
So my stint happened, or it started about an hour 20 in.
Okay.
And it was great.
Okay.
The car was so good. I think one of the things that happened was I finally figured out the car and the track and had a plan and starting to race as opposed to just surviving COTA in a big 400 horsepower car. And about 30 minutes in, I lost a drive shaft coming out of 11. And so what happened, it was really weird how it happened. It seems like I was making the right then left through 8th and 9. And what happened is the race logic box on the instrument cluster just kind of like fell, and it was down at my feet, like right at 10, which was really weird.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, well, I can't do anything about that. I'm braking into 11, second gear, starting to motor out in second gear, give it third gear, and then it was like a half second, and then there was a bang, and then rattle, 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 and then kind of like silence.
Okay.
And then I was still in gear, and I was giving it gas pedal, but I wasn't moving forward. So yeah, I Instagrammed my, it essentially looks like a collection of shoelaces, the way that the drive shaft breaks.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, we, and then fast track racing with, their skill and their help. They were just looking around and they found another drive shaft, put it in there. And I think we lost maybe 20, 25 laps on that.
Okay.
And then they stuck me back out in the car.
Nice.
But I think to answer your original question, it's awesome.
Yeah.
This is great. The facility, the event, the drivers, the cars, there's kind of like, I don't really have any notes. There's no room for improvement. A lot of fun.
Awesome. And you folled him up?
I got in the car after Sota called.
Nice.
I had a 77 lap stint or something like that.
Oh my gosh!
Echo Sonical's comments, his reflections. I think that this is a great this is a great way to race. Very respectful competitors.
Yeah.
It's crazy to put to be in a GT4 class car out here with this mixed class, but we'll give lots of room. People have really great what do you call it? Awareness.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a great track. It's a lot of fun.
Have you had time behind the wheel of the M4 GT4 prior to this?
Yeah, I had a season in SRO last year. Or
Gotcha.
Sorry, this year. Yeah.
Okay. So you've gone from mostly a sprint racing environment, or some extended races now to this big 8-hour enduro. We do it twice in the weekend.
I've been crap can racing for 2017.
Yeah, gotcha.
So the format is familiar to me.
Sure.
These big cars, or having these big cars together with the regular cars out there, that's unfamiliar to me. But this is a really great way to race.
Big adjustment?
And no, not really. Okay. It's just there's some E36s in the front, and there's some E36s in the middle, because our crap can is an E36.
Okay, gotcha.
Lucky Dog, etc. Other competitive seats.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's fine. So, does it feel like a step up when you're down in the paddock? You feel the buzz and the electricity down in the paddock. Out on track, maybe everything scales up in pace and speed a little bit, but does it feel like a move towards an SRO away from what you guys do?
Certainly.
The crap
the paddock is just like the field.
Yeah.
Very mixed, right? The facilities, like Fast Track brings everything. It's like an SRO weekend for those guys. And then I see some privateers out here that bring kind of stuff that we do, like a pickup and a trailer. And yeah, it's really cool.
You have experience racing in say lower tier, but crap can type series?
Yeah, budget endurance racing.
Endurance racing.
There you go. In a E36, 328.
Okay.
And then the Lucky Dog, it's a spec tire with the Hankook RS4.
Yep.
It's a lot. I feel like that car, which is kind of like the fastest, or one of the fastest cars at a Lucky Dog weekend, would be one of the slowest cars at this weekend. So yes, definitely big step up in pace. And then, you didn't ask me, you asked Rob, but the question about professionalism of this.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was going to follow up.
Holy moly, this is so pro. So at our Southern California budget endurance racing, everybody just has an all black suit.
Okay.
But there's a lot of people that have the same easy up and suit and truck that all match. That's when you know that things have kind of stepped up in a big way.
Sure.
And then to Rob's point about competition, I'm kind of Terry Borscheller is here, Ross Bentley is here, Thomas Merrill is here. I just met Connor Zilic. There are so many fast dudes here, and for me, just being in the orbit of fast dudes is really cool. Or even being able to share the track with them it feels real bucket listy.
Sure.
It's such a great experience. I'm having a great time.
Glad to hear that, guys. That's pretty cool. We followed the series around here at DriverSeye Live for the last 2 years or so, and we've done this event at COTA in particular now. This will be our 5th year here. sometimes it can be easy for it to kind of feel old hat. And then every now and then you get back into the paddock and back into the track, and you feel it building all around. You're like, wow, this is actually still pretty special. You know, there aren't too many people who get to do stuff like this. Back at Sebring, the last race we had, I got to commentate with Dorsey Trader. Like you mentioned, bucket list time, right?
Yes.
Just tick them off, man. And the opportunities that we've had, and I know the opportunities that you guys have out on track, it's pretty special way to go racing. And, you know, seems like a fairly cost-effective way to do it as well. You get to, you know, bring out the M4, GT4, and play around with some like-type cars, you know, really give it to it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, did you guys come back? Do it again?
Definitely.
Yeah, WRL?
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that. We don't get to interview too many first-timers. Sometimes it takes a few races for people to, you know, they get their race under their belts and they find out we're up here, we do the streaming, you know, encourage people to come up and see us, but you guys have obviously been set up first time. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, and I think those are the most fun reactions when somebody comes in basically fresh and like, oh my God, this is, I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this.
Yeah, and it must be eye-opening. Like you said, you get out on track, big M4, you know, these heavy, powerful cars, and I don't know if you feel like your head spins at all, or if it's just like, okay, eyes forward, time to go, you know, do our job. But it's still really impressive for us to watch from up here, and I'm sure it's an impressive view from where you guys sit in the car.
Yeah, it's very great. The competition, the drivers, the space, the respect, it's really top notch. I guess a different way to see that is it's definitely exceeded my expectations.
Oh, nice.
And then my expectations were built by going to like the Mike Skeen YouTube channel and watching his like opening stint from 2020 in a GT4 M4. So that was kind of like the perfect, like, this is exactly what I'm going to end up doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other thing is like, you know, last week at finger quotes work, I was actually at work, but I was finger quotes working and watching the broadcast from 2021 that you guys had on Saturday. So I was like, just you guys were hanging out with me while I was pretending to work. I appreciate it. Thanks,
man. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's this is fun for us. It's racing. At the end of the day, it is racing. We're here to talk racing and call racing, and honestly, I think most importantly to be able to share the passion for, you know, guys like you that really love what the sport is and what it offers you guys. This is just our way of helping to promote our corner of the sport, you know. So I appreciate you guys coming up and stopping by, and appreciate you being here in the first place. You know?
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, you guys are welcome anytime. See, it wasn't so bad, was it?
Well, I mean, this is comes the guy that's blushing red right now.
You guys did great. Come back and see us sometime. If you guys ever have the opportunity to come back and race with World Racing League, no, Fast Track will be back. I know you guys are just customers, but you know, it's been great having another 2 cars fully liveried, right, decked out, ready to go on like it would be for an SRO weekend. And here you are in a 45 car GTO field, really up against it. Car should be good to go for tomorrow.
Yep.
Drive shaft's all good. Awesome. Well, we'll keep an eye on the 126 tomorrow morning. If you guys have any sponsors or anything like that, thank you. Before you go, by all means, have at it. Otherwise,
yes, on socials, please follow us at Rob Walker Racing.
Okay.
And we got a lot of SRO pictures there.
Okay.
And it's great. And if you want to follow me on Instagram, I don't think that's the best idea, but you could do it. My name is Satakal, Satakal.
Okay.
And then I got pictures of my dog and how I destroy tires and some race cars.
We found your drive shaft.
Oh,
that's amazing.
Yeah, dude.
It's like a bag of zip ties.
Oh, that's the best way to describe it.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Just pulled the thing apart.
I
mean, this is what it looks like. I don't know what.
Well, that's only half of it.
No, sure, I believe that. Where's the other half?
It might still be in the car at that very moment.
Yeah, during the picture, I think they were still pulling the other side of it in.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Holy cow. But just to put a pin on that real quick before you guys go, is the race logic thing related to that at all?
Right, so it's correlation, but probably not causation.
Okay, all right.
Like, it really tripped me.
Yes, so that's where I was going to go, is vibration.
Oh.
Yeah. It's held on there with Velcro. Yeah.
That was fun.
The bubble gum just let go.
Yeah, it makes sense. The bubble finally burst.
Yeah.
Anyway, come back and see us, Satakal and Rob, please, anytime.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are welcome.
So those are our socials right there. So that's my Instagram, and that's Rob Walker Racing.
Yeah.
Great.
See, our producer, Zach's doing a phenomenal job this weekend. First time for him as well. So you guys, first time on the mics here, first time on production. He's absolutely killing it. So
high quality.
Yeah, we think it's a step up. He's doing a great job.
the sim racing to club racing pipeline continues.
Yeah. So thank you guys for stopping by. Come back and see us, and we'll have a chance to walk down there tomorrow. Maybe we'll catch up with you then and find out how your Sunday's going.
Excellent. Yes,
Awesome.
please. And when you come down there, we have a 17-year-old and a 17-year-old over there in car 125.
Okay.
Maybe they would have something to say, or maybe they would be
17
almost as awkward as Rob.
Who's your 17-year-old guy?
We have Maddie.
Okay.
And Jonathan.
Jonathan. Okay, I see the names here. I'm just taking a look at our entry list. We'll come and stop by and find out what the story is there. But yeah, best of luck the rest of the day and again tomorrow.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That's Sadako Khalsa and Rob Walker joining us from the number 126 Fast Track Racing BMW M4s. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's always fun to see and hear from some new call them voices. They'll be faces to you in the paddock, but to us they're voices. It's good to hear fresh perspectives, because it is, you kind of get into a rhythm with a lot of the series regulars. It's nice to hear people just being blown away by it. People have been doing this for a few years. They're like, yeah, they used to be slow cars, now they're fast cars. What gives? People that come in fresh, they're like, oh wow, this is amazing.
It's a great testament to what the series is able to provide.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Absolutely.
And it works out. It works out pretty well if you're looking to. They were talking about there's not a ton of overlap between what you might be able to run in another series and this one, but it's also not necessarily there's a ladder within WRL, but also into other series and from other series. If you understand where I'm going with that. So
yes, absolutely.
Yeah, you can take a car that you work up to the upper rung of a slower series, build that up a little bit, get yourself into GP3, have some fun with that, maybe trade up to a GP2, and then consider bringing that up to GP1, or then trade up to GP1,
or even you decide, hey, I've built up a GP2 car and I can sell it for, whatever it is, 40 to 60 grand, and that'll get me a season of seats in a GTO car.
Sure.
To see if I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really cool that we have these sort of gradations in what you can do with whatever price point is comfortable to you. It may not be this, and that's fine. Hopefully, eventually it will be this. But there's so many different avenues. There's so many different ways to go racing now. It's very cool to see.
Absolutely.
We're rapidly approaching the final 90 minutes. I'm not totally sure how that happened.
It's gone pretty quickly. Since basically the second half of the race started, that middle part went rather quick, and then we've kept our foot on the gas here, as it were. Much like our friend in the Motorsport Reg commercial.
That's right. Yeah, Josh is really feeling it.
Absolutely.
The 147 for Moorhead came in and made what I will assume will be their last stop on this last lap. I think they've circulated back through. Yeah, they have. So that'll be Moorhead's final stop. We'll be looking for round 3 to make theirs. Ooh, theirs is going to be a short final stop, actually. That could be interesting, because they've just pitted, if they are going to have to make another stop. They pitted on lap 135. They're working on lap 142 now. So we've got them in about 29 laps. I'm wondering, I don't think they can make it to the end here. If they can, it'd be a huge stretch.
Big lifts.
Yeah. Okay.
I will also point out that we're coming up on our last 10 hours or so of race broadcasting for the season. So if you're a regular entrant, or you've appeared in the box before, or even if you haven't, you've just been thinking about it, I'll do the appeal here and say, come on up. You've got a little less than 10 hours left to air your dirty laundry, or say hi to your family at home. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Don't actually come air your dirty laundry.
I mean, we've
joking.
We've had the overnight guys up at times, and we've just had Dennis Neal out of the 605, and we just wished him good luck. So if the overnight one's good luck also to combat the 605's
Correct.
good luck. I mean, it's
Where does that put us? Are we just handing out good luck, like with reckless abandon?
we are a conduit
I hope so.
through which good luck is received.
I mean,
Unstoppable
I'm a
good luck
leprechaun,
machine.
Yes.
So, having previously made a point before our most recent interview there that the variability in the top of GTO was very, very high. I looked briefly at timing, and the top 4 cars were all within a quarter of a second of each other. So much for that point.
On pace, anyway.
On pace, yes, correct.
Yeah.
No, not on track. That would be really something, huh? Yeah.
99 in the lane.
Yes. Timing caught it before my eyes this time, so maybe your Race Hero servers have caught up. So I did want to make one other point here, just about the race as a whole today. We've talked about some of the on-track stuff, some of the off-track stuff. These penalties, man, today. The unforced errors, the silly stuff, the passes under yellow, and then the waiting for the passes under yellow to be fought and overturned. I don't know if I've seen a volume like this in a WRL race before. And that's neither a positive nor a negative thing. I think it's keen eyes by the marshals, and it's good job of reviewing by the stewards upstairs with the video evidence that's presented. But man, it feels like we've been busy today.
It does evoke the reminder of Mercedes bringing a lawyer to the last race of the season in 2021. Today, especially with the number of appeals that have gone on and stuff like that, I've kind of, I wish we could see less of that, because it does make it more difficult to plan your strategy while you're doing it. Of course, it's part of racing, though. At the end of the day, we want to keep everybody safe, right? So we'd rather err on the side of making the decision that reinforces safety and then overturn it later if it's found to have been applied unfairly.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just more mostly a commentary of how I feel like the race has played out, just from our little perspective up here. All the things we make note of over the course of a race, just feels like we've been making note of an awful lot of these today.
Absolutely.
But in any case, a very, very sideways North Loop number 21 on the exit to the last corner.
That car has been getting wheeled, absolutely wheeled, around the track.
Yeah, I've gathered that. Still actively being wheeled.
Yeah.
So last time at 242, it's quite a bit slower than the number 51 behind it.
Yeah, you do want to have the car pointing forward rather than sideways.
Nah, sideways is cooler, though.
Regarding the... Oh, that's the wrong class. I was going to tell you bad information. Hold on. Because the 2 cars that I'm interested in terms of pit stop rotation are the 147 for Moorhead, who I think the predictions think potentially owe us another stop. There's like a 30% chance that they can do it from here, which makes me think that they've timed it so that they can do it from here. But I'm also curious about the 701. 701 definitely owes us a stop, so that's going to be relevant here for the end of the race in GP1.
If you're the 701,
I'm not, but okay.
Yeah, you just
He's a human, not a car.
You push as hard as you can here, right? There's no.
It will be a quicker stop.
Yeah. Yep.
So I don't know
So
how quickly they're planning on timing their fuel fill.
It's got to be one stop for each, right? I don't know, 35 laps. I don't know that. Is there a way you get to an hour and a half on doing 240s, 238s, 240s?
Could expect it at 35 laps.
Yeah.
Like I said, for me, I've got them with a 30% chance of not having to pit again.
Interesting.
Which, when it's on the margins like that, the script does not assume it, but I assume that they've timed it so they won't have to stop. We've discussed that we don't believe in back timing in this series, but
no, that's true.
But we do.
Well, we're open to the possibility that other people believe in it. You know,
right?
We're pit stop agnostic.
Let's just say we're agnostics. We're not atheists here.
We don't know what's going to happen. What happened?
No,
when we
isn't
pit?
that the truth? Holy cow! You think for how long we've been covering amateur endurance racing, various points around the country, that by the time we got to the last race of our second season, we'd have some stuff figured out.
No, I wouldn't assume that at all.
No, definitely not.
Have we really talked about the 51?
Who?
Occasionally, they've been running, usually right in the podium position in GP2.
GP2 has been a who's who of who?
It has a bit. I mean, North Loop has been ever present, right? Choice Racing did not have that car for most of the season, the 51. The 167's been around a bit, and we've cycled through some cars in GP2 over the course of the season. But North Loop has kind of been the ever-present ones, and they've been in control for most of the day today. Although 242 last time compared to the 51's 235.
Yeah, so I ran predictions, as you might
as is your want.
Yeah. So 21 still has, I wouldn't call it a stranglehold, but the majority of the predictions that we put out say it's going to be the 21, right? But we are increasingly getting a little bit of intrusion by the 51 and a little bit by the 167. So they're going to want to be careful. Now they've got the championship sewn up, right? They're not racing for the championship; they're racing for a race win, and all that fun stuff. But you do still want to win,
Let's not lose sight of the fact too that championship is being carried by two different chassis.
It is,
right?
absolutely.
The number 21, the original number 21 was a blue and orange. Was it a 330?
It was a 330, yeah.
Yeah, that was written off in an accident up at Road America. So I thought it was a pretty innocuous accident, but
that car might be returned next year. My understanding is there's some discussion about what they're going to do with the two chassis that they currently have.
Gotcha. The second one being that original car.
Right.
So then they have this spec E46 car, which I was under the impression was a sprint racing car turned endurance car. Literally rolled it off the truck for the Sunday race at Road America and have run the balance of the season with this second car.
My understanding is that both of them are pretty E46 spec racer friendly.
Okay.
That nothing has been done to, my understanding at least, is that they could easily be converted back to a spec E46 racer. They're not so far down the WRL rabbit hole they couldn't be made to do something else. But they do quite like the livery on the other one, which was something they designed for themselves in-house. Yeah, they love it.
Oh man, I like the new one.
Nah. The old one's the best. With the blue and the orange.
I like white and orange.
Nah.
No, very Tony Stewart Home Depot. Big fan.
Can we get some like
full course yellow? Double yellow, guys.
Double yellow. Trouble.
Yeah.
Down at turn 7 and 8, it's going to be the number 1 car, spin, impact, and continue, and then coasting to a halt at driver's right at turn 8. I don't think we've got a shot of it. We can follow it on an onboard because it sounds like the driver was able to pull it away. So that briefly, so the driver's fine, but the reason we'll have gone full course yellow is because we're going to need to effect some barrier repairs here.
Ah, that's no fun.
Oh, interesting. So this is intriguing because the marshal at turn 20 has gotten the call for double yellows. The flagger at the finish line, I'm not convinced has.
No, we're still green on timing.
Not on Race Hero.
Interesting. Okay.
And not at the start line at the far end, and most certainly not in the pits. Because we have had a collection of cars, including the 02. There was I think an M2 at the head of this field that's come in as well.
A Mark
44, I think's been in. Ooh, race leader.
Race leader.
That's an interesting one. Is this on? This is almost perfectly on time for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty darn close.
What 1 lap to go according to Joseph's predictive script here. I think this is the second time that's happened for that Screaming Goat car. I think they had one of these earlier in the race where they were set to come in at almost exactly that moment and were able to get a full course yellow. This one is incredibly convenient. So your race leader is in with a just under an hour and a half left to go, and a 28 lap fuel range here. The extent to which we require repairs out on circuit may make a difference here. 696 has come through.
You're going to see the 21 pitting right now.
Yep, they're in. The 696, I think this is just to put it onto the same lap as the 29?
I believe so.
If so, they're going to be behind the queue in the safety car together. Right? There's no wave arounds here. So it's not like the 696 is going to be able to close up onto the tail end of this lap. If this is truly a 2-lap margin, this is going to be 696, then the 29 with over a lap in between them.
Well, and they picked up the choice racing car.
Right.
They picked up the choice racing car too, so choice racing is going to be 90% of a lap behind the 696 as well if they come out in time. So this might put them in a really good position? Question mark?
The 29, you mean?
Oh, I was talking about the 696.
Oh, the
I mean,
690.
they're pinning.
No, I think this
they're
is
pinning the 511 to like no chance of anything better than third.
Relative to the 511, I agree with you. Relative to the 29, I think this is damning.
Gotcha.
I think this has played hugely into the hands of the number 29. Because they're going to be able to close up to the back of this, not of the 696, but of the same queue that the 696 is already in.
Right.
As long as they're able to get out of the pits before the safety car comes back around, and we see them now down at turn 12.
Choice is the car that's behind the safety car right now.
Yep.
So I am reading this slightly wrong. It's going to be just under a full lap between 29 and 696, not just under 2 full laps, which is right.
Okay.
Right? So it'll be the 696 will come across with the queue to complete 153. The 29 will come across at the back of the queue to complete 154. So it's going to be 90% of a lap handed to the 29, which is still an enormous advantage. It's going to take their margin up from what was a minute and a half on track to probably 2.5, or fundamentally 2.5. And I think you're right. The 511 is going to be. It was basically a car position on track, a car's worth of track position away from being able to close up to the back of the 696. Instead, it's going to be basically a full lap down. So this has been an extremely impactful full course yellow. It's also closed up the 99 and the 111 battle. Now, I'm not sure how much closing up there was to do there, but they are right together. Are they a lap apart? They are a lap apart. I thought they were together. That's very interesting.
Yeah, I was hoping to take a look at the onboard from the number 1 to see if we could tease out what exactly happened over there, but unfortunately it's one of those cases where the video cuts out at the critical point, so I think there's been a switch off of the ignition and back on, which has kind of interrupted that feed. Admin and the team themselves will have the video card for review,
yeah.
Sure.
Well,
but I won't be able to give you an explanation of what exactly has happened. It's parked up at the basically on the outside of turn 9. It looks like. I don't know if we've seen it on any onboards yet.
Might this be a good time to wrap up our financial commitments for the day?
Sure.
And we can come back with a 2 minutes more current idea of what's going on.
This does feel wise. If you are watching over on the Facebook, be patient. The stream's going to go down for just a couple of minutes and then be reposted on the WRL and DriverSeye Live Facebook pages. And we'll be with you through to the end. YouTube won't see any changes. You'll just be watching Uncle Cooper and some Hagerty friends in a boardroom. Otherwise, just be patient with us over on Facebook. Reset your page in about 2 minutes. And yeah, we'll be back with you from trackside at Circuit of the Americas in the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty on DriverSeye Live.
Okay, all right. Hard stop at 6 today. We need alignment by then, people.
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
Have these initiatives moved the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
Well, we gotta stay agile.
I said we fast track the pivot.
Can we circle back? Keep everyone in the loop.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, all right?
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag.
Yes, Josh. Yes.
Start your engines. Woo!
Ready to hit the track? We've got you covered with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Sentinel by Candelaria Racing Products is a comprehensive motorsport video system incorporating live streaming, local recording, picture-in-picture, flag status, leaderboards, data overlays, and more. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, and HPDE. Sentinel includes everything you need to get started. With the ability to control the live feed from the cloud and GPS auto start, you will never miss an on-track moment. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today.
It's your Uncle Cooper. Sure, once in a blue moon, you might need your tires for hauling a horse in a hailstorm. But most days, you're gonna need your tires for tougher things, like teaching your sister's kid how to parallel park. Thankfully, these Cooper Enduro Maxes aren't just tough, they're everyday tough. Okay, there's a lot of improvement. Go with the Coopers. Cooper!
Back at Circuit of the Americas on DriverSeye Live, the World Racing League powered by Hagerty. We've just gone back to green, which makes us ready to go for our TV debut at some stage here, I think. Brendan Kaczmarek, Joseph Woodrock, JT Tamby, Ryan West, Scott Michaels, Zach Johnson, Leila Kaczmarek. It's a lot of us here. Almost like
It's
the
the whole
Glory Days,
crew.
guys. Team of 7?
Team's all here.
It's amazing. Thanks for
You
joining
get 7 of us for here, but only 2 for VIR. So
yeah.
We're pretty good at personnel management.
Those were the dark days of summer. Yeah, no, but this is great. It's been a really great day, and thank you all for joining us for the balance of the day. Our viewership has dropped now that the number 3 has gone out. Those of
Don't
you
tell them. It's
who
still.
are,
They're gonna win.
Guys, the 3's back out. They're setting 1 minute laps.
They still got a shot, at least according to Joseph's map.
Yeah, Joseph Knapp would say that.
Yeah. All they got to do is run the short course.
Joseph, did you see Leila's Instagram post earlier from DriverSeye Live?
No, I did.
We have a new logo.
No, no.
Yep.
Oh, is that the one in Discord?
Let me go see it.
No, that was the book.
Oh.
On the grams? I gotta go to the grams.
Yeah, the DriverSeye Live at DriverSeye Live on Instagram.
Can Leila get us a TikTok as well?
I think we could. I don't know what the content would look like. I can't produce. Yeah, bad. She goes bad. Which is
can
quite
just be
fair.
us drinking beer and ordering food after the race.
After the race, yeah, behind the scenes.
Okay, can we talk about the "this spot is waiting for you" one? That is on a par with "this is a cool spot."
Which one?
I'm going through the story on the DriverSeye Live at Instagram.
It is pretty good.
And there's one where it's just the arrows, and this spot is waiting for you.
Layla was a big Hispania Racing Team fan back in the day.
I'm going to be honest, I doubt that's true.
It's very not true.
Yeah, okay.
She can write a book about it.
HRT means nothing to her. HRT.
HRT. I don't see it. What am I looking for?
It's the post, not the story. The third post.
Oh, I went through your entire story?
Yeah. Well, no, we get more engagement. This is good, guys. Live on DriverSeye Live, Joseph Mudrak going through the DriverSeye Live Instagram.
This is unbelievable. What they've done to my boy. I don't agree with that at all.
Irresponsible math t-shirts coming your way.
Oh, boy.
With St. Joseph on the back.
You know, I play for the name on the front.
I like the black background better.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's better. For tomorrow, perfect. I'm all for it.
I still think we should do a throwback broadcast where we do the old graphics and the old logos.
Oh, the old graphics would be terrible, but I am here for orange. I am here for orange.
A throwback scheme for the 5 people that have been with us since we were there. That'll really get the people moving.
Oh, no, for High Plains next year.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Throwback broadcast. Or Hallett. We can do it for Hallett.
You would.
Well, we're close to Stillwater. The orange would be appropriate.
Sure. All right.
Anyway.
Live at Circuit of the Americas.
Yeah. By the way, remember this Hallowed Grounds bit we had years ago? Real fans will remember.
It was alluded to briefly while you were
Would you believe they've left another 24-hour series trophy laying around?
Yes. How many of these are we going to steal? I mean,
Was there a cardboard cutout as well of Valtteri Bottas?
I haven't seen the cardboard cutout, but there is a 24-hour series trophy up here in the staff kitchen.
Does it say
just behind the timing scoring room?
And I can look it up again.
I think it's like 2019 second place TCE.
Valtteri, it's Hammermill.
So it's definitely not even the same one. It's from 2 years later.
Outstanding. Oh, man. It's auto entry. If you win the Circuit of the Americas WRL race, you get an auto entry to the 24-hour series.
That would be interesting. Unfortunately, we don't really have any meaningful 24-hour club races left in the United States. So I don't know what the follow-up would be if you win an event like this. This is kind of just taking the luster of this, kind of big club endurance event for the year.
Remember that time?
Here now.
Remember that time WRL did a 24-hour race and the entirety of the world's racing media pretended it never happened?
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, we covered the first ever 24 hours of Sebring. And then 2 weeks later, somebody else covered the world's first ever 24 hours of Sebring.
Yeah.
They're trying to keep us out of the upper brackets.
That's right. That's right.
They don't want to see us succeed.
Trying to keep us out of the upper brackets.
I'm not sure I want to see us succeed.
Yikes.
Too bad, because we got to get more cameras.
I know. 2023, if you want to sponsor some upgraded cameras, Brendan at DriverSeye.live, or come find us on Facebook.
Brendan, just read your account number live on air, and we can just have people.
Yeah, sure. Routing number will be a mystery. I'll give you the account number. We'll go from there.
There you go. Perfect.
Take a guess.
We've had some activity in the top 5 of a couple different classes.
Let's go through that.
Yeah, the 401's just overtaken the 111. And 3 fast guys and Denny are climbing their way back up through the order and have overtaken TC Klein for 4th in GP3.
908 not out of this one yet, by the way. They've got a shot here to get themselves back into the top 5.
Yeah,
now,
there is a ceiling for sure, but they'll at least score good points.
Yeah, and those position changes are not automatic. But the opportunity still exists based on the pace that car has had for most of the day. Also, Choice Racing has responded to going basically a lap down to the 696 by going bonkers at the front of the field and setting a 225 flat as a PB 155 laps into the race. So, fair play there to the 511.
Yeah, Choice is...
It's going to get narrow. It's going to get tight.
Oh, Sheldon Creed. So, no, I was just going to say, Choice is actually having, I shouldn't say actually, but given that the resources are split across the two different classes, I think it's an actually, having a pretty good race. It's been really difficult for one car to stay consistent in this race today, let alone for two. And so they're looking at potentially a double podium here if things continue to go well for them.
Choice, just now that I'm looking at this here, is going to owe us one more stop. I think JTR is going to owe us 2. So let's keep an eye on that as well. Obviously, the margin is not insignificant. The pace of the 511 at the moment is going to help. But there is still some strategy to be played out there.
The last time we were in predictions, I had Choice's most likely finishing position as 4th. Doesn't mean they're going to be there, because I'm bad at this. But it does mean that basically they're batting towards a 4th place. And it would be a little bit of a feat for them to overhaul the 99, or rather to stay in front of the 99.
Oh, so we think this is actually in the 99's favor rather than the 511's favor?
Potentially. I think it's something to watch out for. I wouldn't lose sight of any of those 3 cars. I think we're getting to the point where Screaming Goat, barring a mechanical issue, is looking at their first win with that engine. But
yeah,
the second 2 spots on the podium, I think, are very much to play for.
Right. Yeah, I think that's fair. It feels a bit like the 511's got some stuff to play with here yet, that they could maybe make a run at second, which could be very fun to watch. I'm with you, although the 99 just turned a lap 9 seconds a lap slower than either of the 2 cars ahead of it. So some of that will be traffic for sure, but the 99 hasn't gotten to 4th on pace today. It's got their own consistency, and that is going to become less consistent, less important over the remaining hour and 8 minutes, as opposed to how important the outright pace is going to be. And, you know, an hour 8 minutes feels like a long time. It's not that many laps.
No, not around here.
Maybe 25, 27 laps, something like that.
I could actually give you a lap
target.
Yeah, a lap target. I'm extremely good at this. Just kidding. I think I'll rerun this to make sure this isn't predating the full course yellow. I think we're looking at about 186 laps for our overall.
Yeah, I'm sure. My very rudimentary math is 185, 186.
Okay.
So that does check out. I think that would be a distance record for us. I'd have to go back and look at the race hero numbers from last year.
You know what? I'll do that.
But we've only had the 3 full course yellows today, so. And even the ones we thought were going to be long have been cut, in most cases, a lap shorter than I think any of us thought they were going to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, which has helped a lot as well.
It's a great effort by the track crew here.
And I'll say this, having said earlier today that it felt like we were working our way through a race that had no pattern and no real predictability to it, that long green flag run started to establish the 29 and the 696 as the guys.
Yeah.
Right? And some of that was aided by penalties for their competitors, mistakes, passes under yellow. Sure, that all played a role, but that was the phase of the race where we finally got into a rhythm that we started to see some real favorites actually emerge. And I think the race has been, I don't know that it's made it more exciting. It's just made it a little easier for us to digest and make sense of. Because there for a while, man, things were chaotic.
Lots of drama.
Yeah, and it would be nice to have the number 3 here, right? It would be nice to be talking about some full-time, NASCAR Cup Series drivers and the fight that they took to, some of the other cars early on. The 505, it'd be nice to have up there battling as well. But this is the nature of endurance racing. Some cars are going to make it to the end, some cars aren't. And
if you don't like this, you don't like Big Ten football.
That's exactly right.
Nicely done, guys. At the moment, I don't like Sunbelt football. This is ugly.
So I can tell you, looking at the last 5 races,
Sunbelt
COTA
Championships,
WRL, our last 2 highest lap counts are back in, what year was this? 2020 on the Sunday. Automatic Racing won that with 183 laps under their belt. Last year, the Sunday race was won by the Austin Dillon number 3 at 184 laps. So yeah, if we can make it past, if we can make it to lap 185, that'll be a distance record, and then the extra lap on top of that would be gravy.
So the max number previously was what, 185? You said
184.
184. Okay. Wow. We got closer than I thought. The first year we were here, I think the target was 162.
Oh yeah. I was just looking back, and it's crazy. I mean, you could plot the max laps on a graph, and it's just incredible the amount that this series has improved in.
So I
and
think
also consistency, because that implies fewer cautions as well.
So back in the day, GTO was basically like one M235, and then a bunch of just random M3 street cars built up to be race cars.
And then Noesis randomly in GP2.
Oh yeah, but that was a GP2 car. That car was ridiculous.
Yes.
I would not be shocked if you told me that apart from that there were NPO1s in there, weren't there? Or at least one.
There was multiple.
So I think if you look at that M235, I think the Moorhead car might be doing the pace, now of roughly what that M235 was doing in 2017.
Yeah,
if you go look at the fastest lap for that car, I think they'd be very, very close. Which is it's a compliment. In some ways, it is astounding how far the level of competition has been pushed at the top, not just of GTO, but the production classes as well.
Yeah, in 2017, Team Phoenix swept the weekend. Now, there's a name for you. Team Phoenix swept the weekend, 151 on the Saturday and 160 on the Sunday. I think we're past that now, aren't we?
151 ended early because of a fire on the back straight. 160 sounds legit. And I don't know if you have a fastest lap number. I'd be intrigued for that for the Sunday.
226.8.
Okay, so it's quicker than I thought, but we're now solidly 5 seconds quicker than that.
Yeah.
With the same formula.
Yeah. I mean, it's
crazy.
I used to watch a lot of X Games because I used to be a teenager, and
your hair will agree.
back when it used to be exciting, they were always talking about, and it still is, but it's diminishing returns. But they would talk about progression of the sport, right? And just everyone pushing each other to maximize what their bodies were capable of. And we're kind of getting that with this formula in terms of people are finding ways to make the formula go faster and faster and faster, and also to improve their own performances. You can't really be super lackadaisical with pit stops anymore. You can't be super lackadaisical with your driving ability. You actually have to, you've got to be on it for basically 8 hours as a team, and it makes a huge difference. You see what that performance delta is from just 5 years ago.
It does feel in some ways like we are watching endurance racing progress as it did at the professional level, maybe 20, 25 years ago, right? Where it went from being it's a race of survival, conserve the car. When you get to the end, it'll all be there as we get a real gaggle down here in the last corner. A nice group of about 8 cars. No real competitors amongst them, maybe the 605 in there, but other than that, just some traffic to fight through. But it does feel in some ways like this is going from a race of survival to a race of perfection, right?
Yeah.
Where in order to be competitive and be in with a shot, you have to run basically a no mistakes kind of race.
And it's still
especially in these big fields.
Yeah, and it's still relatively low cost too. That's the thing that's crazy about it. It's not as low cost as it was 5 years ago. We'll concede that, but it is one of those things where it's a relatively low barrier to entry, and you're still, like, as you say, the level of competition, and as we've heard from a few people today, there's a real level of competition and professionalism that pushes you to. You have to be good at this. You have to try to be good at it. There's no world in which you just waltz in and you're like, well, all right, car's sorted, let's go. We've got 3 professional NASCAR drivers in running a car that's output by RCR, right? And that hasn't even run flawlessly.
I was going to say, that car in the first year showed up and didn't complete more than, I think, 11 laps. By the time the second year that car came back, it was on it.
Dominant.
Yeah.
And not to put too fine a point on it, but like, I don't want to be flippant and say like, oh, NASCAR driver. Kyle Busch is a 2-time Cup champ. Like, that is insane. He shouldn't be here. I'm glad that he is, but that's insane to me.
Well, and it shows up. It shows that they aren't coming up and being flippant about it themselves. I mean, they have clearly come up, reasonably well prepared, fresh off a NASCAR banquet, sure, but
they were doing well.
Yeah, they were quick. And you know what? I'd love to talk to Chris Pies from the old-fashioned genetic camp, but I would like to know how hard he was pushing to go toe-to-toe with that.
Yeah.
Like, if you're in that seat, right, you're iRacer turned real-world driver,
that is a chance of a lifetime situation.
Oh, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. And you really push as hard as you can, right? I think if I'm in that seat, that's what I do. You don't let him go and let him get away. You're going to say, well, I've been given this chance. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
And you can tell that story for the rest of your life. And that's not, there's a lot of people in sports car racing who, to all of us sports car people, are a big deal. Yeah. You can say to most random people on the street, by the way, I drive race cars and I held off Kyle Busch for 10 laps. And they'll know what you're talking. They'll be like, "Oh, really? Wow, that's pretty good."
So if you're Kyle Busch,
no, Kyle, if you were taking it easy, never tell us. We need this more than you do. Don't
Kyle
do it.
Busch is just out here chilling. He's cruising.
I didn't get the feeling that Kyle Busch was just chilling. I mean, that car was going as fast as it had gone all weekend. I didn't get the sense that was what was happening there.
But that was very fun to watch, and I'm looking forward to hopefully having it continue a little bit longer into the race tomorrow. I think if they that car obviously swept the weekend pretty handily last time out. I think if they sort out the fuel pickup issues, that's going to be a pretty dangerous car.
It does. The fuel pickup situation felt like it was going to become a natural handicap for having 3, professional drivers, and that if everything had stayed right with that car otherwise, it was going to be kind of a dogfight elsewhere.
And the 505 ended up falling away too. So it's
I did want to make this point about the 29. You guys had mentioned you couldn't really do things flippantly here anymore, right? You couldn't be casual about the way you prepare or your strategy or your pit stops. Everything had to have a little more of a fine point put on it.
If you want to compete for wins, I want to clarify. You can arrive and drive and still have a good time. But if you're trying to be competitive, you can't just kind of like, strap in and go.
If you're Screaming Goat, right, who's just putting this M3 out on track, they've been developing it slowly over the years. They could go buy an M4 or something like that if they really wanted to, and try and make that competitive with the rest of the GTO field. 5 years ago, you could take the M3 they have now and put an LS engine in it for S&G, right? Like, you could just do that for fun because, we put an LS engine in the front of an M3. Like, it's just a very silly thing to do, and let's try and make it last for 8 hours. They did that this year because they felt like they couldn't be competitive with the 6-cylinder engine. Right? They thought if they were going to be competitive with the M3 that they had, that they were going to have to do something else. Right? Give it more power, more torque, more drivability. Play a little better to the fuel mileage rules. Not that they had much room for improvement there. But I got the sense from David McKee that was not necessarily just done because it was a funny thing to do, but because it was the necessary next step to make and keep them competitive in GTO, which is a bonkers statement in and of itself.
And then I would argue too that like if you look at what that car is worth in terms of the man hours that have been put into it over the last 5 years, I'm sure it's quite an expensive car. But what I think is cool about it, as we have somebody passing into a home-built E92 M3 there, the 01's about to catch it, which is also a GTO car. But what I think is cool is that going out and buying an M4 is a six-figure process, and not like a low six-figure process. You're talking 150, 250 grand to go out and just write a check. If you have a platform that's reasonable, I'm guessing swapping an LS motor into that 3 Series did not cost more than 20 or 30 grand.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And I think it speaks to, the budgets have gone up, sure, but they haven't gone up by a lot. You can still get by with what you have, and there's still plenty of competitive racing to be had at that lower level of spending.
Yeah, and it doesn't even require you to be in a lower class, right? You can still come out in GTO and find cars to race against every weekend with something that is, in the case of Screaming Goat in this case, obviously, but even less than that.
Yeah.
Right? You can still come and have a place to race across any of the categories.
Yeah, you have to be comfortable with the fact that you might not come home with a win or even a top 10, but you're absolutely going to be in a fight if you come and do one of these races, right? And I think that's the appeal of one of the the big fields of GTO.
It's so easy to get sucked in.
Yeah, there's definitely there's definitely a side effect to that where we'd like to get the numbers back up in the general production classes and not feel like we're pushing those away. So so we can get some of that flavor back in there. But GTO, part of the reason it's working so well is just it's network effects, right? It is so easy to have a good race in a class that has 40 cars in it. It's like I said earlier, it's a cup field that also happens to have the 3 slower classes around it. It's kind of crazy.
It's the old Scott Michaels effect. He'd rather race a field of 60 GT3 cars because there's cars to race against than a multi-class, 12 to 15 car per class type field.
Yes, it's very much a different strokes kind of thing,
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But I think you're right. I think that is the appeal of a class like GTO, where there are, pretty strong numbers. I will say this: we haven't talked too much about the 2023 World Racing League powered by Hagerty calendar, and we will get there. Especially tomorrow, we're going to have some time to talk about it. But the inaugural split event, the GTO only event, or GTO GTU only event at Road Atlanta in February, and then the general production event in late July. I am particularly interested to see what that GP 1, 2, and 3 event looks like, in particular because I think GP1 races at a similar level to where GTO is at now. And I think if you were to open up the entry list and find some GP 1, 2, and 3 ready cars without the mad rush at registration, we might actually see something pretty special in more than just the top class there. And it may not always be for the win, but if you're a competitor and you have a car that is ready in a production class, that'd be your opportunity to come and get the GTO type experience, right? Yeah. Big fields, cars that are running a similar pace to you, an opportunity to set your race apart with more than just pace, use some strategy, more than you get in, a class of 10, 12, 15 cars. I'm very, very excited to see what that weekend in particular will hold next year.
Yeah, and I'd like to see more of those weekends if it works out. I think it's a big, it's a big pilot race as far as I'm concerned. I think if we can get good numbers up for that, I think that really expands. I think it really expands what's possible. To have a GTO only event here and then a general production event here and then. It's a little bit like what IMS has been trying to do with the GT classes. Have events where they get to be the stars of the show, and I think we've got the numbers to make that work. It's just a matter of if everyone can be at the same time and place. Basically, it's. But I think it'll be a lot of fun.
It'll be here on DriverSeye Live as well.
The whole season.
Most
full season
yes.
coverage. Some of the
13
races will be
events.
on terrestrial. Some of them will be on Peacock.
No Peacock here.
If you get Track Pass, you can also get some of them.
Ryan, there are a lot of people here who do not get this shtick, and they are actually going to start looking for this on Peacock, and they're not going to find it.
We are, YouTube and Facebook only. But we'll be here.
I mean,
some of us.
Every broadcast is terrestrial, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, and look, I'm also going to take this opportunity. Thank you to those of you that have reached out in support of our endeavors here at DriversEye Live as well. Next year is going to be pretty exciting, with some additional club races being added to our calendar. You can find that on our Facebook as well. I don't know why anybody would want more live streaming for club racing, but somebody thought it was a good idea. We thought it was a good idea years ago, and it's incredible validation for not just what we've tried to do, but the hard work that every member of our DriversEye Live team has put in over the years, in the belief that there is more racing that is worth sharing with more people. And we're going to have something like 25 events covered live on DriversEye Live next year across WRL and some other series. And it's the viewership is awesome this weekend. It's been great to see the numbers up. It's great to see the interaction and the well wishes by those of you that stop by and come have a chat with us. So thank you for that. Thank you for all your
down one.
That's fine. I can handle that.
I was waiting for that.
But no, seriously, thank you all for your support and everything that you've provided for us over the years. And, next year is going to be a pretty special year, I think.
This 701 that we've been on board with, I know we were talking about more existential things, but hacksawing through the 16, 17, 18 complex, they are really not easing up here. I think they've got a pit stop to go. I don't think 147 does. So I think whoever, I don't know if we have a positive ID on who's behind the wheel here. Hello.
It's Mr. or Mrs. U Driver.
Okay. Williams, driver 1. Whoever's behind the wheel is wheeling it, because I think they know that they've got to pull a little bit of a gap on the 147. And I think it's going to be a really close.
It's Brian Giddinelli.
Yeah.
Okay, that's bad news though, because that means he heard us earlier.
No, he's taking out his anger.
Talk smack about his.
He is furious in the way we've talked about what happened with Race Hero this
morning. He was probably
like
my AWS buckets. Oh no. It's all right, Brian. You watch this back. You're doing a great job. There goes Brian.
We've seen this before from Brian, haven't we?
Where he just wheels the car, absolutely punishes the vehicle.
He started the 609 M4 at Road Atlanta in the damp, and it just ran away from the front of a whole GTO field.
Brendan, can we talk about how crazy it is that he's here this weekend?
That's a really good point. I hadn't considered that. Last year, I think we only saw him at Sebring, and then he added a few races this year. But you're absolutely right.
We'll discuss the significance of that off air.
Yes, we will.
What was he? Do you think he was able to use McKeel's jet to get to Austin, or
who?
McKeel, Hagerty? No.
All right. I don't know. They flew him to Traverse City commercial, and then
Traverse City.
Isn't that?
Yeah, that's where Hagerty's at. It's Traverse City.
Is that right?
Hagerty and Motor Trend are both in Traverse City.
Well, is that because now Motor Trend is part of Hagerty?
No, they were already there separately, I believe.
Huh.
I'm sure that made that a reasonable acquisition.
I mean, I guess they're reasonably close to Detroit, so okay.
Right.
Michigan's a big state, though. Traverse City isn't it's not right next door, is it?
No, but there's car production and stuff in that part of the state. Is my understanding.
That. Interesting.
Dearborn.
Dearborn. Some of my best friends are from Dearborn.
I somehow doubt that.
And they're all Ford owners.
Ford stock owners, probably.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I need to find somebody who can put an Android Auto system in my Focus, because I'm not going to do it. I'm going to hurt myself.
Coming up to the final 45 minutes of racing at Circuit of the Americas. Final pit stop rotation still to play out, gents. It's the 29 from Screaming Goat doing in 14-ish laps, which is absolutely one stop to go. JTR Motorsports Engineering doing in 6, although you could pit any time now. I don't think you do, just because you want to hang on to the possibility of a full course yellow for as long as you can. In this case,
as we've discussed many a time, there's the full course yellow is your friend, so there's no reason in pitting early.
Third, the battle for third in GP1 is not one I think we've mentioned much. It's the 567 from Big Mission Motorsports, and the number 550 from Fifth Gear Motorsports.
It's got Jason Plato at the wheel.
Sure. The 550 is lapping fairly rapidly relative to the 567, which I guess maybe you could say is just not quite on the pace in GP1 at the moment.
Advantage there is still to the 567, but it's a good point. The 550 does have a shout here.
It's going to have to do these laps basically from here to the end, because the 567, the Big Mission car, is not going to have to stop again, whereas the 550 definitely will. The 550 doing in about 10 laps. The 567 says it can go another 20. And I think that, actually, I know that we'll get it to the end of the race fairly comfortably.
I have the, going back over to the top of that class, I've got the 701 as a lock for needing another pit stop. That's not going to be a surprise to anybody.
Yeah.
As we... Stone Cold Lead Pipe lock.
I'm sorry.
I've got the 147 increasingly edging towards the not going to need a pit stop regime. So I do think we're starting to see the 701 crew continuing to push here so they can try to build a gap and come out ahead of the Moorhead car.
Yeah, what was that gap the last we saw?
Last time I looked at it, it was in the 137, so it's been really stable. It's 135 now.
That might be enough. It's going to be close.
Yeah, remember, as we said, it's not going to need a full tank.
Yeah.
They can probably maybe a half tank, if I had to guess. The pace is quickening a little bit. I've got an outside chance of us hitting 187 laps here.
Wow.
If that happens, we could be in for some unpleasant surprises for anybody who's trying to cut it close.
I don't think the 29 is in a position to be managing pace, at least trying to hit a number, because I think they're going to need to stop regardless. But that margin is coming down ever so slightly back to the number 696, down to a minute and 23, whereas it had been around a minute and 35. So that 696 has found some pace again. I just think it's going to need a little bit more help than it's going to get. Oh my gosh, do we have burns?
Okay. I've got the 147 as being in between basically 178 and 179 laps in terms of their total running distance. So bear that in mind for them. At 162 plus
16 is 178.
Yeah.
The projected number is that's close.
Yeah, they are right on the dot.
Yeah, I think you conserve a little bit now, and then you let the driver of that car turn the wick up if and when you get to your fuel number, and let them go chase whatever the gap to the 701 is.
Yeah, so how...
Get your savings done early.
And so now the question is, how do things change in the points if Moorhead is actually able to overhaul the 701? So the way things stand, where are we right now? Number 2, Team ACP into the lane. Let's see. The way things stand with the 701 up on top, we would be going into tomorrow's race with the 701 having a 12-point advantage, 133 to 121. if that were to swap around and Moorhead is able to overhaul that 701 for round 3, it goes to 131 to 123. There's an 8-point advantage if they change hands. 12-point advantage if it doesn't. So basically 4-point swing, which won't be a surprise. Basically, I'm trying to work out whether or not drops are going to come into play here, and it doesn't look like they are. So this this fight for position is basically, plus minus 2 points to each car. Exciting. I'm excited.
He's excited, and so am I.
Fifth Gear Motorsports took third place in GP1.
Right. So we expected that to happen on track. The question is going to be the difference in pit stop. Now, if it happened that quickly, sorry, I was just drinking water. Still kind of residing there in the bottom of the throat. The 550.
We've got a car on. 908's off in the background.
Oh my gosh. Well, so much for that car having an outside shot at the top 5. Yeah, it just looks like a pull-off very, very far to driver's left there at turn number 18. Now, everybody, for the love of God, be on your best behavior. No penalties.
Well,
right?
okay.
No passes under yellow.
What was that? Anyway.
What was what?
Oh boy.
Not you. Where the
on the track. Yeah. All right, drivers, if you can hear me, starting turn 16, single file.
Yeah.
I think you can do a better Eduardo Freitas than that. You want to try again on that, JT?
I don't know who that is.
Well, that's the race director for the WEC.
Slow zone in turn 16.
No, he's rushing now.
You gotta move the mic closer to your mouth.
Slow zone in turn.
Very Tusky. Very Slavic.
I don't know what you want. It's in my heritage. He sounds. We've talked about this before, but his accent does not sound like anything. It's so
no, it really doesn't. Yeah.
It also, just sounds depressing.
Can we go budget endurance racing with a COTA and be ride a check racing? I had that thought earlier when you mentioned write a check.
I don't mean Thomas Singh.
No, that's the second time you've made that joke in the span of like 10 days.
the only Czech sportsman. That's it.
That's true. A lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
He's the only sports person to ever come out of the Czech Republic.
That's exactly right. Okay, where is the? If we could maybe hop onto
401's in.
If we can hop onto an onboard that's around the back half of the circuit, I'd be really curious to know where exactly the yellow flags start. I don't quite have. Yeah, this will be good.
I don't know, man. It's looking pretty cloudy out there.
It's not gonna rain. I don't know what to tell you.
The 02 has been called for a pass under yellow at turn 17.
Yes. The unclassified 43 has been given a lap penalty, and they'll fall back from first in GTO star to still first in GTO star. So the yellow will be after this little complex, so we'll see when we go, if and when we go standing yellow here, or if it's just at the corner where the car is actually stopped.
While we're going through this, the 29 last time around did a 2:34.3. It was about 9 seconds slower than the 696. Now, I would like to assume that some of that is being stuck in a yellow flag zone at a portion of the track where that car would otherwise be very quick.
I'm not sure where the yellow flag starts, but it does look like it doesn't end until basically the turn in for turn 19.
Right.
The 908 has gotten moving under its own power now as the recovery vehicle comes up to it.
Classic.
And then slows to a stop. Is that because they don't want to pull out into traffic or because they still have an issue? It's the former.
Yeah. I would, however, like to just make sure that the 29 is not trying to make it to the end of this race without a stop. Because I don't know that that is a net gain for them. If it's going to be 9 seconds a lap, as the 696 makes their final stop of the day.
Well, if everyone's packed up, then it's definitely going to be a gain for them.
Looks like both Hammer cars, or no, one Hammer and one ACP got passed under yellow there.
Yeah, the 02 and the 2. Yeah, that can be. Although, maybe this will be revised. It's gonna be revised. Okay. Yeah, lap penalty for both of those cars. That's gonna be especially for the number 2, who were sitting in 9th place in GTO.
Oh, 147. Oh, track limits. Okay, never mind.
696 and 401 are both in the lane, Brendan.
Okay. Yep, 401 I saw in and out. 696 I saw come to a stop. It is just leaving the pit lane now. So that'll be a splash and go. 35 minutes roughly of fuel put into the back of that M4 GT4.
The 420 is being noted for track limits in turn 19.
A lot of cars being noted for track limits at 19.
Yeah, I think that's a little unfair because he was only about 5 car widths outside the bounds of the track. So I think it's a little much. Let him race.
Oh, 29 is in. 29 is in, race leader.
Okay.
So the 696 came in to the attention of the JTR Motorsports engineering crew, took on fuel. The 29, having done a couple of slower laps here, I'm not convinced that it was anything more than being stuck in traffic and overly cautious in yellow flag zones, but we'll just make sure that everything is right. The trunk opens and they bring the fuel can to the back of that LS-powered BMW M3.
I do wonder, I don't recall whether or not we think the 29 has taken tires during this race, and I do wonder if maybe they're starting to fall away a bit. It could be.
We know the 696 took tires earlier on.
Yes,
it was about 1 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, near the halfway point. That's right. Hey, the number 4 is back out on track.
Yeah, and then immediately got called in for track limits in turn 4 on his out lap. I really like the color on that number 4.
They worked on that car for 5 hours, and they're back out there for the last half hour. So that thing better not break.
Working is a strong term.
Well, see, you want to. If it does break, this is when you want to know about it instead of at the start tomorrow.
That's true.
You want to shake it down now. Maybe get in a fast lap. Who knows?
Maybe they're trying to literally shake it down by running it as aggressively over the curves as they can.
Maybe they really hate turtles. Who knows?
Yeah. Do you think there have been more track limit violations at Spa or Circuit of the Americas? Lifetime, yeah.
Well, Spa's been around for about 4 times longer. At least,
right, but how often were they enforcing track limit violations at Spa up until, 15 years ago?
The track limits used to be hedges and guardrails.
Right.
So
I think it might be COTA.
Yeah, but not every race enforced track limits. NASCAR didn't, IndyCar didn't the first year, which was hilarious to watch.
Very good. I think that's just we talked about this earlier, but I think that's the way it should be.
29 has been sent from pit exit. So eyes back to start finish. The 696 has come back through, but it's going to take us another probably 2 to 3 minutes for this to all cycle through and for us to have an idea of what the lead margin is going to be into our final half hour. Half hour sounds like a lot, but realistically it's only going to be about 12 laps worth of racing.
We're just going to zip through it.
Yeah, we kind of are, honestly.
Yeah. The beautiful Austin skyline off in the distance.
Can you actually see this? Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Must be nice. Sorry, I'm the one that's here.
I mean,
look, man, I tried to go.
It's the highest point of
yesterday.
When we lost radio contact with you, we were in a tizzy. We were trying to figure out who could get to Austin the earliest. Which one of us could make it if we just flew out today?
It wasn't gonna happen. We're all good.
No, JT was actually going to be our top contender. He was going to be able to fly
Red
out
Eye.
of SeaTac.
I could get into Houston at 6 a.m.
Houston.
It's
you know we're in Austin, right?
Yeah, but the earliest Austin flight wasn't until like 9 or something like that.
It's only like a 2-hour drive from Houston, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we could have had cameras up by like 9:30.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, neither myself nor Joseph could get to Austin before like 11.
Sure.
I could get into the airport at Austin Bergstrom. I could get in at like 9:35.
Oh, okay, so you had a little bit earlier one than me. And then
Yeah,
Joseph and I at driving would have been really close.
Yeah.
Oh, the 4 had an ECU failure.
Interesting.
Yeah, they get a backup replacement.
So it may not have been 5 hours of work. It might have been about half an hour of work and then 4.5 hours of sitting around and waiting for a part.
Right.
So if you have a E36 M3 in the parking lot, last 3 numbers of the license plate 962, see us after the race. We have something of yours.
Seems like it was just yesterday that GMG was driving to Sacramento to go get an injector for an Audi R8.
Are you? Yeah. Anybody just read the text we got in Scoops?
No.
Oh.
Oh no.
So the number 29 apparently tried to make the race by changing 2 tires. One of them just went flat.
I would just like to point out that I am an oracle.
You did mention some time ago that perhaps their loss in pace was because they were on rather old tires, and you were half correct.
Yeah.
You were half correct, and now you're 3/4 correct or 1/4 correct because they still have 1 very, very old tire on that car. And 3 relatively new ones. So I don't know what the balance of that car is like, but it must be a nightmare.
So anyone that's been hanging around from the NASCAR fandom contingent, right? The reason why you wouldn't just take tires on every stop is I don't even think you're allowed tire guns, right? You're basically like renting.
Oh no, tire guns are fine.
Okay, but you can only change 1 tire at a time unless you're.
GTO will do air jacks, and I think it's. Now I gotta look at the rules. I believe it's 2 at a time.
Okay.
It might be 4. Now I'm not sure. Anyway.
I think you can only have 1 gun over the wall at a time or something.
Yes,
like
that is true. It also takes a long time, right? These aren't 16, 17, 18-second stops.
You can have
right?
1 gun and you can have 5 tires over the wall at any given time. So you can't
including
you
the
can't
4
bring 2 over. Yes, right.
Yep. So this is a matter of efficiency over the course of the race, right? Are you going to lose more time changing all of the tires if you can make it a full race on a set or not? So I'm going to say a few things here with regards to the number 29. Their in-lap was a 2:28.1. I don't know where that tire went flat, if it went fully flat at all, but they didn't lose. I mean, they lost basically nothing on their in-lap.
That's not true. An in-lap is usually 15 seconds quicker than that.
That's a fair point. It's usually about 2:15. Anyway, they only lost 15 seconds on their in-lap with a flat tire. So like I said, I don't know where it went flat, but they've kind of gotten away with that in one regard. They've changed 1 tire and managed to come out with a 17-ish second lead. So had they not been fortunate, let's say, under the most recent full course yellow, to end up with a 1:40 lead, this lead would not exist at all. Never mind with 15 to 20 seconds to play with here at the end of the race. If I didn't know any better, and you were going to ask me to pick 29 versus 696 in a shootout at the end of this race with 26 minutes to go or so, I would operate under the assumption that the 696 was an odds-on favorite but having watched 7.5 hours of racing today, I don't know that I believe that.
I don't know if my model has tired no-go anymore.
I believe in flat mode.
Flat mode.
Yeah.
Keep waiting for the lap time to update, and it just hasn't.
Oh, there we go. They're still in the lead.
Yeah. Here comes the 696.
Go on. This is scintillating radio.
I mean, it is us watching timing, but it is kind of the thing we are waiting for.
19 seconds.
27.8 out to 19. Wow.
That tire's really pulling the weight. That's going to be crazy. Which tires did they not change? Do we know?
Sorry guys, we missed a change for third. 511 has gotten back past the number 99. And yeah, I thought that might happen, but it's happened on track.
We were anticipating.
Well, we were anticipating the 99 needing a stop, right? They're 6 laps projected. They are projected to go 6 laps further on fuel, which would not get them anywhere at the end of the race.
Can I hit a couple cliches real quick? They're cliches for us, not necessarily for racing in general. Everything that has happened in this race, there is no expectation that any of it will happen again tomorrow. This is going to be a completely different race today than what we're going to see tomorrow. So it's
100%.
It's crazy. It's like we're going to come back and it's going to be like a completely new event.
I think we're going to have what Scott Michaels always refers to as WRL second day itis.
But it's also like there have been so many mistakes and breakdowns today that I don't know that we can count on tomorrow. Like I think I think we're also not only are we going to have second day, but we're also at end of season. So I think if anything, we may have more mechanical stuff tomorrow than today.
Joseph, a quick championship note, if I might.
Go.
GP3 197 ahead of 605.
Can you just give me positions and I'll put them in the fancy spreadsheet?
GP3 P2 197. GP3 P3 605.
Okay, that's not helpful. What number? Okay. What position is the 7? Are we
97's in second?
No. What we're saying is that Overnight Motorsports has passed the round 3 car.
So yeah, they did that earlier. I've been trying to figure out how that's going to play out.
Drummer.
Per second, correct. Yeah.
So what happened is the full course yellow came out at a perfect time for Overnight.
So let's talk about the drops.
The reason
we don't need to get into the details of the drops, but what it does mean is even though that's just a position advantage on this race, the gap is still going to draw from a 14-point gap to a 6-point gap going into tomorrow.
Right, but that gap was 4. That gap was, when we talked to Dennis Neal, that the difference between those two positions headed into tomorrow, between Overnight and the 605 was going to be 4 points.
Yes.
Now, because they've lost that spot, it's going to be 6.
Yes.
Right, and I understand that 605 doesn't, the drop situation is different, but you could use those 2 points headed into tomorrow, I would think.
As things stand now, let's go through some permutations. If the 605 wins tomorrow, they will take the title. If the 605 wins tomorrow, they'll take it. End of discussion. Things have to stay as they are for the next 20 minutes, which, constant wild card. But the nature of drops means that they are still in the proverbial catbird seat. They control their own destiny, as they would say in college football. Meow. Fueling infraction for the 05, our first penalty in about 15 minutes.
That's good.
That's a real dry spell there. Yeah.
Maybe WRL should do like if we can go 2 hours without a penalty, we buy everybody some cake.
Oh yeah, like a pizza party.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Two read the most books this summer.
Yep. when we get to an hour and a half with no penalties, we tap the keg.
I wonder how we're gonna grid. Like, are we gonna exclude in laps? Because round 3 just did their fastest lap of the race on an in lap. On lap.
Well, that's an interesting point.
Well, no, it's clearly we are, because the in laps aren't going down as each car's fastest lap. So,
is that true?
Yeah, if you look at the best laps column.
Oh, right. Yeah.
The in laps.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yesterday, I'm fairly certain they were posting as fastest laps.
Yeah,
up until somebody caught it and made some type of adjustment.
Definitely been fixed today.
Do you remember when the timing loop at Road America was such that in the late 90s Champ Car and early 2000s, people would just fling it around the last corner, hoping to trip it?
I listen, I didn't watch a lot of kart qualifying in the late 90s. I watched some, but not a lot.
Not that much.
But your 7-year-old memory must be fantastic.
It's very particular, and
I bet.
But yeah, no, it used to be a thing where, so like the timing loop at Road America, for some reason, was like right at the exit of the corner. And so you'd get people doing this ridiculous stuff that never actually panned out, but they would try it anyway, where they would just kind of fling it at like
through the corner.
Yeah, like 20 miles an hour faster than you should be able to take that corner, knowing that, it would get them an extra, couple tenths or whatever.
Road
America, yeah.
My local karting facility has a very similar timing setup like that. So if you want to qualify in the higher horsepower car, you need to meet a certain time. And so that's what a lot of people would do, is just send it through the corner across the timing line to get those extra tenths. You ruin the next lap, but you can get a great lap.
Yeah. Anywho.
Yeah, this lead margin here has stagnated a bit. 18 seconds, and it must have come down on the lap. I didn't look at it because it's a quick lap from Screaming Goat that time.
Okay, let's do some wild speculation. If you were going to only change 2 tires on the 29, would you make it right sides, fronts, or rears?
Either right sides or rears, I would have thought.
Yeah.
I would have thought rears.
So, I feel like if you changed 2 tires and they were the rears, we would just say you changed the rears. If you change 2 tires, probably one side.
Well, they didn't say it.
Yeah,
JTR said it. Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yeah. I am intrigued.
So either changing the rights or changing the rears, you would say, okay, if you're changing only the rights, you would say the left rear is probably the one that's suspect, and the left front is probably fine. If you only change the rears, you'd say the right front is probably suspect, and the left front is also probably fine. So they're probably, honestly, all right just having changed that one tire that went flat on them.
Well, they seem to be.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, it was referred to as a YOLO move by the 29, only changing the one that went flat. But honestly, like if you're saying, in a 90-car field, we've got to the end of an 8-hour race, and this is going to be the difference between us winning and losing, I'd just change the one and send it.
You'd YOLO it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We're not even in YOLO County.
So, did we see that number 701 pit for their final time?
Yes,
we did. Yeah, and they've come out only 13 seconds behind the 147, and they've only got maybe 8 laps to close this gap. It's gonna be a tall ask, I think.
I take it the 147 doesn't have to pit again then.
They're marginal.
Theoretically.
We don't think that they'll pit, but it's right on the cusp.
Okay, that's interesting, because I was actually watching them while you guys were talking there. I've been watching their onboard and their lap times, and the guy is absolutely sending it in traffic.
All right.
Clearly pushing really hard, but that was right up and setting 29s and 30s, which is very fast for a GP1 car. But that was right up until 701 made the pit stop, and now that 701's come out behind them, they suddenly needs to have lost like 3 or 4 seconds a lap, and they're not really in traffic. So I'm wondering if now that they're in front, they've gone to fuel save mode.
Yeah, this is really peculiar because before the stop, the 147 was doing consistent-ish 29s, 30s. 701 was doing 33s, almost metronomically, right? So you would have thought advantage 147. That does they don't? Yeah,
I logically, I think they were like, right, let's get ourselves ahead when they pit, and then we can save, rather than save the whole time and risk them coming out in front of us and us having to.
That's true, because then you can use on-track defense as an additional way to cost or save yourself some margin.
Also, we've had this discussion before, I think, with the big mission guys. You don't know when you're going to run out. Like, it is still guesswork. So yeah. I guess they would have been like, well, if we push now and those guys pit and they come out right in front of us, then we'll just have to keep pushing and hope that we don't run out. But if they come out behind us, then we can start driving to their speed and fuel saving as much as we can and hope that then we can make it.
I will say for the 147, there's no real harm. You know, if it's a lap margin, there's no real harm in them pushing this, because the worst that they'll finish is second.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I think also
230.7.
I suspect that Moorhead actually does know whether or not they're going to run out. And I think they will have left some margin during the balance of the race. And they say, okay, we can definitely go a lap longer. We can definitely go 2 laps longer. And we're not going to risk it, running out on track, because that's not how they operate. And then in a situation like this, they will either know, yes, these 2 laps that we've had in hand all day are going to be enough, or no, they're definitely not going to be enough. I don't know that they really believe that it's going to be that marginal.
Yeah, I think I mostly agree with that. The last lap, I think JT was mentioning that 701 did a 233. 147 did a 230, so that's going to pull the gap out another 3 seconds.
If you need a splash, do you stay out, or do you pit when the other car pits and run it?
So here's the thing: if you need a splash, it's only for a few laps worth. I mean, I guess maybe you'd come in soon, just in case. Otherwise, gamble.
Yeah, there's no. Hold on. Are we talking about from the perspective of the 147?
Yeah.
No, you stay out and hope for a caution. If you think you're going to be short, that logic stays the same. I think whether it's 5 minutes to go or 35 minutes to go, I don't think there's any point in stopping short.
Mm-hmm.
The 29 is still maintaining that 17.6 second gap.
Yeah, it's amazing how consistent those margins been. 696 is really pushing hard in traffic. It's Glenn McGee on board the car. Was the word we got from the good folks down at JTR Motorsports Engineering.
And we know that if he sees the 29,
he'll pass the 29.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yep.
Was that Glenn that quote came from?
It was either Glenn or Tony.
I think it was, yeah. We've had Tony a couple times. Like those guys.
Yeah, I haven't decided how much the rest of the field likes them. But
no.
Well, the results speak for themselves. They
do, but they haven't been immune from some of the odd endurance racing things that the season has thrown at us and them. Yeah, right? There was a portion in the middle of the season where they were running that car more and farther than anybody else had been running the M4 GT4s, right? And no, they were literally in uncharted mechanical territory for that car. It was being run to a different tune than anybody else in the world was running it. It was running for longer and in more races than anybody else was running it. And now you had teams in an active discovery process of how long parts needed or could go before they needed to be replaced, how expensive maintenance actually was on the car, what was a mandatory change, what wasn't a mandatory change, and what the effects of not changing certain things were. Right? They were literally rewriting the maintenance manual on the M4 GT4. And we saw it at Daytona. We saw it at Road Atlanta, right? Where those cars were having to stop, reset, and carry on again over and over and over again because they were literally in uncharted waters. So it's not like JTR has just been super fast and run a perfect season. Far from it. They have been super fast, but they've been, you know, at the mercy of all of the other endurance racing things that so many of the other teams in the field have been.
Yeah, I mean, we gave them a lot of stick in the first part of the season for being super quick but not being able to follow through. And once they got to the point where they could follow through, they were pretty unstoppable. I mean, they're clearly fast drivers. They know how to set the car up. Honestly, if I'm honest, I'm kind of excited that one of the last races of the season is coming down to GOATS and JTR because they're both enthusiasts, you know? I mean, they're both really good young enthusiasts. It's very exciting to like watch them just go at it.
I think it's very cool as well to see somebody like, you know, JTR Motorsports Engineering, a field full of fairly young, or a car full of fairly young guys, the MX-5 Cup champion in 2022, an M4, you know, GT4 professionally built racing car from a factory and an assembly line versus, you know, Screaming Goat Racing, the WRL stalwarts, a home-built M3 with an LS engine in it, and a couple of guys that just like to race cars in endurance races, right? It is the opposite ends of the spectrum like we talked about earlier. And it's coming together in a really exciting way, you know, with a 20-second margin between the top two after 181 laps in a field full of GT4 cars, stock cars, TCR cars, a brand new Supra that, you know, just comes across the line here. All the talk about Austin Dillon and Kyle Busch and Sheldon Creed and, you know, every other little aspect of this race that makes this final race weekend of the WRL so special every year is now just the new guys, the M4, the GT4, and the old guys in a, I don't know what the word is, the tarted up M3, you know, just absolutely sending it. It is awesome. It is really, really cool and a nice special little capsule of what makes World Racing League racing what it is.
The Frankenbeamer.
Very, very cool. I like that. The Frankenbeamer.
Yeah, that gap has only gone out. It had crunched down a little bit back into the 17s on the previous lap, but I think the 696 JTR getting caught up in a little bit of traffic that you can see they've obviously had to clear on this lap. I don't know. That gap's almost 20 seconds. If that tire doesn't delaminate on the 29, I don't see how they can be caught.
No, they definitely can. And I think, I mean, we were told by whoever is manning the phone down there at JTR that they were going to send it and they were going to get whatever they could out of this final little stanza of the race today. And if they're actively doing that, they've got nothing for them.
Yeah.
They've got nothing for them on raw pace, and they're going to need something else to go, you know, go their way relative, or reference to number 29.
Yeah, a modern GT4 being outdriven by a LS swapped BMW with one bald tire. The story of dreams.
It might as well be racing in a field in Iowa. Stay tuned for the 2024 WRL schedule featuring the Iowa infield road course.
The Iowa infield. Yeah.
The infield of dreams.
Racing.
Oh, no. No. New Hampshire.
The 147's just come across the line again. New Hampshire. No.
Because it's got an infield and an outfield.
I am not going to Loudon.
I'm up here.
Yeah.
It's true. We'll go to Thompson. I go to Thompson.
I wouldn't want to watch these guys around Thompson.
Just do heats.
Yeah, heat racing is the next. Yeah, it's not a sprint race, it's a sprint.
Thompson's probably just big enough, but it's not very interesting.
Wow. Guess we're not going to get that sweet Thompson Speedway money.
It is halftime. Two of the four teams currently playing have 7 points.
Not in the same game.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah, the gap's now back over, well, I shouldn't say back over, it's over 20 seconds now. So the goats are just continuing to draw away here.
Meanwhile, the GP1 gap is down below 10.
Yeah,
That's
so this
really
is
interesting.
I wonder a bit if the 147 is now just managing. No risk in
Why would
traffic.
you drive? Why would you drive like stink for the first hour of the stint, and then
Again, you're not sure you're going to make it on fuel. So once you've got the gap, then
I think they knew whether or not they were going to make it on fuel, and they drove like stink to make sure they came out ahead of the 701. And then once they ensured that they were going to be out ahead, it was back it off, no risk, save a bit of fuel, hold the gap 5 to 10 seconds, and be done.
Do we think this is basically artificial then, and we're going to have a gap of like 3.5 seconds?
I wouldn't be surprised if the 147 backed off. I do think the statement they knew what they were doing is probably true. I don't know that. I think that.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fair enough assessment. Okay.
And GP2 is going to start to get close, but the 21 has consolidated its lead in class.
Yeah.
Yeah, Choice had some pit stop issue. I'm not sure, but they pitted twice more than they should have. So they fell out of their podium chance there.
Yeah, we'll have to catch up with Will Choice and see if we can figure out what happened there. Yeah, you see their penultimate stint, only 11 laps long. That's definitely shorter than you'd expect, and it looked like a full-service stop too in terms of time. It clearly wouldn't have been.
Let's also keep eyes on the third place GP1 battle. It's 19 seconds, and
yeah, it's been coming down.
Yeah, a couple of seconds a lap. Now we've only got probably 2 to 3 laps left. So
yeah, but look,
it's going to take a lot. But
just look at like the last 5-10 laps from the 567 Big Mission, and compare that to the last 5-10 from the 550.
Yeah,
you will see there's consistently a good 3-second a lap gap.
We got a scoop in the YouTube comments from Thomas Miller saying that the 51 picked up their own flat tire, and that's the reason. Yeah.
Bummer.
The 34 is in for the last stop of its race. I think it's just going to leave it consolidated there in 8th, behind the number 111 from Thunder Bunny. As we take under the 4-minute mark.
32.4 for Moorhead. So, no, I think the 36 is for traffic.
I mean, so some of that is being in traffic. You are also taking the risk out of it.
Yeah, being more cautious.
Yeah, exactly.
I still have Moorhead. Like I said, I think they've timed it fine, but they've timed it really finely.
They've done it well, yeah.
Yeah. Now, whether things just fell into their lap in terms of not having to make another stop, or if they just pitted when it was time for them to not have to stop yet. There's some benefit in being able to start packing things away and getting things cleaned up, less cleaned up to have to do after 5 o'clock.
This might be one of our darkest, other than Daytona. I think this will be the least light we've got at a race finish this season. The overcast layer helps, but we're definitely pushing it on for late in the day. The number 24 Montgomery car has come to a stop just inside the pit entry lane here at the last corner. I don't know if it was out of fuel and trying to make it back to its pit stall or what, but it's not even going to make the pit entry cones here before the timing loop.
Couple of cars locking up in place. I think someone's just got a wicked flat spot. I think they've locked up at turn 19 and at turn 1. 19 is a wild corner to lock up in too.
Right.
Hitman just had to make a pit stop.
Who?
Hitman.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry.
But I don't think it's cost them anything. I think they were already behind the 111, and it just tipped them up temporarily because of the shortened in lap.
Okay.
I think. I don't know that.
They were pretty close behind. I hadn't noticed that.
Yeah. obviously that point is moot.
Pretty good recovery considering they lost a couple laps.
This should be coming to the white flag lap here for the 29 as a round turn 19.
You're absolutely right. 1 minute on the clock now. And the number 29 heads across the finish line. We are going to use the start. We're going to use the start line as the finish line today, which has not always been the case, but it will be this time in 2022. The white flag waves at the bottom of Phil Hill, and for the 186th time today, the Screaming Goat Racing BMW M3 LS powered heads into turn number 1 and begins its final tour of Circuit of the Americas with about 17 seconds this time around in hand over the number 696 from JTR Motorsports Engineering. I believe that car is the odds-on favorite for the national championship if it's not already done, but potentially not going to pick up the win here today against some pretty impressive odds. That number 29 has put in a heck of a, I don't want to call it the finishing portion of the race, but certainly from the time we got past our first few full course yellows and really settled the race into a rhythm, they made fewer mistakes than everybody else, ran a better strategy than everybody else, took some chances on tires. We know now half of them panned out. one of them worked out, the other did not, but got lucky when it mattered, and were able to get the tire changed and the car sent on its way with just enough margin in hand over that number 696 to hang on to what ought to be a GTO and overall race victory here in the Saturday race at Circuit of the Americas.
If Moorhead aren't completely in control of their pace right now, they're in
round 3 is pushing.
Well, it's more that they're still slow. They did a 36 on the previous lap and a 34 on the last lap.
Yeah, they've actually just gone past start-finish here, so the margin is right around that 5-second number, and they've got the full lap still to go. So the race leaders head out of the turn 16, 17, and 18 long right-hander, at least the Screaming Goat race leading car does, heads down into the final braking zone of the lap, turn number 20 for the 186th time on the power out of the final corner, and heads up the hill on the front straightaway to the arrival.
The Moorhead car's in trouble, by the way.
At the bottom of the hill at start finish, takes the checkered flag and wins the Saturday race at Circuit of the Americas. And as Scott mentions, drama in GP1 because the 147 from Moorhead Speedworks,
they're out of fuel because they
is not going to make it home.
Oh my goodness!
I think it's the car stopped at the bottom of turn 1 where the flashing lights have. No,
they're around the back half of the circuit, but they're
turn 12. It's at turn 12.
Oh,
yeah, they're weaving back and forward because they've run out of fuel.
If we can cut to the turn 12 camera, we've got a car stopped actually in shot.
14, 15.
They're not
14, 15 will have these cars. We'll have the 147.
Oh yeah, it's exactly right.
It's slow. Right. It's slow coming out of 16. You're absolutely right, Scott. Left and right. Oh, it's got no power.
He's out. He's out.
Yep, that car's got no power. I look to my right to see where we might find the number 701. The margin was only 5 seconds at the start of the lap. This is the race lead in GP1. It's already happened. The 701 is coming off the final corner, down the front straightaway, flashing the lights at the starter's stand at the far end, up towards turn number 1. And on the final lap, I said I thought the 147 was going to be safe to make it home. I was absolutely wrong. The 701 pushed them and pushed them until there was literally nothing left in the tank for Moorhead Speedworks, and a race lead change in GP1 on the final lap gives the class win to the number 701 from round 3 racing. I think Brian Guidinelli is a little happy on board that car.
Holy cow.
Major dramas here.
Guys, if I could direct those of you who are in the proverbial booth with us. I've posted a graphic for you.
What is this?
That is a projection of how many pit stops the 147 had to go and what we thought their chances were.
Yeah, I mean, it was as close to a 50-50 ball as you're going to get.
It was 40% 0 stops remaining, 60% 1 stop remaining, and they rolled the dice and they ended up on the 60% side. We talked about this. We knew what the chances were. They're saying they're not even going to quite make it over the crest of the hill to coast it home. They're going to be that close.
Just at the entry to turn 19.
Yeah, but we talked about what the upside and downside for them were. If they pitted, they were going to finish second. If they run it out, they're still going to finish second here. They had to take that chance. It was a calculated move. We thought they knew what they were doing. They still might have, but it was a risk. It was a calculated risk.
But look at how fine the margins were both on fuel and in terms of margin between itself and the 701. Even if they had saved enough fuel, they were going to be literally within 2 or 3 seconds, either side of that Cayman. Yeah, I mean, it was literally going to be that fine without any sort of outside influence.
Yeah, and you know what? That doesn't happen unless someone's pushing you to that level, right? That the 701 had to put in that performance to make the 147, make that crew push that car to the absolute limit and end up 2 corners short of finishing the race. They're still going to take second. They've still done well enough with the advantage that they had over third place that they'll still end up with that spot. But
Sorry, I didn't want to cut off the GP1 situation there. Sure. GP2 is going to be a 44-second differential between North Loop Motorsport, the number 21, and the number 167 from BSI Racing. Gave it a good shot, but in the end, not quite enough there. That number 21 feels like it's been in control for hours, and in reality, it probably has. It's a good class win there for the number 21 back in GP2. Third place in the second production class, number 33 from TCS Motorsports. Nice to see that car, that physical chassis, back in action with a new owner with TCS. Brings home a class podium. GP3 TCS Motorsports does get the class win, the number 22, by only 19 seconds. I think some of that's a little bit of a slow final lap there. There's no risk. But 19 seconds is the margin back to the Overnight Motorsports number 197. Round 3 racing lost some time in the end. 3 laps from them up to the 197 is going to make tomorrow a very interesting day for the GP3 National Championship, which we will award at the conclusion of the second of our 8-hour race. TC Klein in 4th and 3 fast guys in Denny back there in 5th. GP1, just to put a kind of a finer point on that, 5th gear and big mission. Oh my gosh, it changed hands on the last lap. So in amongst all of the chaos happening at the front of GP1, 550 was able to overhaul the big mission Motorsports number 567, what must have been 2 corners from the checkered flag.
Maybe not even. It might have been on the final corner.
Yeah,
it might have been
coming
a dive
out of the final corner.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a half a second from 550 back to 567 for the final podium spot in GP1. The lap of their lives, 2:33.3 for that 5th gear Motorsports car in GP1. Their PB was set 6 laps from the end, 2:32.6. Awesome drive by the folks down at 5th gear. Really, really nicely done to pick up the final podium spot there in GP1.
So GP1, I want to, while we're talking about that class, for tomorrow now, if Moorhead finishes second, they will tie on points, which means I'm going to have to figure out what the countback situation is, unfortunately.
More work for Joseph.
1, 2, 3, 4 wins to round 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins to Moorhead. So if Moorhead finishes second and round 3 does not score a single point tomorrow, Moorhead will win it on countback. That's your goal. If you're in the 147 camp, your goal in the 701 camp is to just add 1 more point to your tally and at which point Moorhead has to win, and that would put them on 135. So round 3's got to pick up 3 points tomorrow. Lots of intrigue in that class. And this little battle, this fuel mileage race, will not have taken anything away from that in the slightest. It's a huge result for the 701.
Yeah, absolutely. And they played it perfectly through to the end. 147 almost played it perfectly. Literally 2 corners short, as we've mentioned. This has been a day, guys. A really, really fun day of endurance racing. It started out a little sloppy and a little slow, and it finished with dramas up and down the 4 classes we've got competing here today. If you have a thought, by all means, share it with us. Otherwise, we'll get wrapped up so we can do this all again tomorrow.
Let's talk about GP3. That's the only other class that we have in contention. We talked about what the permutations were going to look like, and we talked about that late-ish pass for the 197 crew over the 605 that will have bought them 2 points of buffer. If the 605 is able to win tomorrow, that 197 has to finish. Let's work out the permutations. I think they've got to finish extremely well tomorrow. I actually, if the 605 wins, the 197 cannot. They can't beat them. So, and as a matter of fact, I found a good little wrinkle. If the 605 finishes second, Overnight can't beat them with the win because of how drops work. 605 would take it despite finishing behind them on track.
So much like the scenario where the target is finished second in GP1, much the same in GP3. Finish second, and you're golden.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
So there's your target. We are going to wrap up here and kind of get things underway. We're going to go pull cameras in the dark, as is usually the case this time of year here in Austin, Texas. Gentlemen, this has been fun. A whole heck of a lot of fun. I think everything that is special about the World Racing League, powered by Hagerty, and everything we love about endurance racing at this level, absolutely just tucked into a nice little bite-sized capsule here at the end of our National Championship Saturday race. One more to go tomorrow for the 2022 season. We'll be back with you 7:45 a.m. Central Time, an hour earlier than we were today. We're going to finish an hour earlier as well, obviously, and we'll get to do it all again. 8 hours to come tomorrow. All of the fun and frivolity we've had today with the return of our famous names, our Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, Sheldon Creed, the NASCAR names that so many of you joined us today to hear about and to celebrate a little bit. I hope you stuck around and stayed for some really awesome endurance racing on DriversEye Live as well. My thanks to the whole crew this weekend, all together as one. It's been really fun and really special today. Myself, I'm Brendan Kazmarek, Layla Kazmarek here with me at DriversEye Live on Instagram this weekend. Joseph Mudrak, JT Tammy, Ryan West, Scott Michaels, Zach Johnson, an absolute star on production today, doing everything we've asked of him and so much more. Zach, you've done a fantastic job today. Thank you so much for your time and your efforts. We will see you all tomorrow morning to do this all again and close out the 2022 World Racing League powered by Hagerty season with a bang here on DriversEye Live 7:45. See you tomorrow.